I'm dizzy. All right. Hello. Yeah, spin just as fast. I will spin. Hi. Welcome. How you doing? Hopefully better than me. Let's fucking go. We're gonna try to finish this game today. Save maybe doing the DLC later, but hi. I have a GIF. A relevant GIF. Hold on. Am I? No, I'm fine. I'm not ready. My limbs are inside of the vehicle. Thank you. But I don't think I'm ready for Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. Oh yeah, that's real good. That's really good to this song too. Oh hi. Check this out. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. We're just getting started. These guys' favorite tunes in there. Beep, beep. He's hanging out with Maya. Delightful, thank you. Thanks, I hope you're all doing good. I'm very excited and terrified to finish this stupid game. It's been a million years. So, let's get into it, shall we? But in between streams, Milky Pork gifted a sub to Halpondo. Thank you for that. There were resubs from Jimify, Sliding Head, and McGrackles. And also Marlboro, who resubbed for a year as I was getting set up. Thank you. That could be like a year or something. Here's to finishing this wild ride. Thank you. I want to get off the wild ride. Not as big, Pharma. Thank you for 72 months. That's so many months. Thank you so much. Atomic Trickstar, thanks for 31 months. That is also Benny. That's more than like 2 or 3. Osmaj, thanks for 50 bits. I know I mentioned there's concept art of Ye Old, the Edgeworth, and Larry. There's also concept art of Nega Layton in the Phoenix Wright style. And Nega Phoenix in the Professor Layton style. And Mecha Layton. I think I've seen some of those previously. Along with the concept art of them in each other's art styles. You have too many poop! We got you. I'm scared to even joke about endings, doing Shoot Takumi's Wild Ride and Layton Twist. Yeah, right? Wa Phoenix and Wa Nick. Yeah. Trouble Wings, thanks for 500 bits. That's many bits. Appreciate it. Who are we burning today, boys? We're burning it all down. It's all going down. Stop spinning Mecha. Yeah, there was like a robot Layton. I remember seeing that. I remember seeing it in like a gallery with the Layton and Phoenix in each other's art styles art. Thank you for the 500 bits. I think again, Twitch has bonus bits for cheers over 300 bits until Wednesday. So thank you very much. Fanes201, thanks for 4 months. Thanks for the Prime. Unclever Tile, thanks for 383 bits. Are you ready for the actual verses? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what. I don't know why that's happening. I don't know what form it's gonna take, but we did kind of leave Layton being like, I will be versus Phoenix Wright TM. So I don't. Guess we'll see. I think again for the bonus beats. Happy Caps, thanks for the raid. Fire Cycle, thanks for 15 months. Thanks for the Prime. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, Dave, thanks for 100 bits. The San Antonio Sonic Symphony was amazing. Sonic Frontiers songs were included. Hearing Breakthrough It All and Undefeated played live was hype. Glad to make it to the finale? Question mark. Yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna get into it. Thank you though. Glad it was a good time. It sounds like it was fun. I have to remove all these Mayas so we can see what's happening. Somebody's just gotta spin. Just go away. Shoo. Get rid of them.
Professor, look. My name is Luke. I am a gentleman. I wrote this puzzle just to remember. And my hands are sticky. Number 1 ain't quite. I'll say the answer's 3. Another puzzle solved.
Thank you for the a very fitting hammy. What if I just put that right there? What if that's the bottom screen today? I mean, how often is this stuff on the bottom screen you actually need to look at, chat? Think watching a review on this game on stream is a good idea when you beat it? Probably not on stream. You never know what will get you bopped. There could be music in the trailer or even just the trailer itself. Thank you for the soup and the bits and stuff. Thank you. We have a Luke hammy. There's many new hammies. They're on SoundCloud. And the old hammies are still around for 900 bits.
I am not having a single thought. I am not having a single thought. Hey, yo, I just have some poo brain. I don't know what I'm saying, and I'm not having a single thought.
Thank you. We appreciate it. I finally got around to adding the alerts to the about section of the Twitch site. It was something I meant to do, like, I don't know, probably a couple years ago. I finally was like, I should probably do that. Because there is a moobot command to be like, what are all the alerts? But I've seen other streamers that just have them listed, and it's just kind of nice. So, anyway, thank you for the hammies, and then you have bonus beats. Explain Crane Art, thanks for the hammy. Still behind on VODs, can't stay, just want to say good luck. And oh boy, Luke Panic. Thank you. Hope you enjoy the VODs. Thanks for watching. Thanks for enjoying. Thanks for swinging by. Quabla, thanks for 9 months. Enjoy your Ruby Key. Unclever Tile, thanks for soup. Sparfarkles, thanks for the hammy. Thank you so much. And Universe Fireworks, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you. And thank you for the hype train. And thank you for joining me on this bonkers, I don't know what's just...
Trogdor was a man.
I mean, he was a dragon man.
Or maybe he was just a dragon. But he was still Trogdor.
Now she's burning in the fire. Hi, thank you for the hammy. I guess well. Appreciate it. Thank you. All the hammies are on SoundCloud if you just want to hear them. Thank you. Trogdor, happy birthday. Rogue, it's my birthday. Thanks for streaming. Happy birthday. Hope you're having a good day. I hope this doesn't make your day significantly worse. Because I can't promise shit. This might get real bad. I don't know. That's why I'm scared. Like, when I streamed the other Layton games, I'd already played them before. So I knew it was coming. I might have forgotten some of the details, but I was like, I'm emotionally prepared for how stupid it's going to be. Phoenix, I didn't know, but Phoenix does twists within the case. Phoenix doesn't really do giant twists for, like, here's the state of the world we live in. So I don't know what the hell's going to happen, but chat's been hyping it up, so I have high expectations. We'll see how it goes. If it gets bad, then it's good for me. Well, amen to that. I'll drink some water to that. Anyway, thank you, Rogue, for the hammy. Draco Arcanus, thanks for 19 months, and Joshua Caleb, thanks for 38. I regret to inform you, India played most of Kingdom Hearts 1, and well, I did see a little bit, but what happened over here? Thank you, Universal. Hold that thought. Hold on.
Oh, guys, I don't know if you should leave that with that dude. This little guy's like, well, I just wanted to make friends. Oh.
Best part of the game.
I'll always be alone.
Yeah, guess what? You will always be alone.
No. Kingdom Hearts is the best game ever. Kingdom Hearts is the best game in the world. I can't even attack. Oh!
You's just a heartless.
Oh! I'm just a cute... Wait, is this Sora? I'm just a cute little guy. This is what it's like to be a heartless. I'm lost in darkness forever.
Spoilers.
Oh! Oh my gosh! Oh, look at me. I'm the scrungliest guy who ever lived.
Correct. All that is correct and real and true. Maximum scrungle. Chaz and spoiled to India how this totally breaks the entire goddamn universe. Listen, don't worry about it. Listen, if you want to understand the Kingdom Hearts lore, I have a very good video that I could recommend you. Except, listen, I tried. I did my best to even have a throwaway explanation for that, but the wiki said somehow, and that was too funny to not include. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's the best way to move forward with that. But anyway, thank you. I mean, India's saying, wow, this is the best, Kingdom Hearts is the best, sure. Has she seen Meow Wow? Because if you think that's peak Kingdom Hearts, it can't get any better than this, I have good news for you. It gets way better in the form of Meow Wow. So, she has no idea what's going on. Because that was my coming to Jesus moment with Kingdom Hearts was holy shit. Maybe I've been mistaken about this all along. Well, yeah, it's quite a little bit between Kingdom Hearts 1 and Dream Drop distance, but yeah. There he is. There's the boy. Bell punching an anime man in the gut. That's pretty up there, too. Yeah. Meow was summoning Kingdom Hearts 3. Haha, okay. Sora. Yep. You're playing through Dream Drop distance right now. Godspeed. She hasn't seen Shirtless Mickey yet. Oh, yeah, she's close. Close. That's peak Kingdom Hearts. Anyway, Universal X, thanks for 50 bits. This game makes me feel like there's no horror/scary. This game makes me feel fear like no horror or scary game could. Yeah. I mean, a bit of that is just kind of like the Shu Takumi of it all. Because now that I have a couple Shu Takumi games under my belt, I've learned to expect the unexpected, and then even then my expectations are not sufficient. And it's a very I mean, to bring back the, like, earlier I was like, oh, my limbs are inside of the vehicle. Like, to bring back the roller coaster analogy, it's like I'm perpetually at the top of a big drop. Thank you, Quabba. I'm perpetually at the top of a big drop looking down at a fall, and it's descending into fog, and I can't see the bottom, but I know it's coming, and I know I'm about to be dropped 1,000 feet. So it's a very freeing feeling to let go of that fear and just be like, I'm just, take me. Wherever you want to send me to hell, I'm ready. Boat Ansem? Oh yeah. I can't believe that one of the, like, nuh-uhs or, like, actuallys I've gotten on that Kingdom Hearts video over the years. It's people saying, Kingdom Hearts 2, Xemnas doesn't turn into a boat. And I'm like, yeah, he's a boat. Fuck off. Of all the things you want to nitpick about that video, you're gonna be like, that's not a boat. I'm like, I think you've missed the entire point of my video, my dude. Shit. Anyway, dragons aren't boats. I don't give a fuck. It's a giant floating mess in space. It's a boat. God damn it. I thought the boat was a bit. There's no jokes in that video. That's why people have asked me, like, hey, are you gonna make more videos like that? And I've mentioned on stream, I'm heavily considering doing one for Metal Gear. At this point, I'm almost done playing through them all, which has been great for research purposes, if I do make a thing about it. But it's like, even if I do that, if I make that video, it'll be fun. I'm sure it'll be a good time. But it's like Kingdom Hearts, you don't have to tell jokes. You just say this happened and then this character said this, and it's hilarious. It's I'm a hack, chat. The best jokes in that video are either from Bath or from chat. I didn't do anything. I just repurposed what Gam did the hard work, and then I repackaged that, and then chat and Bath put good jokes in there. I didn't do nothing. So, Metal Gear, you actually have to try to make it funny. Like, there's a lot in Metal Gear. They just be like, yeah, this is what happened, and that's funny. But it's just, even if you take out the Disney part of Kingdom Hearts, it's just like, yeah, you run around as a little scrungly dude for a bit. That's great. Why did that happen? I kind of get it. How did that happen? Just don't. Let's move on. We have bigger fish to fry with this mess here. It was me. Nobody tell Ichiban, yeah. We made you. Exactly. Plagiarism streamer. Well, all my streams are pre-recorded. How many times do I have to tell you this? Can I please put Kojima in there a lot? Probably not. Well, oh, Capster, thank you. And thank you, Nuclear Sunset. If I make a video about Metal Gear, it will just mention Kojima by name, but it's not gonna put him in there. Thank you. Hey, yo, I just have some poo brain. I don't know what I'm saying, and I'm not having a single thought. Thank you. And that cat's turned into a boat. They're a boat. Thank you. Just show Secret Theater and tell your kids this is Metal Gear. That's correct. That's real. Thank you. Okay. We gotta get into the game. Fireworks, thanks for 50 bits. Quabba, for 5 gifted subs. Thank you. To Tiber Kid 967, Glowbuzz, Mitch Cat 1, Retro Boy 128, the game dev, and Gheit. Welcome. Thank you. Quabba, hope you enjoy the emotes. We got some seasonal emotes. Personally, I'm quite partial to Bar Sip by friend of the stream, Onsta, whose birthday was just the other day. It's very good, comfy vibes. Look at that big mug. Look at that real, what's in there? Booze! Nuclear Sunset, thanks for soup. Soap or soap soup? I think soap. No, never mind. Soap soup. I'm team soap soup. Ugh. Happy Capster, thank you again for the hammy. Have rad holiday times, Barry in chat. Bopping off to VODlands to keep catching up on this wild ride of a game. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the VODs. Happy holiday times to you as well. I hope everyone's having a good December-ween. I hope if you're doing like a Christmas, you're doing a good Christmas. Hanukkah's already over, so I don't give a fuck. Twitch with bonus bits. I don't need to read those out, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Anyway, let's get into the video game. When did... It's almost Footsmas. What did we learn last time? We learned that Espella Cantabella climbed... Someone went up into the bell tower with pointed shoes, and we were led to believe it might have been Foxy of the Vigilantes, which is a whole thing, but it was probably Kira's footprints. I'm sure we'll figure that out, or just it's fine. And then Espella went up the stairs and perfectly stepped on top of those footprints, meaning that there were two witches at the top of the tower. And then what? Phoenix had to solve a puzzle and then he couldn't because he was a bit shit at it. And then he got another one of the things. Yeah, Layton's the baddest with the sword. We'll get to the Layton part. But Phoenix had to puzzle stuff, and fire some laser beams into a thing that made the bell tower drop down so you could access where the bell is. And we found Kira up there for some reason. And what else happened with Phoenix? I don't know, we've just been in court yelling. The Vigilantes just kind of blew out my brain into smithereens, so I don't really know what else happened. Yeah, there were two pendants because they were like, oh, we found a pendant at the scene of the crime, and it was like burnt or something. There's like a substance on it, and it was a broken thing. And then a spell shows up, and she's like, oh, I got it. I'm wearing mine around my wrist. So like there's two. So I don't know if Kira had the other or what. They're all stupid. Yeah, it was pretty good. Good evening. How you doing? Old man, yeah, everyone was there. And then meanwhile, Layton and Luke went into the tower. They went to the top of the tower. I didn't realize we were doing a Lord of the Rings 2 towers until it was too late. But we have the bell tower and we have the storyteller's tower happening simultaneously. They get to the top of the tower, and there's a garden, and they find what's presumably Espella's childhood room, her bedroom. And they meet up with the storyteller, who's like, the statues are gonna attack you, yeah. Which is reminiscent. I don't know when we're ever gonna have the time for it. But the very beginning of the game had a lot of shit that hasn't been explained yet, including statues in a park in London coming to life and chasing a car that wound up in a tree inexplicably. And that's just we've completely abandoned that plot thread. I don't know if we'll ever come back to that. But it's fine. Other statues came to life, suits of armor. Layton fought them, almost fell to his death, but he was fine. Don't worry about him. And then he's like, by the way, storyteller, you're actually alive and didn't get burned by dragon fire. What a surprise. He's like, yeah, lol. And he's like, oh, you're gonna watch the trial? He's like, I don't care about that. And he's like, you know your daughter's accused of being Bazella, right? And he's like, what? So despite him knowing that his story is being corrupted by all these outside influences and things are going to shit, he didn't possibly stop to consider that the person everyone has been suspicious of would be accused of being Bazella. So he's Father of the Year. That's a very good emote. Hype Santa. What's he? He's got sunglasses. Logic, yeah. And then Layton's like, okay, well, I gotta go back to trial, and now I'm going to go against Phoenix. I don't remember exactly what he said, but it just strongly implied that he was going to go against Phoenix, and I have no idea why. I'm sure it'll become clear soon, but I don't know what the hell is happening anymore. The Versus is real. This entire game, I was like, maybe it was just branding. I didn't actually consider after I started the game. I was like, oh, I guess they're just teamed up. Like, why at this point? Why would there be conflict? So I don't. Oh, maybe he's going to the witness stand. Yeah, just something about he's going to be involved in the trial in a Because he was like, oh, are you gonna be a defender? He's like, no, that spot's already taken. So I don't know. Thanks, Ozzel. Can watch the old promo trailer? No, probably not. I know people want me to watch it, and I definitely want to watch it myself. I just probably not gonna watch it on stream. I just try to be careful about getting the VOD nuked, and watching stuff like that. You never know. He's gonna be the judge. Yeah. They crave conflict to those eyes, like a doll's eyes. Thank you for the bits, though. But anyway, yeah. So, I guess I mean, the game's gonna give a recap. I'm just trying to get my thoughts clear about what's happening. TLDW, I have no fucking clue. Let's go. Put me back in. I'm ready to hurt. Time to go to special court with my special eyes. Let's go. It Bensnar. Peak of both franchises. I mean, it's all been leading up to this. Okay, so even the game's like, all right, so we solved that crazy puzzle up in the bell tower, and guess who we found? Give up. It was Kira. Is this Maya speaking? Feels like her. Now, I'm no Professor Layton, but if she was there during the whole incident, then she's got to have some connection, right? That's why me and Nick investigated the scene of the crime from top to bottom. I wouldn't be from bottom to top, it's a tower. Lamau. Anyway, great. That's all the recap we get. That's fine. Okay. Yeah. Chapter whatever it is. Chapter 9. The Last Inquisitor. Is the Last Inquisitor Layton? He's gonna put on a helmet. Court is now once again in session. However, I must say I'm quite surprised at this recent turn of events. To see Miss Kira at the witness stand once again, frankly, I cannot believe my eyes. Did Kira always have reddish brown eyes? I don't think she did. No, red. Well, they just look brown in that. But they could have sepia'd it. I don't remember. Fair. You were most certainly sent to the flames as a witch. There was less vacant. Oh, luckily. That's right. I was there. I saw it. She most certainly was. Mother, why is the frame rate so poor? Hush now. Then, how is she still alive? Is it because she's a witch? Can witches not die? No, she must have used Demir and vanished just in time. I say, send her straight to the fire. We'll do it ourselves if we have to. Enough. A witch must be in possession of a Talia Magica in order to use magic. Unless... They did say the Great Witch doesn't have to. I hate to disappoint you all, but do you see such a thing on her person? I think not. But she must have. That girl must have used Demir. Surely you can see that, High Inquisitor. Excuse me? Demir is a spell able to make someone disappear from sight. It cannot make one vanish entirely. And besides... Wait, she didn't vanish entirely. She disappeared from sight and climbed to the top of the tower. Much in the same way that Espella seems to have. How come she's able to be like, Espella did all of these things and it all checks out? It's impossible for Kira to have done the same. Why? I get that she's like, well, because Espella is the Great Witch, but even still. Anyway. Escaping the fire. That's true. That's more than... Okay, I thought they were talking about tonight. You're right, they're talking about her dying in the fire after court. Yeah, okay. All right, yeah. Never mind. I take it back. An investigation conducted by the Knights of the Inquisition have concluded this girl is not capable of using magic. You can do... What? Why have witch trials then? If you can just deduce if they can... What? Huh? Like, are you saying without Atalia Magica? What? Listen well, Miss Kira. Your existence alone jeopardizes the very peace of Labyrinthia. Yet, given the current situation, it is now imperative that you testify to this court regarding what you saw. Immediately.
Objection!
So she's been mistrialed and they're like, oh well, that will not be necessary. What? This girl has already been convicted and tried as a witch in a previous trial. What good could come of her testimony?
Objection!
But she was found hiding at the crime scene. I'd say that makes her a very important witness. A witness whose testimony we cannot choose to ignore. No double jeopardy in fairy tale bookland. High Inquisitor Darklaw, I'm afraid your objection is overruled. For the amount of objections that you hear in these games, it's not very often you actually hear objection overruled. In fact, this might be the first time I've seen it in a Phoenix Wright game. Overruled? That can happen? You wish to proceed then? Very well. Let us see just how much of her story this girl is willing to tell the court, shall we? There's no doubt about it. Miss Kira must have escaped through the passage leading under the Chamber of Fire. The judge says a lot when you mess up. That's true. That's fair. Although, from the looks of it, the judge doesn't have a clue that escape route even exists. I wish she'd hurry up and get the hint. I'm dying to take this helmet off already. The top of my head really itches. Sorry, Maya. Take that thing off now and we're as good as done. Just hang in there a little while longer. Yeah. Very well. Witness, you may begin your testimony. Explain to the court how you are standing here in court today and why you are hiding at the crime scene. She didn't say anything yet. My role and identity. I am not familiar with this Kira you keep talking about. God! Son of... I came from the Eldritch Woods. It even says Kira above her text. It's on your name box. I came to this town to summon forth the fire dragon and kill the storyteller. As it rained, I waited near the bell tower next to the vigilantes for my chance. I was only there to carry out my orders. I don't know anything else outside of that. Don't tell me she's actually Kira's twin. And that Kira actually was killed in the fire. You came here to kill the storyteller? Yes, that was my task.
Objection!
Listen, I wasn't sus. It was my task to vent an electrical. It wasn't sus. Keep in mind, this girl was not the one who summoned the fire dragon in the end. That was the accused. As I warned you earlier, there is nothing to be gained from this witch's testimony.
Objection!
Now hold on! She was still present at the scene of the crime with the intent to murder the storyteller. The defense insists we be permitted to continue with our cross-examination on those grounds. Darklaw's really trying to weasel her way out of this cross-examination. That means there has to be something there. I must admit, I too am extremely interested in hearing what this witness has to say. Defender, you may begin your interrogation. All right. Righto, Judgy Udgy. I'm not familiar with this Kira you keep talking about. I came from the Eldritch Woods. Huh, what? Huh? Woo?
Hold it!
Thing is, you say you're not familiar with the name Kira? This MFer hasn't seen Death Note. Yeah, I've never heard it before. But I say, that is your name, young lady, honestly. What witchery is this? I have no name. I am simply a resident of the Eldritch Woods, nothing more. Eldritch Woods? The very same woods said to house the souls of witches sent to the flames? Are you telling me they really exist? No matter how you look at her, the Kira up on that witness stand doesn't look like much of a soul to me. The girl has lost all memory of ever being a flower seller. That is all. If that's the case, then I wonder if she even remembers our run in back in the marketplace. Say, Miss Kira, do you happen to remember me at all? No, I do not know you. I first saw you just now at the bell tower. I came to this town to summon forth the fire dragon and kill a storyteller. Why, France?
Hold it!
Did you just say fire dragon? Yes. It was all part of my orders. I was told to come here this evening and wait for the right moment when the storyteller would appear before the people. Only then was I supposed to shout out the incantation as loudly as possible. Oh, great beast from the inferno, heed my call, Grandworm! I believe this bears repeating. The girl does not possess a scepter. It is impossible for her to summon any sort of magical dragon. Yes, quite right, High Inquisitor. Very good. Then why are you hiding underneath the bench, Your Honor? Yes, well, it is as I thought then. She could not have cast the spell. Don't drop my pen. I believe I've made it perfectly clear. This girl is not the Great Witch Bezella. Naturally, the Great Witch is... that girl there, Espella Cantabella. There can be no other. So, the Great Witch can cast spells without a Talia Magica. Does that mean that any time the Great Witch says the name of a spell, for example, Grandworm, it would cast? Or is there more to it? I.e., do they need to have intent to cast the spell? Or is just saying the word just gonna make... because then they could just be like, hey, you, say Ignaze and set that fire, set this paper on fire. Like something that's not gonna do a ton of damage. And then be like, job's done, not the Great Witch. Like, like, that wouldn't solve the other witch trials because they need the Talia Magica. But it's specifically in terms of if the Great Witch has different rules, why are we still going around the same song and dance? That girl there, Spellcatabella, there can be no other. He stagnates as a prank. As it rained, I waited near the bell tower next to the vigilantes for my chance. What tower?
Hold it!
I doubt they know. Well, I mean, apparently Darklaw's an expert in all things Great Witch. Isn't that interesting? Hold it right there, Miss Kira. You snuck right past the vigilantes? Yes, that's right. My orders were to... The girl is a witch! Therefore, something as simple as vanishing from sight is child's play. Isn't that right, witness? Yes, that is correct.
Aha! I remember! Just a few days ago, this girl used that very vanishing spell, Demir, if memory serves.
Well, what are you gawking at, witness? Continue with your testimony. What was that just now? I could have sworn I just saw Kira's face turn even paler than normal. She didn't use Demir, she cast Ratatouille and turned into a rat. That's how she vanished from sight. I was only there to carry out my orders. I don't know anything else outside of that.
Hold it!
It's me, Kira. Miss Kira, who exactly gave you your orders? I cannot say. And why is that? I am not to disclose the identity of the one who has given me my orders. That in itself is an order. How convenient. I am only supposed to carry out my orders, nothing more. I do not know anything else, and besides, there is nothing more that I can really do. Nothing more she can do.
But hold on just a minute. Surely you're capable of using magic. You are a witch, are you not?
What do you mean, are you not? You convicted, you said guilty of being a witch, cast her in the fire. Where, how did you evolve room for doubt now, Your Honor? I am not a witch.
What did you just say?
I cannot use magic. She can't use magic? This girl is a witch. Every person in this courtroom knows that as a matter of fact. There can be nary a doubt. Nary. We burn witches. She didn't burn, thus no witch. I mean, the logic is sound. Doesn't look like there's much to work with. Even though she just finished explaining everything, I still don't fully understand. Oh man, Nick, you don't think this Kira is actually some sort of crazy magical zombie, do you? Maya, you went through the same thing as Kira. Did you become a magical zombie? Oh yeah, I guess not, huh? Luke and I couldn't believe it was Kira when we ran into her in the marketplace. I mean, we thought for sure she was a goner back at the trial. I don't think I'm far off, though. This Kira's way different than the old Kira. It looks like she doesn't remember a thing. She's almost like another person entirely. But what if that's just it, Maya? What if the Kira right here, right now, is the real Kira, and the old Kira wasn't? Why would it be that? She says she doesn't have a name. Why would that be the real Kira? Instead of the one that said, I'm Kira, my name is Kira. What? Like, it doesn't matter, but the real Kira, huh? Yeah, and that's why I think I'm bound to find something useful in her testimony. We can do this, Nick. I hope you're ready to slam on some desks because we're gonna do some serious pressing here. She knows him so well. It's the only trick he's got. Really, that's it, huh? So it seems like I need to present something, because... Let me see. Oh, no, it wasn't. This was the next one. Shout the incantation. Brain worm. Both are always true, Circle Man. Ahem. Yeah, the only thing that stood out was talking about her vanishing, because maybe she vanished without using Demir.
Hold it!
Or... Because if she used Demir, then she would have a magic staff. And we didn't find one. So there's something with that. I remember. She used Demir. Way to go, can I continue your testimony? I mean, I could present the Grand Grimoire. What should I do? Oh, okay. What? Just gotta press it twice. Okay. Slam on that desk, Nick! I have one simple question for you, Kira. You stated earlier in your testimony you snuck past the vigilantes guarding the bell tower and went right inside. Just say nuh-uh. It works every time. Did you use the spell Demir to get by them?
That must certainly be the case. Had she not, she would surely have been spotted.
Objection!
But... Nuh-uh, Your Honor. Remember what she let slip just a moment or two ago? She denied being a witch and stated she cannot use magic.
Oh?
Therefore, if that's true, then you, Miss Kira, would not have been able to use Demir at all!
Objection!
What a ridiculous argument. How else would this girl have been able to walk right into the bell tower unnoticed by the guards? Explain that!
Objection!
I have a better idea. How about we have the witness herself explain it to you? What do you say, Miss Kira? I am not a witch. Uh-huh. And I cannot use magic. Uh-huh.
So then, exactly how were you able to ascend the bell tower without being noticed? Witness, amend your testimony this instant.
Okay. Darklaw's hiding something. What's going on? There's got to be another way she got into the bell tower unseen, but other than magic, I have no idea what that could be. She could have parkoured up the side. I was wearing the robe of invisibility, so no one was able to see... What? I was wearing the robe of invisibility, so no one was able to see me there. Fucking Harry Potter. What? Since when do magical items exist in this world?
Hold it!
Excuse me? Wait! Just a second. Did you just say robe of invisibility? Yes, that is correct.
A robe of invisibility? Surely you don't mean... a robe that can make one vanish from sight when worn?
Yes, that is correct. Alright, okay. I fail to see how this isn't an ass pull of writing, but thank you. What? There's been nothing inside of this magical world to suggest that such a thing would exist. It's all been about the magic stabs having 2 gems. An entire bell tower appeared. Yeah, for all I know, there's a gem that you put in your staff that says summon bell tower. I don't know. Do you have that robe on you right now? She's gonna say I fucking dropped it. And it's invisible. I don't have it. Huh? That is, I dropped it back at the bell tower. Wait! Wait! Is this the robe? The flower-covered robe? That's the invisibility. That's gotta be it. Because that just showed up randomly. So it's covered in flour and soot and stuff, so it's not invisible. Where'd you get a flower from? You know, don't worry about it. What the heck was that? Why was Kira looking over at Darklaw when she spoke just now? I mean, it wasn't a tough prediction to make. Are you listening to this farce, my lord? Surely you do not give any credence to this witness's testimony. This credence is as clear water as a revival, especially to this preposterous notion of a robe of invisibility.
Indeed, I must say, witness, this is quite an unbelievable story.
Objection!
I don't think it's that crazy, Your Honor. What? If something like magic can exist, the chances of a robe of invisibility being real are pretty high, wouldn't you say? It goes against everything the game has told us about how the magic system works. But other than that, yeah, man.
Objection!
If such is the case, then how about you put your evidence where your mouth is? Prove that this robe of invisibility exists. Prove it? Prove it. When you say prove it, you mean like in a thought experiment?
What say you, defender? Can you prove to the court that this robe of invisibility does in fact exist?
Time me out. Maslowick cast Demir. That's very good, Maslowick. Get the witch! Wow. What do you mean, wow? Canceling a spell. I didn't mean to. I just clicked it at the same time you clicked it. Can you prove to the court this? Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. Yes, Your Honor. The defense believes it has evidence to prove the robe's existence. I have the robe right here. That would be so Galaxy Brain. While investigating the tower, we found this. You're not holding anything, or aren't I? Quite curious, isn't it? Why am I not surprised? The ridiculous defender only begets ridiculous arguments. The foolish fool who foolishly fools his way. I've got to admit, an invisible robe does sound pretty far-fetched even for Labyrinthia.
Good point, not guilty. Yippee. But summon Fantasy Gumshoe to grab the confetti.
If there's even the slightest possibility this evidence is right, I've got to try it. That's nice of them to nudge to the player like, you might have something that works here.
Please show the court this evidence. Show us the piece of evidence that proves the existence of this robe.
It's gotta be this.
Take that!
There was, in fact, a robe dropped and left at the crime scene tonight.
A robe?
Miss Kira, that robe of invisibility that you mentioned earlier wouldn't happen to be this one right here, would it?
Objection!
How ludicrous. You are trying to tell the court that is the robe of invisibility? If it really is a robe of invisibility, then how is it we can see it right now? Dirty white spots and all. Ah! Well, she's kind of got a point there. Oh, hey. What if the robe actually disappears when you wear it? Give it here, Nick. Watch and wonder as Maya the Magnificent disappears before your very eyes. Watch it work and everyone's gonna be like, Maya's a witch!
Ban her!
So, are you amazed yet? Oh my god. Yeah, I'm amazed. At how totally ridiculous you look in that. Slay, Maya. Hey, what gives? This thing must be busted or something. I didn't disappear at all. Oh, that's not it. No. Huh? Tonight, at the bell tower, I was wearing that robe.
What did you say?
The only thing that can stop an invisibility cloak is flour, as we all know.
Order, I said order. But how is that possible? The robe did not disappear at all just now.
That's because of the white powder on it. It's usually not that dirty. Oh, you mean these spots here? Please don't tell me. Oh yeah. Patty totally unloaded an entire bag of flour onto those knights, remember? Flour soaks up all the moisture that makes it invisible. Not to mention it was still raining when we were up there. The flour must have gotten nice and wet, so it stained the robe. Say, what if we try washing the flour off?
Ah! There is a small water fountain at the edge of the square. Head there right now and wash the robe so that we can all get to the bottom of this. Quickly now.
I'm surprised that Darklaw's not yelling over this. She seems to be stopping every single line of inquiry. Or trying to. All right, this shouldn't be too hard. Take notes, Nick. This is how you do the laundry. I see. I just buy a new suit every time my suit gets dirty. See? All you have to do is throw the robe into the water, like so. Is that all she's gonna do? Just first you ball it up into a ball, and then from the three-pointer line, swish. And then you just leave it for a while. Maya be doing the laundry. Wait, what? So, do you see anything, Maya? That's just it. I don't see a thing. It's disappeared. What? Hope people don't mind us using their drinking water for this. I frantically took a close look at the water in the fountain. But the robe had actually vanished without a trace, right there inside the fountain. Raccoon cotton candy.mp4. Thank you. It dissolved.
Defender? What is the meaning of this? How could you have lost such a vital piece of evidence?
Your Honor, it wasn't on purpose. They didn't fish it out? Trust me, I wish I knew how it happened. What? Just, you have the entire town. Just like stop the fountain and grab some buckets. Like, what are you doing? I can't believe it. The robe actually disappeared from sight. Just grab a stick and start poking. I don't know what I don't quite know what you're talking about. I can still see the robe just fine. Huh? Look, it's right here, see? God, the empty evidence square is really good. No, Miss Kira, I really don't see. Because there's nothing to see. Oh, fuck. Red Panic saying no time to pup time was perfect. So is that how it works? Putting the robe on makes you disappear completely from sight. But from the looks of it, only Kira is able to actually see the robe itself. Perfect. No time. It is not just me. It's all inhabitants of the Eldritch Woods. Eldritch Woods, all of us can see the robe. The Eldritch Woods. Our village lies deep within the recesses of the forest, in a world much different from this one. Some Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy text adventure game shit. What, when you have to have no tea in your inventory? No, you have to have tea and no tea in your inventory. I played through the Hitchhiker's text adventure game, and I basically followed a walkthrough for the entire thing. That game is impossible. Like, the first couple of puzzles are okay, including the Babblefish puzzle, which involves, at the start of the Hitchhiker's text adventure game, you're being woken up from your house being demolished, and you have a set number of turns before they tear down your house with you in it. If you don't grab everything from your house that's not bolted down, you can't finish the game. Including the spam mail at the doorstep, you have to grab your toothbrush on the way out. There's all this shit you have to pick up in a limited number of times. It's from a different era of text adventure game. It was a very early one, but yeah, there's a puzzle where you have to, like, you're trying to get a babblefish, which lets you understand alien language, and it fires out of like a contraption and bounces around a room. And at every step you have to be like, okay, I put the spam mail here so it lands and slides down instead of falling down a chute. And then it slides down and then slides across the floor and goes into a mouse hole. So I gotta grab this other thing that I got and put that there. So it's all of this, like, even that puzzle's not so bad. But there is a part of the game where you have to hold T and no T in your inventory at the same time, and you have to like go into your own brain and remove your sense of logic from your brain so you can have, because if you drink the tea, it replaces it in your inventory with no tea. And then I think you time travel to have tea and no tea, but if you have both, then you explode and die. So you have to turn off your brain in order to have both. I forget. It's been a long time since I've played it. It's a good game. I love Douglas Adams. I don't know if he wrote the game. I think he worked on it. Anyway, it's good. What are we talking about? Anyway, logic. There's a reason why adventure games inherited a lot of bullshit from text adventure games. Like graphic adventure games. There was a long legacy of, sucks to be you, I guess. Anyway, that's where I live. As long as we obey the law of the land, we are allowed to live there. Play it on stream. Oh my god. Please don't make me. I knew it! There's definitely something different about Kira compared to the rest of the townspeople here. For the time being, seeing as only the witness can see the robe, we will cover it in flour again for the sake of visibility. Okay, great. Wait, then where was it? I thought they threw it in the fountain, they lost it, and she's like, no, I see it right there. Was she pointing to the fountain? Okay, well, anyway, I don't know. I know I took a detour in there. A slight tangent. There's one tiny thing bothering me. Still. Miss Kira, your robe was found on the middle floor of the bell tower, the same floor where we found my client. She got it off screen, I guess. Assume she grabbed it. They just let the accused at the witness stand be like, hold on, let me just root around the fountain for a bit. However, you are hiding on the uppermost level of the bell tower. You testified a little while ago that you dropped your robe, but I have to wonder, what exactly were you doing there on that top floor? It would seem there is still much we must ask this witness. What say you, High Inquisitor Darklaw? 'Tis the Inquisition's duty to follow my lord's decision on such matters. I have no objections. That's a first, this trial. Very well, witness. You are hereby ordered to continue with your testimony. Tell us what happened between your sneaking up to the top floor of the bell tower and tonight's most terrible crime. Yes, okay. What happened on the top floor, isn't it? I was waiting on the middle floor of the tower. I started to turn around, but I was too late. They attacked me from behind. There was nothing I could do. My arm was restrained and the attacker covered my mouth. What? As I struggled to get away, I think I managed to pull something off of my attacker. That's when I lost consciousness. I woke up to find myself next to the bell on the top floor of the tower. It's not at all what I was expecting her to say. Witness, are you saying someone attacked you while you were in the bell tower? Yes, that is correct. But who? I don't know. They attacked me from behind, so I couldn't see who it was. Yeah, so you were unconscious the entire time after that. That's why I was unable to complete my mission. But even if I hadn't been unconscious, I couldn't have done anything trapped high up in the belfry like that. I wonder if that weird contraption we found there was used to move Kira up to the belfry. Okay, so in a way, this answers one question, because if Kira was the one who was actually responsible, or like the Great Witch Bazella possessing her, I don't know what's happening, like, it would make sense to be like, okay, let me hide up there if she can't just fly away or something. Hide away, pin the blame on Espella, then when everyone's scarce, be like, let me sneak out. It's weird that she was still up there and was like, oops, like, good plan you had there, right? So, her not being responsible for it and being trapped up there rather than hiding up there makes that make more sense. Thanks for the hydrate. I need to hydrate my brain cells. But how could the contraption have brought her up there and then like, well, never mind. I was gonna say like, did it bring up there and then like knock her to the side? Because otherwise when we lowered it, she would have like fallen out, but she regained consciousness at some point and must have moved to one side, so that's fine. Anyway, at least I can't see any other way she could have gone up there. You heard the witness. She was locked up in the belfry of the tower. In other words, she couldn't have had anything to do with tonight's events. Does anybody know the etymology of the word belfry? Like I know what the word means, but why is it belfry? Why belfry? And why only one L? You know? Bellsprout? Fresh Prince? Belf and Re. Oh, yeah. When you belfry these nuts. In other words, she couldn't have had anything to do with tonight's events. From Old North French, Burfroy? Movable siege tower? Huh? West Germanic origin, changed the first syllables due to association with... Wait. So it was Burfrey, and then people were like, that's where the bell is. I'm gonna call it a belfry instead of a burfrey. And it just stuck. I love language. That's why I asked. I had a feeling it was gonna be something weird. That's great. Therefore, there's no need for this utterly useless interrogation.
Objection!
That's fascinating. Ancient pun that stuck. Not so fast, Jafar. The witness also testified that someone attacked her tonight.
Defender, are you implying that this attacker could have been Brazella?
I cannot say for certain, Your Honor. Regardless, the defense requests we be allowed to cross-examine this witness.
Request granted. Now then, defender, you may begin your interrogation.
And here's where the fun begins. Let's see if we can coax this mysterious second witch out of hiding. Or you mean third witch? Well, I guess second if Kira's not a witch. What happened? I was waiting on the middle floor of the tower. I started to turn around, but I was too late.
Hold it!
So you weren't able to catch even a glimpse of your attacker. Is that right, Miss Kira? Yes, that's right. Not even a teeny bit. They attacked me from behind, after all.
Did I just hear correctly?
It sounds like she hesitated in answering. By the way, may I ask why you turned around, Miss Kira? What? What do you mean? Well, it's just that you said you suddenly tried to turn around. Something must have really grabbed your attention to make you try to turn around so suddenly. I don't remember. Good. I do think I heard a sound come from behind me. You think? You're saying that you heard something and that's what made you turn around? Yes, but I don't have any recollection of what exactly that was. They attacked me from behind. There was nothing I could do. My arm was restrained. The attacker covered my mouth.
Hold it!
Hey, for the bits, Svertolinio! Girl got hit with the 42 frame mid, still skill checked. Was the person male or female, or are you not sure? I don't remember much. But I do know the person easily overpowered me. I remember they grabbed my left wrist. I tried to scream, but they quickly covered my mouth before I had a chance. I desperately tried to break their hold, but it was no good. Yeah, that sounds like Gaspella. She's a beast. Sounds like the attacker managed to restrict her movements from behind. Yep. As I struggled to get away, I think I managed to pull something off my attacker.
Hold it!
I wonder what that could be. What did you pull off? I was still really dazed at the time, so I can't remember it very well, but... when I flung my hand up, I felt myself grab a small round object. I must have pulled it off without thinking. I felt whatever it was snap right off. So from what you're saying, it sounds like this could have been something that was on your attacker's person. I think so. I can still feel it even now. It felt like I just snapped a piece of rope or something. I really wonder what that could have been. I think I'll recognize the shape if I saw it. She'd recognize the shape if she saw it. If only we had something that could trigger her memory. Then all we'd have to do is present it and we'd be in business. Oh well, shame we don't have anything like that. Yeah, tell me about it. That might not be such a bad idea, Maya. I'm really curious to see how this all connects and makes sense. Because if she was tasked by not the Great Witch, but whatever her name was outside in the woods, if she was like, you know, you need to go up there, you girl who can't do magic, here's the cloak of invisibility, wait till the storyteller presents himself, and then cast a spell that won't do anything really loudly. And then she was knocked out and hidden, so she couldn't do that? It's just like, huh? So, yeah, I don't have any theories. I'm just confused. There's some extra conflict where we don't really understand going on. But that's when I lost consciousness. I woke up to find myself next to the bell on the top floor of the tower.
Hold it!
You mean the belfry? Why? Did you know, Your Honor? That stems from the ancient Germanic belfry. You say you lost consciousness. Yes. In fact, I had actually felt a lot like magic. It was the first time I'd ever experienced a magic spell quite like that. As I thought there was magic at play here. Must I remind you that the Great Witch Bazella can use any and all magic with the snap of her fingers?
With the snap of her...
Indeed, such a spell does in fact exist. It was,
oh, blast it. What was it called again?
Don't sweat it, Your Honor. Just leave it to me and my trusty old Grand Grimoire. Is she gonna find it? I wonder, could Kira's attacker have actually been a witch? Really doesn't look like magic was used to knock her out, huh? Anyway, did she use a giant lead pipe that was conspicuously placed at the top of the tower? Looks like Kira's telling the truth. Still, she's definitely avoiding making eye contact, not to mention she seems extremely hesitant. There's no doubt about it, she's trying to keep something big from getting out. In that case, Nick, let's give it all we've got and get to the bottom of this. Yeah, it really feels like there's a lot riding on this one, Maya.
A little bit.
I managed to pull something off my attacker. Was it this? Or was it... France?
Objection!
Miss Kira, you stated that you felt yourself snap something off of your attacker. Would that thing by any chance be this right here? Oh. That's it. I recognize that shape. That was the object I grabbed.
What did you say? But that's the accused's pendant, is it not?
Not quite, Your Honor. There are actually two pendants like this. The one you see here is the counterpart to Miss Cantabella's pendant. Now that you mention it, I remember the necklace was actually very tough. It really didn't rip off so easily. So, I struggled against it, tugging and pulling at it for a bit, and I must have scratched their neck in the process. Yeah? Wait a second. You mean you scratched your attacker's neck? I think so, but I don't know for sure. Nick, in that case, that means the dark stuff on the necklace could be... Yeah, it could be the attacker's blood. Oh, I thought it was like scorch marks. Yeah, it's grape juice. Oh. Updated bloodstain report. That's a hell of a scratch then. As the court can clearly see, there are still traces of blood left on the necklace itself. However, take one good look at my client and you'll notice there are no visible scars or cuts of any kind around her neck. Ergo, there is no way Miss Cantabella could be Miss Kira's attacker.
Objection!
Nice try, Defender, but I must stop you right there. Is there a magic spell that only cures superficial neck wounds? Huh? Have you already forgotten what I told you? The Great Witch can use any spell in existence. She could have easily healed any such wound in the blink of an eye. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I already miss Inquisitor Barnum. Man, we really can't catch a break on this one, huh, Nick? Can you look up these spells in the book for me, Maya? There might be something important about how they work. Let us resume the interrogation. Witness, continue with your testimony. God damn it. As I struggled to get away, I think I managed to pull some of my attack. That's when I lost consciousness when I was doing the bell on the top of the tower. Fuck! Mona Kakira's actually in a witch. Imagine using the ground. Anyway, looks like she's telling the truth. Looks like she's telling the truth still. She's definitely avoiding making eye contact, but she seems really hesitant. There's something big. Maybe they did add stuff to the Grand Grimoire, right? Grand Worm. Godor, nope. No, it doesn't look like they added any more spells. Son of a... What am I supposed to do? Maybe a good old-fashioned double press is in order. What? The pen bloodstains can be seen on the strap. I could try presenting that again now it's been updated, but I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, jeez. I was reading in the middle, I turned around, it was too late. Did you hear anything? No. During the glimpse, not even a teeny bit, they attacked me from behind. Sounds like she hesitated in answering. By the way, may I ask why he turned around? So she hesitated in talking about being attacked? Or that she's hiding what she heard that made her turn around? Do I have anything that indicated a sound having happened? Yeah, there's nothing here, man. Oh, I don't know. Fry. Lori. This is still in my inventory, but I don't know. I don't know if saying were there footsteps would be... Can always use a hint coin, I guess. Are they attacking me from behind?
Hold it!
Yeah. What, Fry and Lori are involved? I don't know. They might be up to something. Philip, Bell, Fry. I don't remember much. The only person to overpower me, they grab me. Time match, they restrict moves from behind. Saying that, there's definitely something not right here. Something about her testimony just doesn't add up. Something about it's a teeny bit different from what we've heard so far. I think it'd be a good idea to check the court record again. Something's wrong with this. Why was trying to attack recovered in my mouth? What? Invisible robe. Oh! Oh! Oh, yeah. Right. They should have been invisible the whole time. Meaning they must also be from the woods and be able to see it? I'm gonna save. I'm glad I'm not the only one who's dumb. Thank you, chat. I was like, oh! I was reading this about, yeah. Oh, two, right?
Objection!
How is that not it? Why is that not it? Overruled. Why? We've gathered here to deliver the final judgment on the Great Witch. This trial is strict and its results irrevocable. You should at least have the good sense to notice when you make a mistake. Did I skip a step? I maybe am a step ahead. That does happen sometimes. I just want to reload my save. Could I do that? I could just... It's fine. It's fine. I don't want to be down. I don't think I'm thinking too smart. I think I'm just coming about it. Kira's return. It's Kira. Leave me alone. Akira. All right. Start turn was too late. It's coming from behind. There was nothing I could do. I think I managed to pull something off my attack. So if not that, then what? Also, I've yet to need to present a profile at any point in this game. Cat! Very good cat. Vigilantes. Final supposed to be just hanging above her. Yeah. The versions that revolve on cats. They're very good. Bloodstains can be seen on the strap. So what? What is it? Just gonna keep going. As I was trying to get everything. So far, we're at 2 for 2. Where Phoenix is like, huh, that's weird. It's like, damn it. It's pulsing on my attacker. This pendant here, is that correct? Yes, I think that's the one. There's definitely a trace of blood on this necklace. Blood that must have come from Kira's attacker when she yanked this pendant from their neck. Remember, Defender, we're talking about the Great Witch here. It's more than possible she used magic to heal any wound that may have appeared on her person. Therefore, I suggest you abandon the idea that this somehow removes all suspicion from the accused. Sheesh, well, we could really use some more decisive ammo right about now, huh? I don't think so. This pendant is all the decisive ammo we need. We just have to think. There has to be something about this pendant I can present as evidence. Kira's still definitely hiding something. Pretty sure we can get her to spill the beans with the right piece of evidence. Is the idea that if she was restrained from behind, she couldn't have reached behind herself and grabbed the necklace? It seems like that's what they want me to be like, oh, there was a fight and she was reaching in front of herself to grab it. Because if you scratch someone's neck, that's easier to do if you're reaching towards someone, whereas behind. But I'm like, that if you're just wildly grasping at someone behind you, like, I don't see that as being impossible. She said one arm. Yeah, one arm was restrained. And they're not making a big deal about which side it was or anything, so, My arm was restrained, the attacker covered my mouth. So yeah, she had a free arm with which she could presumably be reaching back to grab. I could try it, we'll see. So I lost consciousness. You see, you lost consciousness. It felt like magic. Okay, so this is the same. Such a spell exists. What was it called? And Maya's like, I'll look into it. Doesn't look into it. If your attacker actually been a witch. Well, alright, let's try throwing out the pendant. They attacked me from behind. Present the pendant.
Objection!
So why? Miss Kira, there's something a little strange about your testimony just now, wouldn't you say? Huh? You stated that you were attacked from behind and the attacker grabbed you by the wrist, correct? Yes, that's right. Assuming that was in fact the case, then I'd say no matter how much you struggled, there's no way you would have been able to yank off this pendant, don't you think? Isn't there? Is there something I'm missing? The strap on this pendant is too short. There's no way you could have reached behind you and managed to pull it off. That is a good point. Is it? I'm failing to see that as a good point. Miss Kira, the only way you would have been able to yank this pendant off of your attacker is if they were standing directly in front of you. It would be difficult, but imagining someone flailing wildly as someone's grabbing them, you can reach behind you. Like, I don't... Whatever. Witness, is this true?
Objection!
Seems a bit flimsy to me, but I will move on. The big naturals would have gone away. That's true. The witness was the victim of a physical attack. It's only natural she'd be a bit confused on some of the details.
Objection!
She is small, but so is Cantabella, who we're presuming to be the attacker at this point, even though it probably wasn't. Hi, Inquisitor. I wouldn't exactly call mistaking the location of your attacker being a bit confused. I'd call it more of a barefaced lie. I mean, if you get in a scuffle and someone asks you specific details, you're likely not going to remember everything perfectly. I mean, not knowing that you're facing them is big, but, you know. Well, now, Defender, I see you're as pathetically short-sighted as ever. Your argument was only valid assuming that this girl here actually saw her attacker. If she was not able to see this person, well, I'd say it makes no difference where they were standing.
Then that means the attacker was also wearing one of these robes?
That is impossible, my lord. As the witness already stated earlier, only residents of the Eldritch Woods are able to see these robes. In short, the attacker must have been a witch and must have disappeared from sight with the use of magic.
You must mean the Great Witch Brazella.
There is one more thing, proving the attacker to be a witch. And just what might that be? The witness has stated that she lost consciousness. If you take a look in the Grand Grimoire, you will note a spell called Painful.
It's rather painful.
Witness, allow me to ask you, did you hear the incantation of this spell? Now that you mention it, I do remember hearing something like that. Say what?
It's painful. It makes me bite the tongue.
Oh no.
Aha, here it is. Painful.
Causes those who hear the incantation to lose all consciousness. What about the caster? Does it knock them out too? We must not forget the Great Witch can use any and all magic at will. Painful. It does have a gem though. Causes those who hear the incantation to lose all consciousness. Its effect takes hold the second the incantation is heard.
Witness, amend your testimony to reflect this important piece of information.
Yes, right away. Oh, she's sweating a lot. Oh boy, I can't believe she managed to get out of that one. But still, I'm not about to give up just yet. I'll keep on going until we finally get to the bottom of who this attacker really is.
Now then, let's continue with the interrogation.
Leading the witness? That doesn't exist in any world. I heard the incantation for Painful, and before I could even turn around, I was attacked. Well, then there's your problem right there, Your Honor. I believe you'll find, yeah.
Objection!
Instantly, nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Miss Kira, I have watched you at that witness stand this entire trial, desperately trying to keep something hidden from the rest of the court. I wonder if you're familiar with the saying, a lie begets more lies. It means multiple lies are bound to unravel and leave your story with more holes than Swiss cheese. What Swiss cheese? Shut up! Get to the point, defender. According to the Grand Grimoire, Painful causes a person to lose all consciousness. It's written here in black and white. Its effect takes the hold the second the incantation is heard. Ah. Miss Kira, you testified as follows. You heard the incantation for Painful and immediately became aware of the presence of your attacker. You then put up a fight. But if you really did hear that incantation, there's no way you would have been able to yank that pennant from your assailant. Oh shit. Hold on.
What is the meaning of this?
Zero frame step therefore unreactable, Your Honor. The meaning is that Miss Kira didn't actually hear the incantation like she claims she did. Almost painful means it wasn't painful, Your Honor.
But then why?
Why on earth was this girl unconscious? Kira was definitely knocked out by whoever attacked her. And when she woke up, she found herself up at the top floor of the bell tower. Oh, Thrainfall. It does take a few seconds to go in. It says right there in the book. She has an iron deficiency, Your Honor. It's possible Miss Kira was rendered unconscious by some other kind of sleeping spell, something other than magic. Another witch! I have no... Hold on. It doesn't look like I'll take damage for being wrong. What do I think it is? I mean, they were saying in between bits of testimony, they were like, well, seems like she wasn't knocked out with magic. So it sounds like they're just telling me that it wasn't magic that knocked her out. But I do like choosing wrong and seeing what the other options are. I hope I don't take damage for this. I think it's possible that another kind of sleeping spell could have been used here. It won't let me save. Well, now I can save. If menu in the bottom left is missing, then I can't save. So that's fine.
Another sleeping spell?
Yeah, like a really deep sleeping spell or something. Nick, stop fooling around and get serious. It's not exactly a picnic having to lug this oversized paperweight out every time I need to fact check your crazy claims. It's not a paperweight, Maya, and I'll have you know my claims are not crazy. Usually, sometimes. Moving on. The only other sleeping spell I'm aware of is the crazy nonsense coming out of your mouth, Defender.
Your Honor, the defense humbly requests another shot. Very well.
Kira's knocked out by whoever attacked her, and whenever she walked up to the top of the bell tower. It's possible she was rendered unconscious by another witch. What if I told you there was another witch present? And do explain to the court this brilliant theory of yours, Defender. Huh? What? To be honest with you, I was kind of hoping everyone would sort of help me fill in the blanks. I will not allow you to drag the rest of this court into the depths of stupidity with you. Defender, this ridiculous excuse for an argument is yours and yours alone. Do you understand me?
Yes, ma'am. Boy, I really ticked her off.
Don't be such a crybaby. Put on your big boy pants and try again. Thanks, Maya. Okay. Then I was actually correct. Rather, I was correct in listening to the game saying it wasn't magic. 20 vigilantes and 30 more witches were invisible at the belfry, Your Honor. It's the only way that my theory makes sense.
Oh, I see.
Doesn't seem. The answer here is obvious. Something other than magic must have knocked her out.
Objection!
And what, may I ask, makes you so certain of that? Oh, thank you, Ryan. I'll take a look in a little bit. Remind me if I forgot. Is it not possible that another spell could have been used?
Objection!
That's just not possible. You of all people should know that. What? Remember when I said it was another spell and you're like, the only spell is you being a dumbass? Yeah, I remember that. Miss Kira's claim that she heard someone say this incantation is completely false. Even so. That wouldn't be too much of a problem if she actually had heard an incantation.
That's right.
However, going by her testimony, that can't have been the case. The only spell capable of making someone lose consciousness is Feigntful. Isn't that right, High Inquisitor Darklaw?
Your Defender, are you claiming there's another way beside magic that could have been used to render Miss Kira unconscious?
There's only one other thing that crossed my mind. I'm speaking, of course, about sleeping medicine. We're going back to the tomato juice? Sleeping medicine? If you remember, Miss Kira stated that the attacker covered her mouth before she could scream. Oh, yeah. She actually got chloroformed? In doing that, the attacker was able to administer a potent sleep medicine, thus putting Miss Kira out like a light. We need an expert on it!
Indeed, that does make sense.
Therefore, Your Honor, the attacker did not necessarily have to be Bazella. I mean, why would an all-powerful being capable of commanding any and all magic need to resort to drugging someone?
Objection!
I want to pull how many witches it takes to ring a bell. 1, 2, 3, 4. What? Hold it right there, Defender. They managed to sneak past the guards and make their way up into the bell tower. Clearly, they must have used magic to appear invisible.
Objection!
You don't need magic to make yourself disappear, High Inquisitor. Throw this on and getting past those guards at the tower is a piece of cake.
In the realm of invisibility.
But despite all that, there's still one glaring problem. Miss Kira. Yes?
You admitted to the court earlier that you were attacked from the front, correct? If that's the case, then there's only one possible conclusion we can draw. You, Miss Kira, were entirely capable of seeing your attacker's face. But why is that? I didn't. It's simple. You even said it yourself. Only residents of the Eldritch Woods are able to see this robe. That means, Miss Kira, there is a piece of this puzzle only you could possibly know. Only you can tell us the identity of the person who entered the bell tower and attacked you tonight. I can't tell you. No matter what happens, I just can't tell you no matter what. I was 3 steps ahead. Yeah, I did actually figure out what, no matter how she was attacked, from the front or from behind, whoever attacked her has to be from the woods. You see, everyone, this witness has been covering up for someone from the very start of this trial. What? But luckily for us, we won't be needing any more of Miss Kira's testimony. Because the answer is staring us right in the face. I'm speaking, of course, about the true identity of Miss Kira's attacker. All the clues so far point to this one person. It's Eve the cat. Mm-hmm. It's Maya! Defender, I take it you are prepared to prove such a serious accusation? Chat said 3 witches to takes to ring a bell. Correct, chat. That was the answer. Wait. That was the...
That should do it.
There you go, chat. Good job.
Every puzzle has an answer.
You did it. I'm proud of you. I am! Alright. Looks like it all comes down to this. Now we'll finally see who's been pulling the strings this whole time. Very well, Defender. Tell the court. Who was the one responsible for attacking the witness and locking her up on the top floor of the bell tower? Remember like 10 seconds ago when I was like, it's weird that I haven't needed to present a profile in court. I mean, this is even kind of different from that. I mean, when you're meant to present something in court during witness testimony, and it's like, oh, actually, it's a profile that contradicts the testimony. Yeah, I still got, but like, it still is like the entire game they've had the profiles present when you're presenting evidence. It's probably all the vigilantes, every single one of them together. Well, Darklaw's the obvious idea. The other thing that happened last stream that I forgot to mention in the recap was we found a picture of a young Espella and another young girl that looked suspiciously like Darklaw hanging out together. And so if the two of them were hanging out when they were young, then it also would stand to reason that maybe both of them have a magic amulet pendant thing that opens up a bell tower and summons a demon bell. Who else could have? I mean, it kind of has to be her. What if we just say it was Kira? What if we just say it was... She did it herself. She fight clubbed herself, Your Honor. I don't understand the reference. Never mind. Maybe it was Eve. Maybe it was Eve. Can we prove it wasn't Eve? I don't think we can, because we know Eve was present at the scene of the crime. It was our client. It was a spell. To spell it. All right, let's fucking go. Actually, I'm gonna throw out a hint coin just because I want to see what it does. I want to see who it rules out because it's funny. Nah, it does. It does go. Maybe it's the vigilantes. I was like, if it keeps the vigilantes or the cat, that's amazing. That's really good. It was all 10 of them at once. They Gmod impact noise their way up the stairs as an amalgamation. All right, it was Darklaw.
Take that!
Point across the room. I mean, the courtyard. Outdoor, wherever. The answer is obvious, Your Honor.
Yeah, it was you! High Inquisitor Darklaw.
Oh, she's a bit upset. They Mario 64 BLJ'd up the stairs. She's a bit nonplussed about it.
What?
You got the whole court objecting.
Order in the court. Inconceivable. There's no way.
Well, I guess this opens up a spot for Layton to step over there. And we can finally get Layton versus Phoenix. I must say, Defender, your courage is impressive, however reckless you may be. Accusing a High Inquisitor is no small feat, I assure you. However, with serious accusations come serious consequences. One small misstep, and I will personally see that you never set foot in this courtroom ever again. Mark my words, Defender. Well, we're outside, so... Also, I want to go back to my world, so fuck you. Anyway. I understand. We're in a book. We're in a what? Never mind. My, how confident. Let us see if that confidence of yours is well justified. This is the final witch trial. Final, version 3, final. Version 2. Miss Kira's attacker drugged her with sleep medicine. It likely took no more than a few seconds for her to lose consciousness. The medicine must have been very potent. True. After all, its effects appear somewhat similar to magic. The other part of it is if her attacker can't use magic, then they would still have a rather intense scratch on their neck, wouldn't they? Because they can't magic it away. Madam? Ma'am? Remember what happened to the alchemist stuff? Yeah. Also, the Inquisitors took all the alchemist shit. Yep. Anyway. There's only one person I can think of in all Labyrinthia who could supply you with that kind of medicine. Sir Newton Belduke.
Objection!
Defender, you are aware that Sir Belduke has been deceased for over 3 months now, are you not? That's a fact I'm well aware of, believe me. While he was still alive, Sir Belduke provided the citizens of this town with a variety of medicines for whatever ailed them. That's another thing I like about this game. I yelled about it a bit last time, that Phoenix Wright games definitely do callbacks to previous cases, but I feel like this game is the best one I've seen so far in terms of important, relevant information is carried through and kind of like compounds on itself. Like DL6 is the only real solid example I can point to where I'm like, you have a bunch of cases that all kind of build up together. This entire game, like every case just kind of rolls into the next one in a way that actually feels decently organic and well, like it's not usually signpost. Like, yeah, the Inquisitors have been holding on to the alchemist shit, but that wasn't, oh no, the implications of that until just now. Like, that's pretty well done. That's neat. I like it. Anyway, Sir Belduke provided the citizens of the town with a variety of medicines for whatever ailed them. But it wasn't all just medicine. He also created some very dangerous concoctions. More or less cohesive than a normal Layton game. It reminds me of the first couple Layton games. The later, the Azran Legacy one, the prequel games, I think get a little bit too ridiculous, even by Layton standards. The first couple Layton games I feel like are more compact, take place in like only a small couple of locations. I feel like that works better for Layton. So I think it kind of reminds me of that, where it's like just kind of one location, a little bit smaller scale, but high stakes, which I think works well. Anyway, and yeah, there aren't that many cases, and each case is pretty big, but yeah. Anyway, that's why after he passed away, all of his medicines and creations were confiscated. Am I gambling against it? Absolutely not. Confiscated? Inquisitor Bonham said as much in the last witch trial. I miss him. The victim was an alchemist after all. We were hoping the items confiscated from his study could provide some clues. Besides, such things must not fall into the wrong hands, like the Inquisitors. It may not be standard practice, but it was deemed necessary. The confiscated goods are stored in our secret vault. The only person with access to them is the High Inquisitor, Lady Darklaw. Oh, yeah, that sure does. Ah.
Objection!
Yeah, I bet you would. So, because I have access to the medicine, I must be the one that used it. So you agree? Okay, great. Is that what you're getting at, Defender? That's right. Unless there's a spell that lets you move through walls.
Unfortunately for you, I would hardly call that proof. No, I would, yeah, you're on. The judge is nodding. That's proof. Godor, is the vault painted with green walls? You said it yourself. Sir Beldu concocted a plethora of dangerous medicines in his efforts to assist the people of the town. He was well known for this fact, a fact that he no doubt was none too pleased with. As such, it is highly likely that those same dangerous substances are still scattered throughout the town. And therefore, Defender, it's entirely possible the culprit was able to get their hands on such dangerous medicine.
Indeed. Long has Sir Belduke's medicine played an active part in maintaining the health of this town's citizens. There's plenty of reason to believe some of his more dangerous medicines still remain within Labyrinthia.
Was Blue Badger getting his name tag ripped off, foreshadowing the necklace getting ripped off of someone here? Maybe. A piece of advice, Defender, the next time you speak in court, I recommend you try procuring some real evidence before spouting such idiotic accusations. If you fail to do so, your next words will be uttered
Nice.
to the flames. Thank you, Cave. The Great Witch can cast any spell at will. High Inquisitor cannot use any means available to her. It's sound logic, case closed. Yeah, but the Great Witch is evil.
Figures. I knew she wouldn't take that argument sitting down.
Or standing up.
Both High Inquisitor Darklion and Inquisitor Barnum are the very harbingers of justice within Labyrinthia. Raising such an accusation against either of one of them without valid reason will result in the most severe of punishments.
What does he mean by most severe punishments? I think the judge is saying that if I don't start making a case, we're gonna be paying Sir Belduke a visit real soon. I need to present some decisive evidence and fast. Sure do. Sure will. Good thing I have so much of the evidence. The evidence for Darklaw. The evidence that will prove that Darklaw is the one who did it. That's Darklaw's evidence. I'll be right back. I'm pretty sure I should be able to do that much. High Inquisitor Darklaw is the attacker, and the one thing that proves it is a piece of evidence, someone's profile, Darklaw herself. I mean, I would assume he just means the scratch. But I don't see flashing shields, so let's go evidence. And be wrong about it. Your Honor, the defense has decisive evidence linking the High Inquisitor with tonight's crime.
Evidence, you say? You seem rather certain, Defender. Very well, here's your chance to present this so-called evidence.
Oh, now I'm taking damage. Oops. Good thing I saved. Oh, I can use a hint coin. So actually it is evidence? Oh. Or is it the pendant, meaning that there'd be blood and a scratch? But then that would also be... Might as well use it. I mean, I guess. What if I use the hint coin, it's like wrong? Everything, you're wrong. Okay, that's the pendant then. I wonder if both work? Yeah, I wonder if they both... I don't think the testimony would do anything. Let's try that.
Take that!
All right. If they both work, that's kind of neat.
This is the pendant worn by the attacker and pulled off by the witness, is it not?
That's right, Your Honor. But more than that, this pendant has left us a pretty important clue. High Inquisitor. Every time he points and it goes thud, there's something that just feels wrong. It feels like walking up a set of stairs and missing a step. It's just like, it needs the psh. When it's thunk, it's just like, huh? What happened with your point? Anyway, High Inquisitor! This pendant is connected to another clue still present somewhere on your person. Yes, it sounds like either would work. Go, oh, on me? Yeah, he points. He's like, High Inquisitor, point. You!
I must admit, I do not know where you're going with this, Defender, but please point out this clue to the court.
And she reaches for a neck. Yeah,
Show us this clue, supposedly still in the High Inquisitor's person.
Thank you, magnifying glass. That's... Chat, I didn't put that there, chat. I just want to state, Your Honor.
Mr. Defender?
Hold on. There we go. I found the clue. Your Honor, she. Hi. Ma'am, just bear with me. Right there. I didn't. No, I didn't. Present. Got it.
The High Inquisitor's neck? You don't mean?
Miss Kira yanked this pendant off of her attacker's neck. Take a look at the necklace. It still has a bit of blood left on it. According to her earlier testimony, when Miss Kira pulled at the necklace, she supposedly felt herself scratch the attacker's neck. Is that correct, Miss Kira? Yes. Therefore, the attacker should still have a mark on their neck from having been scratched. Would you mind letting the court take a look at your neck, High Inquisitor Darklaw?
Oh my heavens! The good lady's neck in a courtroom! Scandalous! Next you'll ask to see her ankles, you heathen! You absolute dog!
I'm pretty sure that underneath that high collar, we'll find exactly the mark we're looking for. That's from, I walked into a bush earlier. Pointy bush. Unless, of course, you were able to get rid of it with magic. Now Phoenix is cooking. Now he's like, either you're the Great Witch or you did it. No matter what, you're guilty. Now that's some prosecutor shit. That's pretty good. That's a birthmark, Your Honor. It's still bleeding. It's a blood mark, Your Honor. Most impressive.
What?
I have to say, Defender, you've managed to finally hone that dull blade of yours into something of use. You are correct. There is, in fact, a mark on my neck that I did receive tonight. Mm-hmm. Lady Darklaw? What is the meaning of this? Does that mean Lady Darklaw is ... The 3DS is chugging the Great Witch? She cast low frame rate Blizzaga. Your Honor!
Me? Oh, yes, I see you're still here, Defender.
What? Hey, Judge, what? Huh? Your Honor, I know you're shocked at everything, but come on, work with me here. Your Honor, the defense would like to call High Inquisitor Darklaw to the witness stand.
What did you just say?
It's quite clear that the High Inquisitor has some connection to what transpired tonight. And what's more, there is a chance that she used her position of authority as High Inquisitor to frame my client as the Great Witch.
But never in all of my years as judge of this court has an Inquisitor been asked to take the stand in the middle of a trial.
Well, we're gonna have to make some history here if we're finally gonna find the truth, Your Honor.
Even so, this trial cannot continue any further without an Inquisitor.
Hey, in that case, how about you get Inquisitor Inquisitor Barnum remains incarcerated in the underground dungeons for the crime of treason against the storyteller. I don't think he'll be able to make it to this party. No way. Most regrettable, Defender. This whole thing is hopeless, unless High Inquisitor Darklaw takes to the witness stand. Wow, look at him go. Oh, shit. Well, rendering those 3 legs of the torch really takes it out of the DS. Espella will be done for, and the truth along with her.
He has legs! But on the other hand, without an Inquisitor on the other side, the trial can't continue and the outcome would end up the same. Defender? What should I do? Defender?
Hold it. I believe I can fill that role.
Professor, wait, what are you saying?
I can prove, conclusively, that Espella Cantabella is, in fact, the Great Witch Bazella. Now, Mr. Wright, the time has come at last to settle this once and for all.
Let's fucking go!
We've been waiting for the professor to show up. If there was anyone who could find some decisive evidence to win this thing, it was him.
Great!
However,
Finally, the title works.
he ended up standing behind the Inquisitor's bench.
Don't worry, it's a galaxy brain move to get us the result we all want. He's lying. Probably.
The professor wasn't on our side here. I had to wonder, what the heck was going to happen?
What the heck? To be continued. Yeah. All right, chat. Good stream. I'm gonna take a few months off of stream, taking a break. Gonna be out of town. I'm not out of town. I'm just gonna be sitting here at my computer. Just gonna be off, staring at my empty monitors. See you guys later. Oh, we're back.
Professor,
Professor.
but what are you doing?
What am I doing, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, you were supposed to show up with some decisive evidence and save the day, Professor.
I'm afraid my only concern here is the truth.
The truth?
The truth behind the real identity of the Great Witch, Espella Cantabella.
He looks like a Lego person. You're damn right. Luke's standing next to him. He's right there. He's just very small.
If seeking the truth requires us to stand on opposite sides of the courtroom, then so be it. I expect you to defend Miss Cantabella with everything you've got, Mr. Wright.
Yeah. He knows what he's doing. Court is now back in session. Are you prepared, High Inquisitor? Oh, Kira's still up there. So long as I remain on the witness stand, I am no longer High Inquisitor. Simply Darklaw will suffice. Miss Darklaw, I'd like to confirm something. A moment ago, we established that you were, in fact, present at the bell tower during the time of the incident. That makes a total of 3 people at the scene. How did I know? 3 is the best number. It would appear that was the case. However, you managed to stay hidden from 10 different guards. With the help of this right here. The robe of invisibility. In other words, there is every reason to be suspicious of your actions tonight. Also, if she was the one that attacked Kira, then that means she can see the invisibility cloak. Which again, yeah. So I guess I was quite a bit ahead in being like, look, the robe. While I cannot believe you would deceive us in such a way, I ask you tell the court what happened at the time of the incident. Not like this versus Layton adventure. Now that's a that is exactly what's happening in the game right now. Yeah, that is the perfect plot summary of where we're at. Yeah. That sums it up very well. Witness testimony. Okay, real quick. Someone earlier was like, I posted a meme, and I need to look at memes. That's maybe more important than whatever's happening in the video game, right? Lane versus Wright, mild spoilers from tonight's stream. There you go. There you go. There it fucking is. There it is. Hold on. Wait. Gotta wait for it to loop. There it is. She's got the... Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go?
Fuck. It's perfect. It's fucking perfect. Someone earlier said raccoon, fucking cotton candy done it before, and it's so perfect. Did I see Layton CQC? I don't think so. Anyway, what happened tonight? We gotta go. Big raccoon energy. Layton versus Phoenix, we're going by the game title, true. But if you're Layton's on the right, and Phoenix is on the left, right? It's fine. The town square was to be the parade's final stop. I patrolled the perimeter to ensure nothing was amiss. He learns not to wash the cotton candy and eats a chunk of it later. The good ending. So by that comparison, then Maya would learn not to wash the clothing and simply eat it. Also the best ending. As I passed by the bell tower, a pair of small footprints leading inside caught my eye. I went inside to investigate. Who's on trial now? She's on trial now, yeah. So we determined that she is the person that attacked Kira. So we were supposed to figure out what Espella was doing at the top of the bell tower, and now we have two different people that were like, what were you doing at the top of the bell? Things are already becoming a bit of a mess. Thanks for the hydrate. So Kira snuck up to the top of the bell tower, and Darkla's saying, oh, I saw she was up there and apprehended her. I'm the good guy, you see. I had my own reasons for not allowing any one of those vigilantes to see me. But how did you avoid being seen still? I climbed the stairs up the bell tower and saw an intruder inside with their back turned. I proceeded to apprehend them. Did you leave footprints, madam? Thank you for the soup. I have a lot of questions about... You apprehended the intruder? While I hold the position of High Inquisitor, there are often times when I must partake in various secret tasks unbeknownst to the citizens of Labyrinthia. How did you see her? One of those tasks being ensuring the security of the storyteller. Security? As such, there is nothing odd nor suspicious about my actions tonight. Oh, well, if she said that, then... Well, that exonerates her fully. Thank you for the 95 bits. This is a special theme for Layton. Used only when he assumes the role of Last Inquisitor. Thus making Layton's theme a prosecutor theme. That's bonkers. I see. Defender, you may now begin your interrogation. Still not used to seeing Layton standing on his own over there. I do think that... And then you got art of him and the blade. That shit goes hard. I think that Luke is standing next to him. I think we'll have a wide shot where we do see a couple blue pixels there. We'll get confirmation that he's standing there, just not tall enough. What happened tonight? The Gongo Sword. The town square was to be the parade's final stop. I patrolled the perimeter to ensure nothing was amiss.
Hold it!
Nothing was amiss. You mean there was no immediate threat to the storyteller, right? Now you tell me, Defender. Surely you remember the final part of the story. Do you have any thoughts?
Hang on!
Is something wrong, Miss Kira? Guess not. Witness? Oh, yes! She really doesn't remember her name. You looked like you wanted to say something. Did something in High Inquisitor Darklaw's testimony strike you as odd? Her name works on two levels because she's got a dark claw, but also she's representing the dark law of the land. And hey, where are you going? Me when I talk about anything. No, I'm sorry. I wasn't really listening. Seems pretty scared. She must be intimidated by Darklaw. Ma'am? Lady Darklaw, please continue your testimony.
Hold it!
Nothing was amiss. No immediate threat. Now you tell me you remember the final part of the story? She must mean the part about the storyteller's death. There is little possibility of changing the outcome of what has already been written in the story. However, there are still those who would challenge the story and make an attempt at changing the inevitable. That is what I too think. What's up, Maya? Did you notice something? I want Borgor. You could say that. It's just look at Kira. She's been looking down the dump since the start. Right, Kira. I honestly forgot she was still there. Not only that, she looks sort of scared too. You're right. We can't afford to forget about her.
I wonder if Kira's anything else she could tell us. I've got to remember to question her the second I see an opening. Where is Luke? He's there. He just needs an apple crate to stand on. As I passed by the bell tower, a pair of small footprints leading inside caught my eye. I went inside to investigate.
Hold it!
Those must have been Miss Kira's footsteps from where she snuck in the bell tower, right? Indeed. The ground outside was quite muddy after the rain, so her footprints were easily visible. Right. According to the vigilante's testimony, don't bring them back. No! They thought the footprints looked like Foxy's, but it turned out they weren't hers. Oh my god. One must imagine a Luke pleased in their mind. That's right, her footprints would have contained a mark where her stiletto had been. But the footprints I saw at the bell tower contained no heel mark at all. And you stepped inside those footprints on your way up the stairs so as not to leave your own and risk being detected, correct? Exactly. I swallowed some invisible ink. I'm at the hospital waiting to be seen. Stop. At the time, my main task was to ensure the safety of the town square. In doing so, it was of the utmost importance that no one knew of my presence there. Had the townspeople noticed your presence there, it would undoubtedly have raised some suspicion. Indeed. So naturally, that is why I did not wish to be noticed by the vigilantes. Therefore, it was imperative that I mask any traces of my being there, even if it meant utilizing another's footprints. Katie! Raid Musage. Thank you for the raid, Katie. How was Yakuza? I saw Katie was streaming Yakuza 0. Hope she's enjoying it. I don't know if she just started today. Hi! Did you start it today? Have you been playing it? I love it! Hell yeah. Thanks for the raid. Everything's on fire here, figuratively and literally. Welcome. It's, I can't get you caught up. There's too many things spinning. There's a lot of spinning plates. Welcome. Non off on my lips. Also, happy belated birthday, Onsley. I hope you had a good birthday. And thanks for hanging out. We're just, we're questioning Lady. It's true. A clever tactic worthy of the High Inquisitor herself. Is there anything off about her testimony just now? There's something very wrong. I don't know what it is, but, you know, probably. Miss Darklaw. I'm crusty. Let's go. I've only cracked open Yakuza Kiwami for a few hours. Never played the whole thing. I'm excited. Nice. Yakuza 0 is the first and so far only Yakuza I played, and it was a very good time. Hell yeah. Going back to the plushies. Oh, you hit the goal for the plushies? Nice. I just noticed something to your testimony that's very relevant to the case. The defense requests you amend your testimony. You just can't help letting that ridiculous imagination of yours run wild, can you? The Inquisition has no objections. Things I never expected to hear Layton say. Spin-off or otherwise. Okay. Well. Jesus Christ. Remember when I said I can't explain what's happening right now? Yeah, there you go. Very well. The witness will amend her testimony. No one expects the Layton Inquisition. Is Layton okay? No. He's very much not. There was no heel on the footprints, so as I ascended the stairs, I was careful to match my footsteps to them as far as possible.
Hold it!
Miss Darklaw, what was your reason for going up into the bell tower alone? It is as I said earlier, I was in the town square to make sure the area was secure. Okay, but surely you had some inkling that Bizella might have been lurking around there somewhere, right? Wouldn't it have been a lot better if you went into the bell tower with some backup from the vigilantes? They seemed so competent. Defender, you witnessed the summoning of the fire dragon with your own eyes, did you not? 10 more people at my side against the powers such as that would only mean 10 more lives lost. She's got a point there. And besides, even if those 10 had been with me, their combined strength is nary that of even Barnum's annoying mutt. You talking shit on Constantine, Darklaw? I don't care. Into the fire. Witch, not a witch. Guilty. I don't give. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of my video game. You talking shit on the tiny dog? Get out of here. No objections here. No, you gotta object to that. Say, Nick. She's a cat person, but don't About Darklaw's testimony. I think I know something kind of fishy. Yeah, me too. It'd probably be a good idea to give the court record another check just in case. What happened to Maya? She was thrown into fire. We proved she's not a witch, but she ended up getting tossed into the flames anyway, but she survived. But if she's like, hey everyone, they'll be like, what? How are you alive? So she's wearing a disguise. However, standing next to Darklot right there is Kira, who also was thrown into the fire and also is alive. So at this point, Maya really doesn't need to be wearing a disguise anymore, but it's a whole thing. I had my own reasons for not allowing any of the vigilantes to see me.
Hold it!
She stole Barnum's helmet. And also Layton is here. And what are those reasons? They relate to protecting the storyteller. It was something I was to carry out at that particular time. And when Layton shows up, she wasn't wearing the disguise. You're right, she wasn't. You're absolutely right. I wonder if they decided that later in development. They're like, wait, that's a bit of a plot hole. Huh, interesting. Did it perhaps have something to do with what was already decided upon in the story? The storyteller's word is absolute. Therefore, any and all those who make an attempt to alter his will must be dealt with immediately. How you doing, Kira? She's fine. But there's absolutely no way you would have been able to disappear from sight, not unless you either used magic or were wearing this robe. The night is still young, Defender. You ought to save the theatrics for later. Huh? There was indeed a very simple way that I was able to sneak into the bell tower. A simple way? Like what? Come now, must I really spell it out for you? You're the third person we have to explain entering the tower. Yeah, I think I'm out of ideas. What is that? I used this. Magic flute? What is this? This is the whistle used by the guardsmen to warn of danger. Okay, it's not magic. Jesus Christ. The second any guard hears this whistle, they immediately head out to investigate the trouble. Vigilantes included. Oh, warp whistle. How come none of the vigilantes mentioned a whistle? With a simple blow of this whistle, those guards took off from their post. Why didn't they mention that in their testimony? And then the second they were distracted, you crept into the bell tower undetected. She's got a kazoo, Your Honor. All I needed was a small break in their perimeter to sneak in. It was so easy, even a person of your caliber could do it. I see. Then surely there was absolutely no need for this robe, correct? Indeed, my lord. But you could see Kira wearing the robe, so... You're from the woods. Anyway.
Hold it!
Go back. There's so many MacGuffins. We are juggling like 18 MacGuffins right now. Says we're in absolute. Any and all those make an attempt at Alder's will must be dealt with immediately. Well, you got any thoughts, Liam? She used the employee's only entrance. Yeah. The vigilantes are like, we put up a velvet rope. You're not allowed to step over a velvet rope. And then Darklaw's like, I stepped over the velvet rope. Vigilantes in shambles. I really wish it cut to the peanut gallery and there's just a pile of them. They're like, what? Excuse me, Miss Kira. Witness. Ah, yes. Figures she doesn't remember her name. You seem to be deep in thought about something. Did you remember anything regarding the High Inquisitor's testimony? No, I'm sorry. Nothing in particular. It's just... I'm a little disappointed in myself. Disappointed? Disappointed? I've traveled all the way here to Labyrinthia in order to fulfill my mission, but all I managed to do was fail and end up being captured. Regardless of your own failure, Miss Kira, the storyteller did die as was foretold, did he not? So, good job. Tonight, as the rain came pouring down over the town, I arrived at my determined location. Naturally, the bell tower was surrounded by guards on patrol. 10 to be exact. I was very nervous. She must be talking about the vigilantes. Just relax, you'll be fine so long as you're wearing this robe, I kept telling myself. Little did I know, I was wrong. But none of this would have happened if I was just a little bit more careful. Enough! I would be thinking more about atoning for your past crimes and less about what could have been if I were you. I graduated cool age today and must adult. Thank you, my IQ, for 43 months. Congrats! That's very exciting. Good going. Is there anything wrong with Kira's testimony? There's something odd. There's always something odd with every bit of testimony. Hold on 1 second. About your testimony, Miss Kira. You were thinking to yourself that so long as you had your robe on, you would be fine. Yes, that's right, I was. So basically, you were wearing the robe the whole time you were on the top floor of the bell tower, is that correct? Yes, I had it on the entire time. That is, until I was attacked. Then my robe was ripped off by the wind. Miss Kira, this is the first time we've heard any mention of this information. Is that so? I think I might have just forgotten. Your Honor, perhaps we should update this piece of evidence in the court record. Right you are. Was visible the residence, yeah. Updated invisible robe report. Oh, I'm done cooking. Now it's on the back burner. Lady Darklaw, please continue your testimony. Shit. Fucking goddamn shit. Are you good, Darklaw? Fine. I climbed up the stairs of the bell tower and saw an intruder inside with their back turned. I proceeded to apprehend them. Oh, you saw them? With your peepers? That were peeping? An invisible cloak? Hold it! Curious that, isn't it? Do you think it could have been the Great Witch Bazilla? I mean, the thought must have crossed your mind. Surely you anticipated some sort of resistance. While I hate to admit this, I allowed myself to act rashly without first considering the circumstances. So, the second I noticed their presence, I took action. Never did I imagine the intruder would have as much strength as they did. Perhaps I should have gathered more forces to accompany me. However, at the time, I was not thinking straight. I assumed any additional help would not be necessary. But Lady Darklaw, through your quick thinking and judgment, you still managed to successfully catch the suspect. Unfortunately, milord, 'twas nothing more than pure luck. Exceptional results can only be obtained through exceptional thinking. Don't you think? Why are you looking at me when you say that? You thinking the thoughts? Looks like it's all we're getting out of her for now. You know, if Darklaw was just going to the bell tower to arrest some intruder, then I wonder why she didn't just come out and say that to begin with. You know what's also weird? Is that she climbed the bell tower and then stepped on Kira's footsteps to mask her presence. And then are we to assume she walked back down the stairs backwards again on her footsteps, and then a spell went up then herself after all of that? We're not talking about Foxy. And then also stepped on those same footsteps? That's a lot of footsteps going back and forth that all resulted in rather clean-looking footprints. Can we talk about Foxy? We can always talk about Foxy. That just doesn't seem... That's a lot of stepping on the same steps over and over again in a quite limited period of time. Also, yeah, everyone should be freaking about Layton not being a gold statue, and they're like, oh, there he is. You're right. No time for that right now. Why'd you come out and say that to begin with? I don't know. You're saying step too much. Never enough. Simple. That information was on a strictly need-to-know basis. Need-to-know basis, huh? That sort of secrecy is pretty common, but usually they gotta have a reason for not disclosing the information to begin with. Darklaw was hiding this information for a reason. That's why we need to find out exactly what she was doing in that tower. Got to get her to tell us. Hey, Nick, is it me or do you feel like we're being watched? Imagine looking across a room and then just seeing two dots staring at you. Just a line face. Yeah, tell me about it. I wonder what's up with the professor. Something must have happened. There's no way he'd turn on us like this. The professor's been very quiet so far. But surely, he must have noticed there's something that just doesn't add up with Darklaw's testimony. Anyway, there's bound to be something in his testimony that we can use. We just have to make sure we comb this thing from top to bottom for any contradictions. That's right. Town squares. I'm gonna save real quick. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, he's just taking a nap back there. He's had a long day. Investigate. I mean, it seems like the invisibility cloak is the most obvious thing to press on, rather than being like, "What? Foot's." Seen climb stairs and saw untrue with their back turned and seriously apprehend them. Oh, isn't that interesting, huh? Roll objection.
Objection!
So, the person you saw when you entered the bell tower was actually Miss Kira. The only problem with that is that it would have been impossible. What are you talking about, Defender? Miss Kira, or should I say, the witness, stated that while she was waiting on the upper floor of the tower, she was wearing her invisibility robe. Press something wrong? Oh. Wouldn't I have taken damage for it? I guess maybe not. Should I load my save? I could just load a save real quick. Therefore, there's no way Miss Darklaw would have been able to see the witness. And do it later, I guess. You're quite right. Anyone wearing this robe becomes invisible. Right, but there's just one particular group that can see anyone dressed in this robe. And who is that exactly? I was playing Angry Birds on my phone. Only residents of the Eldritch Woods are able to see the robe. If you're from the Eldritch Woods, then you'll have absolutely no problem seeing this thing.
Objection.
So, what you're saying, Mr. Wright, is that Miss Darklaw here actually hails from the Eldritch Woods. Is that correct? And that she knew this girl prior to tonight. That's right, Professor. What is this? Nah, don't worry about it, Wire Mouse. A most impressive display, Mr. Wright. However, there is one detail that you appear to have overlooked. Something I overlooked? You say Miss Darklaw saw something she should not have been able to see. However, the truth is that there is one other possibility as to what occurred tonight. Take a look at this chessboard. We don't have time, Professor. Damn. Did he just say what I think he said? It's rather easy to work out. Quite simply, the witness was not wearing the robe in the first place. What are you talking about, Inquisitor? This witness has proven her memory of tonight's events to be quite unreliable. I believe that by the time she climbed the bell tower, she had, in fact, already removed her robe. What? 'Tis as you say, Inquisitor. What? But we found the robe at the top. As you can see, Defender, your assertion is mere speculation at best. Your little witness here has been lying to the court the entire time. It's as simple as that. She lied, easy peasy. This reminds me of a puzzle.
Objection!
1 second, the witness was quite clear with her testimony. Isn't that right, Miss Kira? I'm not sure. What? I mean, my memory is a little fuzzy. Yeah, chloroform would do that. We're getting gaslit by Layton. It would appear there's nothing more to be gained from this line of questioning. Your Honor, I suggest we return to the cross-examination. A fine idea, Inquisitor. Well then, Lady Darklaw, will you please continue with your testimony? As you wish. No matter how you slice it, Kira looks like she's definitely hiding something. If only there was some way of getting her to talk, huh, Nick? No matter what Kira says, Darklaw just stays cool and brushes it off. Yeah, this isn't gonna be easy, that's for sure. That's why we really need to set our sights on Darklaw. If we keep doing that, and sooner or later, Kira's bound to speak up and say something. Whoa, Nick, that's your most dastardly devious plan yet. All right, I know there's still a clue or two in this testimony somewhere, and I'm gonna find it. I should go back and double check her previous testimony. There have to be some more contradictions. Okay. Because, yeah, the fact that there's a lot of potential issues with her story, it's like, that's the most obvious thing, and the game's like, yeah, that's the most obvious thing, but that ain't good enough. So that's interesting. I can try presenting wrong evidence now. Looks like it's all we're getting out of her for now. If she's just going to the bell tower to arrest some intruder, I wonder why she didn't just come out and say that to begin with. Need to know. Yeah. Delightfully devilish, right? Delightfully devilish, Phoenix. Is there a version of steamed hams? That's Phoenix, right? Professor Layton. Well, Phoenix, I made it to your house despite your puzzle. Ah, Professor Layton! Hope you're ready for an unforgettable courthouse. A trial, but I thought you said we were having puzzles. It writes itself. Town square has to be the praise. Final stop and patrol the perimeter, ensure nothing is amiss. Small footprints. Yeah, I want to press her on the footprints. But what if I press something wrong as a joke?
Objection!
At this time of trial, that contradicts this piece of evidence. I have no idea how, and here's your penalty. Professor, I could really use a hand. Regrettably, Mr. Wright, I cannot oblige your request. Layton shaking his head no at you is a devastating feeling. Why not? A gentleman must play the game fair and square, would you not agree? Apparently gentlemen make for pretty cold-hearted prosecutors. I am, after all, a gentleman. I did not pick the path of being a gentleman. It is a path I must walk, regrettably, no matter the consequences. What does that even mean? I don't know. I don't know why this is so... This goes hard. Every time you get a puzzle, it's withering, and it chips away at your soul. No hard feelings, kid. Nothing personnel. Defender. Damn. Layton leaving me in the street to bleed out. You'll have to solve this puzzle yourself. I am a gentleman. Well, I'm gonna load my save, but that was probably worth it. That was worth the damage. You must play the game. What if I simply cheat and load a previous save? A path he forces Luke to walk down. No! Remember how the professor was supposed to show up with decisive evidence? Well, nope. He's actually now an inquisitor. We had Darklaw on the ropes. I mean, we totally drop-kicked your argument into space. We just needed a bit more. But then the professor burst in saying that he would be able to prove a spell is really the Great Witch. There's no way we can give up now, but what do you do when you're up against someone like the professor? This is why I wish Maya had a bigger presence in the story, because her writing is so... I love the way the localizers translate what I'm sure is her amazing original Japanese text, but it's so good. She's great. What is the least amount of sutures one can use to patch this wound quickly? The answer will not be 3. No! Come back here! There's no heel in the footprints, so there's a stairs. I was careful not to mention as far as possible. Could I just present the footprints on this? Because that is one of the things I was suspicious of.
Objection!
Okay, good. What I have here is a sketch of the footprints left at the bell tower. Just stab me, Layton. God. So tell me, Miss Darklaw, are these your footprints in this sketch? It would appear so. We already had testimony that... No, she said that before you asked, they're a perfect match to Espella's shoes. She said that at the start of this trial. So what do you... I would never mean to offend the hard work of Labyrinthia's vigilantes, but tonight's task was mine and mine alone. Okay. When you put it that way, it smells like bullshit. What did you say? It smells of bullshit, Your Honor. Miss Darklaw, you stated the following. When you climbed the stairs, the footprints had no heel, so you tried to match your footsteps to them as far as possible. However, if you look at the actual footprints that were left behind, you can clearly see that not only is the heel present, but so is the entire foot. If you were trying so hard to step on the footprints already there, then the footprints in this sketch shouldn't have heel marks. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I think Darklaw might have some ulterior motives. since the very first time we met her, in, like, the prologue, even, back in London. That is very true, although I do not think such a small detail is of much importance in the long run. I agree, it's a small detail, Your Honor. But that's not all I noticed. There was something very telling about Miss Darklaw's testimony. Telling, you say? She stated that she stepped onto the footprints that were already at the scene in order to disguise her presence. Now, there's something strange there. Specifically, why were these footprints left at the crime scene in the first place?
Objection.
What are you objecting? Mr. Wright. What now, Professor? Yes, Professor? Tell me, can you show the court why this seemingly minor detail is odd? If you didn't interrupt me, I was gonna. I can't exactly do that at the moment. Why? Who can say whether or not these footprints are indeed worthy of concern? And if it is an issue, then what exactly are the implications? That, above all, is what you must answer, Mr. Wright. I do not believe you can assert that this is a blatant contradiction at this time. Get his ass, Professor! Quiet. Ah, there he goes again, flexing that amazing brain of his. What is it, Miss Kira? This music cutout only to be replaced by the same song again. Oh, it's nothing, really. What the heck was that about? What the heck? It looked like Kira definitely had something she wanted to say just now. It would appear the witness has nothing to add. Lady Darklaw, will you please continue with your testimony? Of course. Anyway, Darklaw shouldn't be able to explain her way out of trouble much longer. There's gotta be something more of those footprints, but what? Something more than just pressing them there? So it seems like I'm supposed to be calling her out on all of her bullshit, and each time Layton says no, but each time Kira gets closer to speaking up about something? I have no reason for not wanting the vigilante. What was her reason for that? Yeah, remind me? Related to protecting the storyteller is something I was carried out at the particular time. Because something to do with those starting one story. The storyteller's word is absolute, therefore, any and all those who make an attempt to alter his will must be dealt with immediately. And she had thoughts about it, but was like, yeah, never mind. There's absolutely no way you would have been able to disappear from sight unless you used magic or wearing his robe. She used the whistle. This is a very similar way. And then say they're distracted because of the bell tower. Okay. There's no need for this robe. Indeed. So I had problems with how did she see Kira? What's the deal with the footprints? What else is a problem with everything? Why did you have the pendant on you? Is that a thing I can ask about? I don't feel strongly that that would work, but I'm running out of things where I was like, that's obviously wrong. Professor's been quiet. He's probably doing some puzzles in his brain. He's got puzzles in his mind palace. Yeah, right. Alright then. Because it's not a true, they're back to NPC to apprehend them. Yeah, pendant.
Objection!
Wait, was this what I did earlier when I was wrong? Was specifically the pendant on this line? I knew I threw out the pendant to something. Let that be a lesson, defender. The defense taking more care in raising objections henceforth or else. The judge's gavel has something to do with that or else. Great. We said apprehend them.
Hold it!
Oops. Yeah. I'm gonna load my... I mean, I guess I don't need to worry about it too much with 3 HP left, but... I just don't want to wind up in a situation where I only have 1 fuck-up left. Because I might need a fuck-up at a crucial moment when it's really annoying for me to do so. And then chat will be like, why? I'll be like, because it was fun. What else we got? But the pick rats. I don't give a fuck about pick rats. Contraption. I might need to use a hint coin. That's just the price when I pose every mixture in this. That's my bit tower. I also don't know what else I could do with the footprints. First one, we're just gonna investigate. There's no heel in the footprints. Some of them. I mean, yeah, it's never been a concern about running out. It's just like I don't like relying on the hints the moment I get stuck. I still want to try and figure it out, but there's no heel in the footprints I sent upstairs. Yeah, I already tried that. Is there anything different with pressing now that we've already brought up evidence? What was the reason for going alone? I was in the town square to make sure the area was secure. Sure, you must have some inkling bad might have been around. We went better, we got it back up. This seems to be the same. And she's mean to Constantine. It's like, look at the court record again. Is there anything else with that? Ah, fuck it. Fuck it. On this. Really? So I was right. So there's something about her apprehending that I need to present something other than... What? Well, it's not the robe. We already did that. And that's when Layton was like, nuh-uh. She already took off the robe by that time. So... It's either the bell tower or the footprints? Why would either of these be a contradiction? I climbed the stairs up the bell tower and saw an intruder inside with their back turned. I proceeded to apprehend them. Like, that seems fine with the way stairs work. What am I missing? Their back was turned. You followed someone up. You walked on their footsteps. You saw someone with their back turned. Is it something with... I'm gonna press again. It's something, it must be something that she says in here. They don't even really talk about that. I hate to admit this. I let myself to act rashly without first considering the circumstances. The second I noticed their presence, I took action. Never did I imagine the intruder would have as much strength as they did. I should have gathered more forces to accompany me. At the time I was not thinking straight. I assumed additional help would not be necessary. Lady Darklaw, through your quick thinking and judgment, you still managed to successfully catch the suspect. That was luck. Don't you think about thinking with thoughts? I don't... I even used a hint and I'm still like, huh? What am I missing? There's gotta be something obvious I'm not thinking about here. I mean, I could just flip a coin, but it feels bad. Yeah. I can't present a profile. It has to be one of these. It better not be present the robe a second time, because I will actually be mad if that's the case. Because we presented the robe on this, and Layton said no. That's explainable. If I can present it a second time and be like, but it was where the crime happened. We don't have a lot of stuff. I really don't have anything. Ah, shit. Okay, it's either present the robe a second time and try to explain why Layton was wrong, that she couldn't have taken it off earlier. First of all, why would she have? Second of all, that it was found later. Think it updated the description. Visible only at Elwich residence. Wasn't that? But that wasn't even the point. Layton entirely dismissed it. He was like, it doesn't matter whether or not she can see it. She took it off earlier. She didn't have it. Good luck with that. You know. It still says when she was attacked. Right. But Layton didn't give a fuck. So maybe it's that again, and I'll be mad about it. Bell Tower plan. I don't see any possible reason why this would be a contradiction. I climbed the stairs up, saw an intruder inside with their back turned. I proceeded to apprehend them. Yeah, same with the footprints. We already talked about the footprints, and Lane was like, no. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna do it again.
Objection!
The person you saw when you entered the bell tower was actually Miss Kira. That would have been impossible. This is the same. What are you talking about? She stated while she was waiting on the upper floor of the tower, she was wearing her invisibility robe. Therefore, there's no way she would have been able to see the witness. Anyone wearing this robe becomes invisible. Right? But there's just one particular group that can't see anyone dressed in this robe. They did the robe presentation before the reload? Did I? I thought I saved after. Only residents of the Elder Witch are able to see the robe. If you
Objection.
Mr. Darklight actually hails from the Elder Witch, is that correct? Because once I fucked up, I immediately reloaded the save, which was before that. I don't know. Anyway, she knew the girl prior to night. That's right. Maybe saving and reloading, I fucked something up. Maybe. Most impressive display, however, there's one detail you overlooked. No possibility. It's ready to work out. This was not wearing the robe in the first place. They took it off. Her memory in it. 'Tis as you say. Oh, so that's where you're saying that doing this updates the description. Did it update it? But it wasn't updated? So something? Doesn't load to exactly when you save. Right. I guess I misinterpreted what had happened. I switched from the cross-examination. Fine idea. Continue with your testimony. Yeah, I don't think anything there's no... It doesn't get updated from doing that. This isn't gonna be easy, that's for sure. That's why we're gonna set sights on Darklaw, and then Kira will say something. Okay. So I'm just not gonna load. But now what else could... Okay, well that's all we're getting out of her for now. Maybe Kira will start reacting. I can just throw out another hint coin, I guess. It's almost Christmas. It's not Christmas yet. It's kind of annoying whenever it's a really long conversation in between. Fuck it, we're using hint coins. Present on the footprints. Did it just not save anything that I'd done? Is that why I'm so confused? Present the feats.
Objection!
Sketch of footprints. Okay. Guess not. That's annoying, but okay. Alright, there's mine. Okay. Just making sure that nothing's different. So I was stuck thinking, what's the third thing I need to do? Maybe there still is a third thing, but at least the two things I had done weren't saved as I did them. Nuh-uh. What do you mean, nuh-uh? I mean, nuh-uh. Oh. There he goes again with his brain and his problem solving. Lady Darklaw, how could you? Oh, there it is. How could you simply abandon us? How could you betray us? So you only have to do the two. Okay, my bad. Hey, that's what I get for being a coward and loading whenever I fuck up, even intentionally. Betray? What is the meaning of this? Lady Darklaw, you are the mistress of the Eldritch Woods. You are the one responsible for handing us our tasks. What? This wretched girl is nothing more than a detestable spawn of magic. Her words cannot be taken seriously. I thought you said she can't use magic. People of Labyrinthia, I ask you, what am I, if not a loyal daughter of this fair town? Storyteller daughter? Question mark? No! You're lying, Lady Darklaw! When I was waiting up there at the top of the bell tower, I was most certainly wearing that robe. Lady Darklaw, you were also wearing a similar robe, were you not? Don't you remember? What nonsense. I haven't a clue what you're babbling about. I simply managed to sneak right by those makeshift guards. 'Twas not the most demanding of tasks for someone like me. Yes, you're right. that would be true if you'd been sneaking around by yourself. There were 4 people in the tower. By yourself. Witness, explain. Enough. I mean, presumably it was brainwash the speller, but listen to me and listen well. Continue as you are, and I will see to it that this court be the last place in which you ever set foot. It matters not. The end is already nigh. After the events of today, I shouldn't even be here right now. Miss Kira, you're saying that Miss Darklaw was not by herself at the time of the incident tonight? That's right. Lady Darklaw was wearing the invisibility robe, and underneath that robe was a young girl passed out on her back. What? A girl? Could that be? Yes. It was the very same girl imprisoned inside that cage up there. You mean Espella Cantabella? She was Eepy before she committed her horrendous crimes. Case closed. Order! So, the accused was carried up the bell tower? My lord, there is nothing left for me to say. 'Tis the word of the High Inquisitor versus that of a witch. Hello, Sonny! Sonny Alisart, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We're very deep into this video game. So, for 1, spoilers. For 2, I have no way to get you caught up to speed. Welcome. Hope you had a good stream. Tell me, who would you sooner believe?
Objection.
Nuh-uh. Miss Darklaw, you of all people should be aware that this isn't a matter of believing or not believing. I'm afraid those are words that carry no meaning here. The only thing that carries any meaning here within the courtroom is evidence. Don't you agree, Mr. Wright? Magic is real, logic is fake. Absolutely, Professor. Well, now, things are beginning to heat up a little, are they not? Fine, tell me, Defender, have you the means to prove this assertion? Do you actually think you can prove that I, the High Inquisitor of Labyrinthia, carried the accused into the bell tower? From the looks of it, Miss Kira was supposed to keep quiet about Darklaw's little secret, but she couldn't deal with all of Darklaw's denials and finally found the guts to chime in. Missed the sword fight? Yeah, that was last stream. I can't let Kira's effort go to waste. I don't care what stands in my way. I'm gonna find the truth. Your Honor, the defense wishes to present evidence proving that Ms. Darklaw did, in fact, carry my client up the tower. What are you doing? I'm just saving real quick. Why? Well, you know, I'm real confident in my ability to prove this. Very well, Defender. You may present your evidence. Show us the evidence that proves Lady Darklaw carried the accused up the bell tower. I'm thinking the footprints again, because if she was just trying to tiptoe in the same spot as Kira, then she would use just the balls of her feet, right? But if you're carrying a heavier load, you're gonna be using your whole foot, planting the whole foot. And so that explains why it's a full footprint and not just the little tiptoe. It was Jesus carried her! Shoots-Gumi loves the footprints evidence, but he just likes physical evidence. And that only comes in so many different forms that aren't just like blood. Was Chad in the club? Yeah, Chad's. So I'm gonna try that, because that's what makes sense to me.
Take that!
That sounds logical, not magical. Magic shoes, Your Honor. They increase carrying capacity by 10%. Show me the balls, true. There was something in your testimony just now that I'm not buying. And that's the footprints that were left at the bell tower. Did I not just finish admitting that those were my footprints? I hate that we haven't called out the fact that at the start of the trial, she was like, we, the Inquisitors, confirmed that those footprints match Espella Cantabella's. Like, why are we not making a bigger deal out of that? Miss Darklaw, you stated the following. There was no heel on the footprints, so I ascended the stairs. I was careful to match my footsteps to them as far as possible. However, the reality is, the footprints pictured in the sketch actually do contain a heel. Those footprints are a clock. That means something must have prevented you from being able to tiptoe along the footprints that were already there. Prevented? What do you mean? That's right, Your Honor. Miss Darklaw, when you climbed up the bell tower tonight, you must have been carrying Miss Cantabella on your back, is that correct? If you remember, it rained quite heavily tonight. That means the stairs must have been quite slippery. With your two hands occupied carrying my client, there would be no safe way for you to tiptoe up the stairs without falling. That right there is the truth behind the footprints on the staircase. Lady Darklaw, you! Fine, I admit it. Yes. It is as you say, I donned the robe and made my way up the tower. Thank God. Every time this kind of shit happens, it's like, it feels like a 50-50. If they're like, okay, so I did, but you can't prove this thing. Or it's the, you're forgetting something, and you're like, oh no. But I was not alone. I carried both the spell Cantabella and her little friend up the tower with me. Is she gonna point the finger at Eve and be like, Eve did it? Please, 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 please. Please, 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 please. Little friend. That black furred creature of hers. The thing is nary ever a second from her side. Come on, shoot Takumi. We already did interrogate a parrot twice. You could do this again too. It's not technically a Phoenix Wrightism, but we could do this again. Oh, she must mean Eve. Eve as in evil. You're actually right. You're actually right, though. When I arrived at the top of the tower, I saw this girl already there and called out to her. I was very shocked to see the mistress show up in person like that. The girl's presence was an inconvenience, so I immediately put her to sleep. Inconvenience to what? Believe it or not, it's just like you said, Defender. I used what remained of Belduke's medicine to put the girl out of the picture. So you're just coming clean on everything now. Or what? And that's when Miss Kira put up a fight and pulled this pendant right off your neck, correct? That's right. Luke's he's having a jam nap. I cannot fathom it. That would mean this pendant actually belongs to you, Lady Darklaw. Pendant updated. I just have one question, Miss Darklaw. Is it why? Or are you just gonna start yelling? Why? Why take Aspella up the bell tower? Why render her unconscious, and why go through the trouble of sneaking past the guards? What exactly was your aim in all of this? I am in no way obliged to answer that question, Defender. What? What makes you say that? Simple. None of this has any relevance to the case at hand. That is why.
Objection!
Yeah, thank you, Phoenix. Miss Darklaw, you rendered the witness unconscious and locked her up at the top of the bell tower. I'd say that is more than a little relevant.
Objection.
No, don't you Layton? Your Honor, if I may. The Inquisition believes the defense's question to be irrelevant to the current case. What? Professor, what are you saying? Suck my dick, Layton. It would seem the defense has forgone a very important point. God damn it. He's so polite, though. He's a gentleman. Namely, the point of this, Mr. Wright. Huh? The aim of this trial is to find the identity of the Great Witch Brazella. Whether or not Miss Darklaw locked the witness at the top of the bell tower is hardly relevant to the purpose of this trial. I mean, I'm mad because I want to know what happened, and we probably will in the end of this, but he is right. He's wrong in that, like, this might bring us closer to understanding the truth about Brazella. However, it seems like at this point that Darklaw can't use magic, which is why she used an invisibility robe. She used chloroform to knock out the girl. She can't use magic. She's not the Great Witch. So, sure, but there's still a lot of unknowns about what happened with the bell tower. And Layton knows that
the fire dragon didn't actually kill the I'm gonna shut up. Layton's like 1,000 steps ahead, but you think you're walking alongside Layton on the track, but he's already lapped you 10 times. He's just taking a break. There's one thing that's very clear. Neither Miss Darklaw nor this witness could possibly be Bezella. Right? If either one of the two were Bezella, then there would be no need for them to have used this robe of invisibility. They cannot use any magic, therefore it is inconceivable that either of them could be the Great Witch. Or it's just a hell of an alibi for the Great Witch to be like, it wasn't me, I used the robe. A rather straightforward argument, if there ever was one. At the time of the incident, there were 3 people present. Of those 3, 2 used the robe of invisibility to vanish from sight, leaving only one person, indeed, Miss Cantabella. With this in mind, the larger question is, who is Bezella? Is that not obvious? The accused, the spell of Cantabella, is the only possible answer. Besides, the accused's voice was heard by all the townspeople chanting the spell Grandworm.
Objection!
Not so fast! I happen to think these witnesses are extremely relevant to this trial. Did you forget about Miss Kira? She supposedly took a one-way trip into that pit of fire over there. And yet here she is in one piece testifying that she returned in order to kill the ruler of Labyrinthia, the storyteller. And then there's Miss Darklaw, who rendered the defendant unconscious and proceeded to transport her up the bell tower. I'd say there's more than enough reason to investigate who these two really are. Thank you, Oversabi. 71. Schmebedy-1. That's a lot. Welcome back. Thank you. Only to discover that they are not, in fact, the Great Witch Bezella. I'm saying there's a possibility that these two are somehow related to Bezella. The court will now announce its thoughts on the matter. I must say what Inquisitor Layton has stated certainly does ring true. Judge. However, Lady Darklaw, I have one question I must ask you. What exactly were you hoping to accomplish here tonight? I don't know. I forgot. I assure you, it was not my intent to deceive the good citizens of Labyrinthia. However, I must now reveal the truth to you all. What did she say? I fell asleep. You don't think Lady Darklaw is in league with the witches, do you? She can't be. She's the one who saw that other witch's demise. Lady Darklaw, are you saying that you're... That's right, my lord. I am a shade. A shade? Lady Darklaw, will you please tell the court exactly what you mean when you say shade? I'm a nobody. I'm a speller's nobody. Yes, of course, I grow weary of standing behind this bench. I will tell you all I can. What the heck is she trying to pull? Why testify about something that could potentially undermine your credibility? She's playing 4D chess on us. Shades. Shades live outside the realm of those who dwell within Labyrinthia. To them, I am known as the Great Witch. Well, I guess that confirms that she's the one in that building with all the jam on the floor, where they're stirring pots of concoctions. Those that are put to the flames in witch trials become shades who live their lives in the woods. We exist to carry out tasks given to us by our mistress, the Great Witch herself. I am not a witch, nor am I a wandering spirit. That's it? What on earth? Hi, Inquisitor Darklaw. Do you mean to say that not only are you a witch, but that you're the Great Witch? Unbelievable! Lady Darklaw is the Great Witch! The Great Witch! Doesn't that mean she's Bezella? That's right! Lady Darklaw is Bezella! Shut the fuck up, everyone! I do hope you have not forgotten what we established only moments ago. It is not possible for Miss Darklaw to be Bezella. But Inquisitor Layton! Surely the testimony just now proves it! Nuh-uh. I'm afraid that in the heat of such revelations, you have all misheard the information. 'Tis pointless. This is the extent of what the people of this town will believe.
I believe the truth will become clear during our cross-examination. Don't you agree, Mr. Wright? Me? Who? Defender, you may begin your interrogation.
Which Great Witch do I shoot?
Shades. Shades live outside the realm of those who don't have been to them knows the Great Witch, yeah.
Hold it!
Great Witch? It's local slang for like it's a legend of the biggest sandwich that ever dwelled within this world. Over time, it has evolved in our lexicon from Great Sandwich to Great Witch. That is of whom they speak. That's right. However, I'm not Bazella. Yeah, you're missing a very important apostrophe there. The mistress to those who dwell in the Eldritch Woods is dubbed the Great Witch. Even if I wanted to be Bazella, I couldn't. As the ever so charming Inquisitor stated earlier, I cannot use magic. Miss Darkla, I have one question. What do you mean by live outside the realm? I mean just that, Inquisitor. We truly do live in a realm separate from this town. Now, surely one as intelligent as yourself has worked out the answer by now, no? Perhaps that remains to be seen, Miss Darkla. Regardless, 'tis something we cannot discuss with anyone. Is the Eldritch Woods actually outside of the book? Because when we took that covered wagon, when we first entered the book, we were on a road. I mean, it must be inside the book. It's in the margins? I don't know. There's something fishy with it, though, because when they came into the town in the first place, and then the gate disappeared behind them, and no one noticed, it's like, that's obviously weird. But it could be that falling through underneath where the fire is and then taking that covered wagon, again, is some also sort of, like, threshold crossing something. I don't know. Regardless, it's something we cannot discuss with anyone, but it's something that the defense should be able to prove. I mean, but from there, we were able to see the town and the tower, so I don't know. Like, they made a big deal of being like, oh, Labyrinthius, all that exists is just this one town. No one ever goes in or out or anything. And so, that seemed immediately wrong, and I'm like, what if they're right? And it actually is the case that, and then the storyteller's works only affects what happens within the city. I don't know. It's something the defense should be able to prove. That sounds like a challenge. By the way, Miss Darkla, since you're not actually a witch, why do you continue to be called that? To answer that, I must first discuss the true identity of the Shades. You give Darkla a smooch. You're the only one. No one else feels that. Those that are put to the flames and the witch trials become shades who live their lives in the woods.
Hold it!
That's like a city ordinance? Yeah, kinda. The storyteller is just an Animal Crossing mayor. So you're saying that the Kira here right now is a shade version of the Kira from before? Wait, actually is a different what? Indeed, Defender. The girl has no recollection of her life prior to living in those woods.
What manner of witchery is this? Why, this girl, Kira the flower seller, was cast straight to the flames before our very eyes.
Kingdom Hearts. All real canon Ace Attorney. Fuck. That's right, Your Honor, but as you can see, she didn't die. Maybe it's one of the big potions that they're brewing in the witch's building, in the mansion. Maybe it's a Forgore juice they give everyone who shows up. Because they violently apprehend anyone that shows up in the woods. So, it doesn't seem like they just naturally forget everything. You see, there's actually a trick to the incineration device in the witch's court.
A trick?
Once the verdict has been delivered, the court attendants move the steel cage into position, after which it seals shut. Kaboom! Then, the cage is dropped down into a pit of fire. The bottom of the cage then opens, allowing the witch inside to escape unharmed into an underground passage.
If what you're saying is true, Defender, then I haven't killed any witches? The boys of the club will never stop making fun of me for this. What of this town's witch-purging history? What has been the purpose of all of this?
You and the knights have indeed been ridding Labyrinthia of witches. However, nary a single life has been taken in the process. That is the reality.
Storyteller, why? But you cannot truly expect me to believe such a ridiculous notion.
Your Honor, it's true! Take a good hard look. It doesn't get any more alive than this. She starts Fortnite dancing.
It's you!
A witch, burn her! Instantly throw in the fire. Aya May! Yeah, you got it. That's her name. Well, it's actually Maya Fey. Your forgetfulness. What the heck are you doing? Everyone's gonna recognize you. Yeah, but seeing is believing, Nick. Now they have to believe you. Do you see? Are you satisfied? All those found guilty in the witch trials lose their names, magic, and memory. They are then sent to spend their lives as shades in the Eldritch Woods. And the mistress of those shades is the Great Witch. As you can see, this girl, too, has become a shade.
I have no more words to express my utter disbelief at this situation.
That's enough. Shall we return to the testimony? Why do I have the feeling things are gonna get a lot worse? Me clicking start stream. We exist to carry a task given us by our mistress, the Great Witch herself.
Hold it!
These tasks you mentioned, were you acting on them this evening? Yes, I was told to come here and become Bazella.
Wait just a moment, witness. Did you just say become Bazella?
My, how absolutely dreadful. Why would anyone be given such a terrible task? Where have these shades come from?
Order!
I'm sorry, I don't know why I was given such a task. All I can do is follow the orders I'm given. If I can do that, then I can return. What do you mean, you can return? Such is the nature of the shades. Neither human nor witch, theirs is an existence spent in the shadows. Each of the shades is given specific tasks. Then, upon successfully completing such tasks, they are allowed to return to Labyrinthia as brand new people.
But Lady Darklaw, how can they return as brand new citizens when we already know who they were? For instance, we all recognize the former flower seller standing before us.
Now that, my lord, remains a secret, but a secret you will come to understand sooner rather than later. Alright.
Simply baffling.
The one who gives us our tasks is the Great Witch. That would be you, Lady Darklaw. Oh, magnificent one. We put comical disguises on them. Like, have you seen Layton, for instance?
While this explanation is wrought with much I cannot comprehend, I request the witness add it to their testimony.
Okay. I mean, one of the first things that happened was we showed up and Phoenix and Maya are like, hello, we are bakers and have been for 5 years. So the idea of the storyteller being to manipulate everyone's memory was like immediately established. So not really surprised by that revelation. Lady Darklaw was our venerable mistress. She assigned us our tasks. She was the Great Witch. Wasn't that the... I am not a witch, nor am I a wandering spirit.
Hold it!
Is there a deeper sense of self that resides within all of us? You really don't have any recollection of your old flower-selling self, do you? I don't. When a witch becomes a shade, they lose all memory of their past life. They lose their memories, but why? And yet, you still have some grasp of the concept of magic, do you not, witness? Let me spell it out for you. Magic does not exist in the Eldritch Woods. Oh, but there are actually lots of things back in the forest that I have not seen in this town. There are things there you haven't seen here? Like really huge machines, that sort of thing. Huge machine. There's one that spits out fire with such amazing speed and then it expels these huge plumes of gray smoke. Is magic not real at all? Is there no magic? We're inside of a book, aren't we? Is this whole thing a fever dream? Alright, okay.
A machine that spits fire? Never have I heard of such a thing.
Swamp gas 2, let's go.
Are you certain that these machines of which you are speaking are not simply magic?
You know, now that you mention it, I don't think anyone from this town can actually see those of us from the forest. They can't see you? Could it be something like that robe?
How can such a thing even be possible without magic?
Urge to yell, rising. That's it for a testimony, I guess. What you thinking, Nick? No, nothing. I'm thinking there's something really weird going on with Darklaw. Really? Do tell. I mean, just listen to her testimony. She's more than willing to elaborate on some potentially incriminating information. I see your point. The one really trying to put an end to the story could be Darklaw herself. I guess, but still. Huh? Remember, Nick, we're here to save Aspella. So let's squeeze every last bit of information we can get out of Darklaw and clear Aspella's name. You know, you could be onto something. I better gather as much information as possible for the time being. Time to double press? She's outside around those with the Great Witch. But why do they call you the Great Witch? Why though? They shouldn't really answer that. Just the person that they look up to is called the Great Witch. Live outside the realm. We live in our own separate from this town. No. Sounds like a challenge. Since you're not actually a witch, why could we call it that? Answer that, and let's discuss the true identity of the Shades. But that doesn't answer the question of why she's specifically called the Great Witch. She could be called anything. That name comes with a lot of baggage. Hold it! So you're saying that the cure here is a shade version of the cure from the night before, indeed. Go like the ocean. There's the door on the cage. Okay, yep. Going through it's a trap. We invented one of those Men in Black memory eraser strobe lights, convinced everyone that it's real. No, there's definitely memory manipulation at play. But, man, I don't know what the fuck's happening. I'm relieved to hear this. Oh. I hate how much is the same, and then it'll randomly be like, now it's new. And I'm like, I'm just mashing! I don't know if I missed other stuff that was different.
I feel I carried out my role as judge of these witch trials to the best of my ability. For that, I have no regrets.
Okay.
However, if this means that lives were actually being saved this entire time, then I do believe the secrets and deception were worth it.
Okay. He's not actually bloodthirsty, I guess.
Indeed, my lord. Miss Darklaw, you're saying that these chambers of fire have been nothing more than mere trickery, are you not?
That is correct. All those found guilty within the Witch's Court lose their name, their grasp of magic, and their memory. They are then sent to spend their lives as shades in the Eldritch Woods. And the mistress of those shades is the Great Witch. As you can see, this girl too has become a shade. So that's the same. I still gotta wrap my head around this whole situation. Shall we get back to my testimony? Judge just having one heck of a time coming to grips with all this. Also, I'm able to change who I'm looking at during testimony, but they haven't had any thoughts.
Hold it!
She was the Great Witch. Can you give us any other examples of tasks? A shade's tasks must never be discussed with others, no matter what. She says that even though she just finished telling us all about her secret task.
Incidentally, do you perhaps remember when you arrived back in town to carry out your orders?
Well, not really. My memory's still a little fuzzy. Didn't Kira only just recently become one of those shade thingies? I failed in my task tonight. Come to think of it, when Luke and I had our little run-in with Kira, I remember being blown clear across the marketplace. But I never saw any explosives or gunpowder. Maybe Kira was given the task of blowing you to smithereens, Nick. And we're done. Getting back to this testimony. I'm sure there's something here that just doesn't add up.
Objection.
Miss Darklaw, if I may interrupt for just a moment. What is it, Inquisitor Layton? Through your testimony just now, we have all come to understand the process of how one becomes a shade. However, I was hoping you could perhaps elaborate on one additional point. Namely, what exactly is the purpose behind the shades? If you wish to know our purpose, there are certain other things you must first understand. Once you've done that, the answer should be quite clear. Isn't that right, Defender? Huh? The purpose behind the shades? Rest assured, you will not get the answer from me. As the saying goes, the witch is in your court, Defender.
Who says that?
Sounds like Darklaw's challenging me to figure this out. I do wish I had a setup with my mic where I could put a bunch of reverb on it. So every time Nick had an internal monologue, I could just add a fuck ton of reverb so you can't even hear what I'm saying. Anyway, challenge accepted. There is but one true purpose for the shades that dwell within the Eldritch Woods.
Hold it!
Miss Darklaw, what is the purpose of the shades? As mistress to the shades, I cannot disclose the purpose of their existence. Well then, since Miss Darklaw is unable to tell us herself, it seems we must rely on evidence instead. Evidence, huh? I do believe the shades could have something to do with that which exists in this town, but ought not to. Something that exists, but shouldn't? We're just joking, no. There's no punchline to that. I'm just saying it's something I could use and it would be silly. Well, Defender, are you prepared to present evidence? Yeah! 100%. Exists, but shouldn't? The fuck are you talking about? Pant footprints, vigilante square belt. The bell tower? Is it the bell tower? I'm prepared, Your Honor. It's landlords! I was born ready, Your Honor. Something that exists in this town but shouldn't. I think I know what you're getting at, Professor. If my idea is right, I'll go back in time and hurt Shutakui. Defender, please present your evidence. Yes, Your Honor. The purpose of the shades could be to make sure this particular thing exists in Labyrinthia. It's gotta be the bell tower, right? Let's go.
Take that!
Well, how about this? Never mind. I meant it as in like a joking sense. Defender, just the other day you found yourself caught up in a nasty little explosion in the marketplace, did you not? Yes, that's right. Well then, the Shade's goal should be rather simple to work out. It was to rid Labyrinthia of useless time-wasting defenders in ridiculous blue outfits. Boy, that was cold-blooded. There is but one thing these shades must ensure exists in this world, Mr. Wright. There are many potential answers of which any will do. Show the court one of those answers. And perhaps it would be in your best interest not to anger the witness with an irrelevant answer for a second time, Mr. Wright. Don't give me that smug fucking smile, you son of a bitch.
Could the defense please have another chance to think this through, Your Honor?
Lady Darklaw, please give your testimony to the court one more time. Of course, my lord. What if I did anyway? I'm not gonna save and load it, it's fine. Alright, okay, fine. I get it. Beep, 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 beep. Yep, evidence. Evidence! Evidence. I like how Layton was just like, here's the answer, numbnuts. Thanks, Professor. The Grand Grimoire. Grandworm.
Take that!
Granddad!
Something that doesn't exist. I have a feeling no one is going to like the answer I'm about to give. and it'll probably end up shaking this town to its core. I'm not gonna like this answer. What about me? But I've got to tell them, the truth has to come out. Since I arrived here in Labyrinthia, I was a simple baker. There's been no shortage of really strange events. Ignace, Demir, Godor, Goldor, and now Grandworm. The mere command of magic is in itself a crime, is it not? In this town, witches are arrested and made to participate in witch trials. They are then sentenced to death by fire. But none of those witches actually died. That supposed death by fire wasn't real. And neither is magic. It doesn't really exist.
What are you saying, Defender?
The Eldritch Woods apparently contain some rather large machines, unlike anything that exists within Labyrinthia. Machines that emit fire and produce large plumes of smoke. Do they have a machine that makes a dragon go wow, whoosh, wah, and everyone sees it from multiple angles? Because that's neat. To top it all off, the citizens of Labyrinthia are not able to see said machines.
It sounds like nothing more than magic.
Well, as Arthur C. Clarke once said, that's exactly it, Your Honor. Miss Darklaw. Magic magic doesn't really exist in this town. That's the answer, isn't it?
Magic doesn't real? What utter nonsense!
They got really good fireworks. Gotcha. Like in Lord of the Rings. The game said magic doesn't real. That's very easy to crop. It seems we have finally arrived at the stunning conclusion. I mean, don't do that, because that's a big spoiler. The secret behind Labyrinthia.
What? Where? What?
I'm a bit mad about it.
Order, I say. But what is the meaning of this?
It means that all of the magic you've seen in this town was nothing more than an illusion created and put into motion by the Shades.
But Defender, the witches, we've clearly seen them use magic.
Did you now? Let us take a moment to think carefully about the systems employed by the Shades.
Systems?
What is essential in order for a witch to use magic? The witch must possess a Talia Magica and must say an incantation in order to cast a spell. And the spells able to be cast are determined by the Scepter's magic gems. Now, what do you think is the purpose of placing such requirements on the use of magic?
What do you mean, purpose?
These requirements are not there to allow the user to cast magic. Rather, the reality is they are there to inform the Shades of who should be using magic. It is possible that witches were always being closely observed by Shades. That's why they donned these robes, to appear hidden until they were needed to create magic.
Create?
Indeed. There are all kinds of spells within this tome. It would be quite troublesome if they were simply allowed to use any spell at will. Yeah, it would make the Shades' job that much more difficult, for sure. What? Precisely so. That is why it was imperative that a certain restriction be placed on the use of magic. What was the point of magic gems float? Why would that even be a detail? You're referring to the Talia Magica, right, Professor? We turned the gold into gold as a joke. Witches?
No, of course. No wonder the scepter could only contain 2 magic gems. Because 3 is too many.
Then there's the incantation. They're just like plastic eggs. What would happen if a witch could simply whisper the incantation quietly to herself?
Or not even say it at all?
Boy, that'd be so cool. I'd be casting spells all day long and no one would ever see it coming. Maya, we spent an entire trial proving that you weren't a witch, remember? If the witches didn't give some sort of signal, then there would be no way for the Shades to know when to cast the spell. Why any of this?
Right you are, Mr. Wright. The incantations were a way of telling the Shades when the witch was ready to use magic. What on earth? Never did I think these requirements could have such a purpose.
Do labyrinthines have a concept of Earth? Anyway. They're still invisible. Right. They're casting magic while being invisible. Like, now, let's think back to the previous events leading up to today that have involved magic. Our first encounter with magic was the use of the spell Ignaze a few nights ago. A spell like this was nothing more than a flame spewed from a machine being used by the Shades. That means Demir? A spell that makes the caster disappear? No doubt about it. It must have been this robe. They're like, Demir! And then they just stand still and then people walk up and they awkwardly just kind of put it on them. This non-magic robe. It's not an invisibility robe. It's just, it's like a high visibility jacket. Like a construction worker. And it's like, oh, okay, they're just working here. Never mind. Next is the incident with Goldor, the spell that transmuted me into a gold statue. While I understand this may sound a bit absurd, I can only surmise that the Shades created a gold statue in my image, took me, and left it in my place the instant the incantation was uttered. I guess they had another invisibility robe on the statue. How long were they in town before this happened? How much time did they have to make an entire gold statue of Layton? I love the art of them just propping it up. Professor, it's no more absurd than anything else that's happened so far. We can therefore conclude that all of the magic in Labyrinthia was created in a similar vein. So remember when there was a little girl, the young gray girl, who accidentally turned the goat into gold? And then Belduke had to hide the goat and take her into his care and pretend that she was a boy? Why? 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 They just happened to have a goat made of gold at the ready and were like, this will fuck up this girl's life forever. For funsies. What? I'm mad about it. What do you say to that, Miss Darklaw? They were LARPing. Yeah, just LARPing in a way that ruins lives. Lamau. I'd expect nothing less from you, Inquisitor Layton. At any given time, there were between 5 and 10 witches in town. All of the witches were accompanied by Shades at all times. It was easier than you would think. You see, the Shades living in the Eldritch Woods total in the hundreds. What? It was simply a matter of having each of the Shades operate in shifts in order to watch over each of the witches within the town.
I must say, Lady Darklaw, there is quite a number of Shades.
It was not only those who fell victim to the flames that were turned into Shades, but their victims, too, were made permanent residents of the Eldritch Woods. Then, those two shady thieves from before were turned into Shades? Ah, yes, you mean Robs and Mugs. Despite their dubious appearance, those two were a couple of my best Shades. What do you mean, were? Shady thieves turn into Shades. This stuff writes itself. Shoot Takumi firequill.gif. I cannot believe what I have heard.
However, there is still one thing I do not understand just yet.
Only one thing? And what would that be? As has just been explained, we've established that there's no possibility of magic being real. But replacing me with a gold statue to give the illusion of transmutation, for example, while it sounds simple enough, no it doesn't. Thank you for the soup. I myself, and presumably also Miss Faye, have no recollection of this replacement actually taking place. Yeah, that's right. The professor got all bling-blingy before I could even bat an eye. It begs the question, how and when was that statue created, let alone used to replace me? Can they stop time? Is the entire world a clock? That is true. The same goes for Godor. It's supposed to create a portal between two green-colored walls. Perhaps that is exactly why the spell can only work on green walls, Mr. Wright. They just chroma keyed it? Still, it'd be impossible for the Shades to get those portals ready so quickly. I agree. If we take a moment to think, we can see that all of these spells have one strange thing in common. A thing in common? Yes, indeed. Almost as if some time between the start and end of the incident was unaccounted for. Furthermore, any memory I might have had regarding the incident seems to have simply disappeared in the process. I've got it, Nick! It's just like what happened to Kira. She got absolutely no memory of her life in Labyrinthia before the trial, right? Yes, I do not remember this Kira you speak of. And, oh yeah! When you really think about it, doesn't it seem super weird how the Shades are able to return to town if they complete their tasks? They also mentioned earlier that every time there's magic that's cast, people's memory around it gets fuzzy, and that's why we had to interrogate the bird. It was because it's not a human. They're like, yeah, people that are witness to magic are always like kind of hazy around it. And now I'm extra mad about it. You're right, Maya. I mean, the townsfolk are bound to remember some things about them, right? Like how Miss Kira here threw a major hissy fit in court and was barbecued for being a witch. Eloquently put, Mr. Wright. Other than the whole barbecued portion. Hence, we cannot yet conclude that this entire illusion was primarily accomplished through the use of machinery. Simply put, there must have been some way of affecting the memories of all those within the confines of this town. Have we just been, like, fucking with everyone with chemicals, and everyone has really bad brain damage? Missing time and lost memories. Now that is interesting, Inquisitor. You are correct. There is, in fact, a secret that lies within the depths of the Eldritch Woods. Something that the people of this town cannot see. Something that can rob people of their time and memories. 'Tis the very thing that connects all of what you have heard tonight. 'Tis a secret of monumental proportions. And let me guess. 'Tis a secret that cannot be revealed by the mistress of the Eldritch Woods. Is that right? Yes. An excellent deduction, Defender.
Witches' souls wander astray within the Eldritch Woods. Until tonight, I thought this nothing but a mere fairy tale told to children. It has become clear that a seemingly large organization lies within that forest.
The Witch's Court is the border between this world and the other world. Then that means, in this world, your Labyrinthian's High Inquisitor, also being mistress to the Shades in the other world, otherwise known as the Great Witch.
May I intervene for just a moment, Mr. Wright?
Sure. In all honesty, there is still something that sticks out as a little odd. A little! Particularly in Miss Darklaw's previous testimony. Did you say the previous testimony? I'd already pushed that out of my head. There was one vital truth that we managed to take away from that testimony.
You mean that magic doesn't real? Indeed, quite the vital, albeit shocking truth.
However, there is one more truth hidden within that same testimony. A truth inside the truth. There's something else in that testimony? Must have checked the court record more times than I can count, but I didn't find a single other contradiction.
Have you forgone already, Mr. Wright?
When there is no evidence left,
we have but one more weapon at our disposal with which to uncover the truth.
Oh, hey, I've got it, Nick. Remember, in a witch trial, you can cross-examine two witnesses at the same time. Hey, that's right. I forgot. Being able to have a look at two testimonies side by side is bound to turn up a contradiction somewhere.
And that contradiction should provide us with a much-needed clue.
I'm not entirely sure what the professor's going with this, where he's going with this, but I believe in his judgment. Besides, if we're gonna blow this case wide open, it's got to be worth a shot.
Very well, we will now take a closer look at Lady Darklaw's previous testimony.
This is it, Miss Darklaw's previous testimony. There is a glaring contradiction between this piece of testimony and the others.
Ready yourself, Mr. Wright.
Okay.
Shades live outside the realm of those who dwell within Labyrinthia. To them, I am known as the Great Witch. Those that are put to the flames in the witch trials become shades, who live their lives in the woods. Lady Darklaw was our venerable mistress. She assigned us our task. She was the Great Witch. I am not a witch, nor am I a wandering spirit. There is but one true purpose for the shades that dwell within the Eldritch Woods. Shades live outside the realm of those who dwell within the Great Witch. Those are put in flames become shades who live their lives in the woods. Yeah. Lady Darklaw is our venerable mistress. She assigned us our task. She was the Great Witch. Sure. That checks out. I am not a witch, nor am I a wandering spirit. I mean, she's kind of a wandering spirit. There's but one true purpose for the shades that dwell within the Eldritch Woods. Darklaw's special touchscreen is quite good. She's very upset about it. Yeah, she did say was the Great Witch, which is also weird. I am known as the Great Witch. I guess. Is that strong enough? I mean, maybe. If it's meant to be subtle. Nothing's immediately jumping out. It's like, that's clearly it. I don't know if there's anything in here. Really. There's like, I know. I just want to think about it first. I mean, I have so many questions right now. It's not like, oh, there's one thing I'm still curious about. Like Layton, he's like, there's just one thing. I'm like, I have like 1,000 questions. This seems like a lot of work to create the impression that there are witches. The existence of whom exists to create shades, to create the illusion of magic, to create the impression of witches. It's just a circle. It's an Ouroboros of bullshit. I'm still caught up on that. You can't expect me to critically think about what's happening here. And we're inside of a fucking book. If this was like, oh, there was some weird bright flash, and we woke up in Labyrinthia. I mean, I guess that's what happened. Oh, fuck. Man, I don't know. If it was like, oh, we got on a train, and now we're in this weird world where magic exists, and you're just like, magic shouldn't exist, but there's all this evidence of it happening. Then I'd be like, oh, interesting. But we went inside a magic book, didn't we? Didn't we? I don't believe anything anymore. We already did the Voluntary Express. We can't do that twice. Anyway, I'll fucking use a hint coin. I don't know. Mewtwo. It's one of these. Okay. It's past London. Yep. We already took one elevator. Lady Darklaw was our venerable mistress. She assigned us our task. She was the Great Witch. So it could be was, or it could be the fact that she says, I'm not a witch, nor am I a wandering spirit. But that doesn't feel like a contradiction. When she said it before, I was like, that seems kind of weird. But, I don't know. Yeah, fuck.
Objection!
Your Honor, there's obviously a huge discrepancy between these two pieces of testimony. I guess that, but you say huge cut, it's pretty easily explainable as a figure of speech. They ran to be together, pointed, then ran back. Sure. Yeah, like we practiced. Okay, now back. Miss Darklaw stated that she is known as the Great Witch. Hey, I don't think that Inquisitor is really an Inquisitor. No, it's fine. Stated that she's known as the Great Witch. However, according to Miss Kira's testimony, Miss Darklaw was her venerable mistress, the Great Witch. That is correct. She was the Great Witch. Note Miss Kira's use of the past tense.
I didn't know this was a grammar lesson, Professor.
Past tense? I'm afraid my grammar's not quite what it used to be. May I ask what you mean?
Used to be. You're using past tense. It's simple. Miss Darklaw was Mistress of the Shades, or as they also called her, the Great Witch. Therefore, she is no longer the Great Witch. I don't read. She is not the Great Witch? Witness, is this true? Are we doing Bazella or do we mean the Witch of the Woods? Huh? It is as you have heard, my lord. I relinquished my position as Great Witch in order to fulfill the objective of this task. What would that objective be again? That would be the assassination of the storyteller, Your Honor. She could be any one of us. She could be you. She could be me. She could even be Kaboom. Witness, at the beginning of this trial, you stated that you came to town in order to complete your task, didn't you? What's more, you said that you were going to summon the fire dragon to do it. Now, this task, it wasn't Miss Darklaw here that gave it to you, was it? No, it wasn't. So then, the most pressing question is, who was it that gave you this task? Who told you to come to Labyrinthia and assassinate the storyteller? I cannot tell you, no matter what. Alright, so Darklaw isn't the Great Witch anymore. Which must mean the mastermind behind this entire thing is me saving the game again. That would be your mother. It would seem the defense has worked it out as well. Mr. Wright, you know who really gave Miss Kira her task tonight, do you not? Was it the cat? Defender, I ask that you enlighten the court. Show us who really gave this witness her task to assassinate this. Was it the cat? I'm throwing the cat out there.
Take that!
Take the cat! He's holding it. As usual, Defender, the only thing I see you pointing out is your innate inability to correctly point things out. So I'm correctly pointing out that I'm bad at pointing things out? What? Defender, pray this mysterious mastermind gets their hands on you before I do. Boy, she really doesn't like me. It pains me to say this, but it seems as if I might have overestimated you. Holy shit! Oh fuck, I'm gone. I'm fucking dead. God damn. Holy shit. That's the most brutal thing he's ever said. Now then, please endeavor to make your point clearly this time, Mr. Wright. Sure thing, Professor. Could you not just, I don't know, give me the answer? You know, whoever replaced Darklaw has to be someone pretty high up on the food chain, don't you think, Nick? Someone high up, huh? Defender, as you enlighten the court, show us who really gave this witness her task to say the storyteller. I was gonna load my save, but it's fine. It's the storyteller.
Take that!
The storyteller? Higher than cats.
We're talking about someone with the authority and power to replace the Great Witch. Someone who calls the shots. I can't think of anyone else that meets those criteria except for the storyteller himself.
Preposterous. Then that would mean...
Exactly, Your Honor. It means that the storyteller gave this final task to Kira himself. He was, in short, responsible for his own assassination.
What? Order. But for what purpose? Why would he plan his own assassination?
That I cannot say, Your Honor. However, we can ask him. The final chapter of the story does tell of his inevitable death. While he assigned this task to Kira himself, it is perfectly natural that he would do so. However, what is not natural is your behavior tonight, Miss Darklaw. What was unnatural about the High Inquisitor's behavior? You were once the head of all the Shades, and yet tonight you tried to interfere with the storyteller's plan. You rendered Miss Kira unconscious and locked her away in the belfry of the bell tower. That, to me, seems like the activity of someone aiming to put a stop to his plan altogether.
Indeed. Lady Darklaw, what would be the reason for such behavior?
I cannot possibly say.
I leave that to you, Mr. Wright.
Based on what we've seen in this trial, the defense believes Miss Darklaw's reason for covering up her actions tonight can only be attributed to one thing. This plan was handed down by the storyteller himself. And Miss Darklaw was definitely aiming to put a wrench in it, but why? She tried to sabotage the plan, she tried to betray the storyteller, she tried to protect the storyteller. So all I've gotten is that a spell is Bazelle at this point, yes. She tried to sabotage it, tried to betray him, tried to protect him. I think she tried to betray him, because everything points towards her trying to frame a spell, which would be more of a betrayal and trying to frame his daughter. But I don't know if I'll take damage for being wrong. So I think I'll just say what I think it is, which is betrayal. Because I don't think she's protecting nothing. Because the fire dragon still very much happened. And sabotaging the plan seems obvious, but that's not a plan. That's just a thing that she did. So I'm just gonna say betrayal. There's one possible reason I can think of as to why Miss Darklaw had to hide her actions tonight. She was aiming to betray the storyteller. Sometimes it like pops up later, and it's like, actually you take damage, and like betray the storyteller?
I agree, Mr. Wright. The storyteller used the Great Witch Bazelle to take his own life. Instructions to carry out the plan were given to Miss Kira. However, Miss Darklaw planned to intervene and change the scenario at the very last minute. She planned to do so by changing the identity of the Great Witch from Miss Kira to Miss Cantabella. Yeah, because also when Layton talked to the storyteller, he's like, oh, I know who's gonna be the Great Witch. So I guess that was gonna be Kira. Thus bringing us to our current situation. Miss Cantabella on trial for the murder of her father at the hands of Bazelle. You, Miss Darklaw, seem to harbor a rather strong hatred for the storyteller, if I'm not mistaken. Heh heh heh. A hatred, you say? Yes, I suppose you could call it that. That's right. Behold, my revenge. Did you say revenge? Smash me, thanks for the tier 2, 45 months. That's a lot of months. Ding, ding. Miss Darklaw, will you please tell the court of your plan for revenge? Do you abandon her as a daughter? I think that, something like that. If you insist. The High Inquisitor, and also the Great Witch. Long have I donned those two masks, one as Labyrinthia's protector, the other its harbinger of destruction. In other words, I was merely meant to serve him. And yet, he sought to selfishly pen the ending of the story under his own terms. He did not care enough about me or any of the townspeople to allow us the dignity of deciding our own fate. Indeed, what we witnessed tonight was the cowardly act of a man looking for an easy way to end that which he could not properly finish. He cared for no one but himself, hence the sudden sham of an ending. And for that, I will never forgive him. What do you mean by sham of an ending? The Great Witch Bazelle is to summon a dragon of fire and end the life of the creator. She will then be put on trial and judged, thus heralding a period of peace and prosperity for all of Labyrinthia. Such is the ending written for this town and its people. 'Tis not an ending I oppose in principle, who would not wish a happy ending for their own people. However, the problem lies in Bazelle's identity. Bazelle's identity? As you know, he assigned the role of the Great Witch to this girl beside me. But you're saying that was a falsehood, is that correct? I knew Bazelle's true identity. 'Tis not something I could ever forget. That is why I went to the bell tower, and it is why I took the accused there. I did it to ensure the true witch
foretold in the story, was given the judgment she was due.
The true witch? You don't mean...
Yes, I speak of none other than Espella Cantabella. God damn it! Wait, so Layton is telling the truth. When he's like, I'm here to prove that it's Espella. Miss Darklaw, there is a glaring contradiction in your statement. And what would that be? It's supposedly common knowledge that Bezella is capable of using all magic. David admits. However, that is far from the truth. Magic doesn't actually real. It was all one giant illusion created by the shades. Oh, but the Great Witch can actually do magic. Is that where this is going? Therefore, the Great Witch Bezella cannot exist either. I have a terrible feeling.
Heh heh heh. You fool.
Defender? You really don't have a clue, do you?
You just don't get it, do you?
But wait, just a minute now. Is the Defender not correct? If magic does not exist, then it goes without saying that witches do not exist either. And that would include the Great Witch, would it not? That's right. They've been lying to us the whole time. Dastards! Dastards! The lot of them! Bezella isn't real!
Objection.
Mr. Wright, there is a fundamental mistake in your argument. What do you mean? I have but one simple question. What exactly is Bezella? Huh? What, she's supposed to be the head of all witches. Allow me to reword the question. The Great Witch Bezella is the root of all disaster within Labyrinthia. Knowing that, what specific disaster might she have been the root of? That would be, I just thought of something. We've been hearing Bezella's name left and right since we got here, but not once has the real Bezella shown up in person. Indeed, Miss Faye. Bezella herself has been virtually absent from the story thus far.
But Inquisitor, did she not claim the life of the storyteller tonight?
It would appear so, Your Honor. However, there is just one more thing. Consider this. Which particular story is every citizen of Labyrinthia most familiar with? Well, that would have to be the legendary flyer, right?
Precisely. Surely you're not serious. As the name implies, that is but a mere legend. No one knows for certain if it occurred.
So they say, but the reality is there are still traces of that terrible fire within the town today. Professor's right, we've even seen some of it up close and personal. Yeah, like the building, archives, yeah. That was the best example.
You are indeed correct, Inquisitor. Littered throughout the town are burnt remnants of a fire most fierce. However, no one can say for certain what transpired back then. You see, not a soul saw what actually happened.
Let me see if I have this straight. There's an entire town full of people, and no one saw what happened. Correct. Except for one particular person. Right? There is one person who saw everything. I am speaking, of course, of the one responsible for the fire itself. The Great Witch Bezella. I still think it's Eve the cat and she like tripped over a power cord. Yes. I remember it. All of it. Espella, what are you saying? When I close my eyes, I can picture it so vividly. The awful sight of the flames engulfing everything they touched. The scorching heat on my skin, the smell of burning cinder all around me. the large plumes of black smoke, the warm tears streaming down my face. I remember it all. What you are recalling now is the moment the Great Witch Bezella destroyed our town. Well, it appears my role here is finished. As for the rest, I leave it in your capable hands, Inquisitor. She just disappeared. Magic. Huh? Darklaw, she just vanished into thin air. Wait. Wait, that transition was diegetic? She actually vanished? What? That's happened like a dozen times with different characters, and I've made that joke many times, but this time it really happened? She's right. These memories, wait, what? Are proof that I am Bezella. But Espella, Mr. Wright. What? Remember, if you will, what I said at the beginning of this trial. I came here to prove that Espella Cantabella is in reality the Great Witch Bezella. Right? There is still one more thing I wish to present to the court. I would now like to call the final witness to the stand. Eve. The final witness? Final witness? Version 4?
Hold it!
Ah, it would appear he has arrived. Whoa! Dracula-looking motherfucker! Ladies and gentlemen of the court, I give you this trial's final witness, the storyteller. Kick him in the fire! And just like that, he appeared, the man who died not hours before. And the victim of this very trial, the storyteller himself. Thank you for the bits. Expels on trial for murder despite the murder victim being the witness. Yeah, but she can still be a witch. She remembers the Great Fire. Therefore, the professor sure chose one heck of a final witness. Morning is drawing closer and closer. How this trial will end is anyone's guess. The end. Well, that was a pretty good game. It's a shame that they didn't release any more chapters after this point. Remember last stream when people were like, you only got like 2 hours left. Some people were like, it'll take you a bit longer. I'm glad we saved it for today. I was really torn up about not finishing it, but it would have been a really long stream. Chapter 11,000. Chapter 10. 10's gotta be the last chapter, right? Oh, epilogue? The first story. Epilogue implies after the log. Like, as in I've finished the story. I mean, I guess he finished his story, so maybe that's like the play on it, but epilogue, chapter 1. Huh? We're still in the middle of it. I don't quite know what to say. I am truly shocked to see the storyteller again, alive and well. This was unexpected by me too, as I did not plan to appear before you all again. I really like his sun and moon brooch. This is good. That was also in his tower. I was convinced that you would all see the last of me at the parade. But this is the trial for your murder, and you are alive. See? No one was killed, so let's call this whole thing off and never have witch trials again. Whoa, Maya, take it easy. We're still in court, remember? But what's the point of this? The storyteller wasn't killed. A spell would never do anything to harm her dad.
Objection.
Nuh-uh. If only it was as simple as that to end this trial. However, it is not, Miss Faye. But, Professor... Search your memory and you will know the reason why. The crime Miss Cantabella is accused of is not just murder. The purpose of the Witches' Court is to sentence the witches for what they are. Isn't that right, Mr. Storyteller? I fully intend to expose the true identity of Bezella, and this would not be possible without you, Mr. Storyteller, on the witness stand. I see. And so you assumed the role of an Inquisitor just to lure me here? Be that as it may, the Inquisition still maintains that Espella Cantabella is the Great Witch Bezella.
Dad!
It's been a long time, Miss Bella. 4 years, in fact. You must have experienced many hardships living among the townfolk. This soup of mine, thank you, this daughter of mine, never fits in with the others, no matter how hard she tries.
No, it wasn't quite like that. There were people who supported me. Aunt Patty was very kind, and the customers who came to our bakery were nice to me.
I'm happy to hear that. I wanted to watch over you ever since you left for the town. But in the end, I failed to do so. I had no idea of what was happening to you.
Couldn't you have written her a story?
I'm very sorry, Espella.
Oh, Dad, you don't need to apologize to me for anything. It's me that owes you an apology. Thank you, bees. I was trying to hurt you.
It was all my fault, not yours. There's no reason for you to blame yourself.
Dad, I'm happy we got to talk.
Espella.
You were so busy writing everyone's stories that we stopped talking to each other. Before it was different. You used to have time for me.
Please forgive me. Why did it have to come to this? Mr. Storyteller, it's time to put everything in order now. The townsfolk and your daughter deserve to know the truth. The truth about yourself and the story. Yes, I suppose it is time I told you the truth. In a very vague roundabout way via testimony. Your Honor! Yes, Mr. Storyteller?
This chapter needs a content warning for traumatic incidents, by the way. There's your content warning, chat. If this is gonna suck too bad for you, make sure you take care of yourself.
Let us begin! In this trial, I shall be judged. Understood.
His name's probably S. Storyteller.
The witness shall testify. People of Labyrinthia who have gathered in this court, I will now tell you the true story. Many of you will certainly find it hard to believe and difficult to accept. Nevertheless, I ask you to please lend me an ear and listen with open minds.
He's a witch! Burn him!
Espella, my dear daughter, I ask you to do the same too.
You're not even looking at me. Damn, dude. God damn, dude. Testimony. Yay. The truth about Labyrinthia.
Although you know me as the storyteller, I have one more identity. I am the president of Labralum Inc.
Huh?
This whole town is one of Labralum's research facilities. It may be hard for you to comprehend. This land is rich in a very special substance, which affects everyone who lives here. This substance enables the manipulation of people's minds, and that is what Labralum is researching. This experiment began 10 years ago. The townsfolk all became test subjects.
Swamp Gas 2 Electric Boogaloo. How did we get slurped into a book? Where the fuck are we?
I don't understand. What does it all mean? I don't quite understand what I've just heard. Thank you for the I do not blame you. I suppose all the townsfolk are just as confused. Labyrinthia is an artificial town, created entirely by me.
Nice. I was waiting for the other shoe to drop. I'm like, there's gotta be more than just magic doesn't real. I'm still not satisfied. But of course! I would love Danganronpa and Master Detective Archives. Everything I've been told about Danganronpa makes me think I would hate it. Name of the soup.
As artificial as it may be, it is the reality for those that live here. For the past 10 years, I have been bringing the illusion to life by writing the story.
Nice.
If it was all so simple. I'm at a loss for words. I am lost for words. It feels as if the whole world has been turned on its head.
Yeah, I know. Game was that. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the bonus bits as well. Your Honor, it is certainly not an easy matter to grasp this new situation at once.
At least, okay, it does answer one question, which is like, why create this extremely convoluted plan to create the illusion of magic and witches that then enables the further illusion of magic and witches to exist? It being, it was all a big research experiment is like the only possible justification for like, there's gotta be an ulterior motive to there being some bullshit here. But we're not done. Your Honor, it's not an easy matter to grasp this new situation at once. Regardless, I suggest we hear more of what the witness has to say. Thank you for the hype train, chat. It's like an anger hype train. We're on the Monetary Express again, heading into Swamp Gas R Us.
I agree. Let's continue.
I don't know why I gave him the Layton voice.
The defense may begin the interrogation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Nice. Cross-examination. The truth about Labyrinthia.
Although you know me as the storyteller, I have one more identity. I'm the president of Labyrinth Inc.
Hold it!
Yeah, hold it! Hold it! And then Phoenix is just mad and glares at him. Yeah, that's some pretty good attorney work right there. This is too much! I don't even know where to start.
Labyrinth Inc. That's a name I've heard before.
You know what? Okay, so I've been trying to figure out this whole time, how in the fuck is a storybook world that's presumably a fictional world, and like maybe the storyteller like put himself in, self-insert into his own isekai and something, whatever. But it's like, how on earth did like magic shit happen in London? And there were witches flying around and statues coming to life and car accident, got into a car accident. And like, my prediction now is that that's Labyrinth Inc. testing their shit in London, or like getting out or something. Or someone's just trying to sabotage their research by being like, this is fucking... Thank you for the bits. Don't worry about that, they already forgot about that. I mean, we'll see. I mean, there's fine. We'll get to that.
What's this?
I'm scared to learn. I'm just, it's like, in all good big twists, it's like, I'm mad because this answers some stuff, but gives me 5 billion more questions, so. Thank you. Labyrinth, Umbrella! Resident Evil confirmed. Labyrinth Inc., that's a name I've heard before. They drugged the book was full of swamp gas.
It is a global pharmaceutical company with headquarters in England. If my memory serves me right, it was founded by
Arthur Cantabella. You knew his last name was Cantabella, and you heard Espella Cantabella, and you didn't vocalize that ever?
What's this?
I don't know what this is! Thank you for the bits.
Indeed, that is my true name.
And he's the Arthur. He's the Arthur. He's the Arthur of the story. Were you familiar with that, Mr. Wright? Sure, yeah, I've heard of Labyrinth Inc., of course. Cantabelle's a very common English name. It's true. Labyrinth Inc. is known for developing a completely harmless anesthetic about 20 years ago. It is now widely used in hospitals all around the world. All around the world. The company is also working on various other plant-derived sedatives, revolutionizing medicine. Where are you on all this? He just knew. He reads the paper.
I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by your vast knowledge, Mr. Layton.
Objection!
Statues crumble for me, and they did earlier. That's irrelevant. That fact is just based on the real world we're from, not Labyrinthia. Phoenix. Phoenix. Here's the thing, bud. Here's the thing, bud.
The real world, Mr. Wright? Then what would you call the world we're in now? Do you think this is a fantasy?
No, that's not quite what I meant.
Mr. Wright, I do not mean to be so rude as to presume I know what thoughts are running through your head.
Holy shit, he is tearing him in half in the middle of this courtroom.
However, Labyrinthia is certainly not a place within a book or in the past. Labyrinthia is a part of the world we know.
Huh? What? But how could a town like this exist in the real world? I haven't had cell reception all the time we've been here. Do you think it's impossible? Why would that be? Are you saying that everyone would know about an unusual town like this if it existed? It's something like that. Anyway, it would be on a map at least. It can't be good for the people that live here to have been subjected to intense bursts of sedatives and like anesthetics on and off for 10 years. Like, morality aside, people would probably die from that. I'm afraid that cannot be so. Completely harmless. Huh? This town is not marked on any map. It doesn't officially exist. What do you mean? The answer is quite simple. No one actually thinks that England is real, so you can just do it. There's no planes overhead, nothing. This whole town is one of Labralum's research facilities. Maybe hard for you to comprehend. Fuck off!
Hold it!
This whole town is a research facility? Yes, this whole area is a private property of Labralum Inc. So they own all this land then. That is why Labyrinthia is not marked on any map. And people from the outside cannot enter. So how come you're dressed the way that you are? I had a little fun. Things got a bit out of hand. We have taken measures to ensure that this town is not noticed by local residents. What measures are you talking about? Consider the fact that magic is supposed to exist in this town. Perhaps special mechanisms that were used to create a magic also serve to conceal Labyrinthia. There are limits to what magic the shades are capable of producing on their own, after all. How come they're invisible? That's also swamp gas. That is the case indeed. The magic in this town has been made feasible owing to the latest technology. Technology? Tricks? I cannot believe this. Do they have stealth camo? However, there is one question. There is no industry in Labyrinthia. How do you obtain necessary commodities? Very observant, aren't you? All commodities are regularly shipped in by sea. A young man once made his way here on a freighter and took a speller out of the town. That was Carmine Accidente, a friend of mine. I see. But is something on this scale really possible? Well, I mean, it's Layton. Yes, as you might suspect, it would be beyond the powers of Labyrinth Inc. to keep a facility this size a secret for so long. Labyrinthia is a project co-funded by the British government.
Does the Queen know about this? What? Oh, what? Somehow everything up to this point, I'm like, that's bullshit, but okay. Whoa, huh? Huh? Wait, what? The Queen was alive when this was written. What? Lizzie, get back here. You got some explaining to do, Lizzie. Not anymore, she doesn't. Huh? What? Huh? Who? When? When did? Who did? When? Okay, alright. All of the House of Lords, everyone knows, everyone's on it. They'll think it's very funny. What? How deep does it go? All the way. What? Huh? Huh? What? This one line just fucks everything. They could have just said, yep, we have the resources to make this town hidden. Moving on. But no! Okay. It's a government project. But what would be their stake in this? In real time, I'm picturing Shu Takumi being restrained by people at Capcom, being like, stop, stop. And he's like, hold on. I gotta write my conspiracy theory.
My name is Luke.
Jesus
I
Christ.
am a gentleman. I wrote these puzzles to remember. And my hands are sticky. Number one hit coin, I'll say the answer's 3.
Another puzzle solved.
All of our hands are sticky now. Thank you for the hammy. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Of all the dumb theories I had, and of all the shit of chat being like, oh, this game is so wild, I'm like, yeah, we'll see. Secret British conspiracy was not what I was expecting. It's all because of my beliefs. Uh-huh. His beliefs. Ah, by the way. Yes, Your Honor. What? No, can we not gloss over the British government conspiracy?
What is a research facility?
We'll come back to that, Your Honor.
I've never heard of anything like that before. Ah, yes, that was careless of me. Naturally, you wouldn't know what it means. How should I explain? This whole town is my creation. Ah, that's what it was about. In other words, it's all your story. That makes it all clear.
Swing and a miss, Your Honor.
Getting back to the topic,
Thank you. No.
there is an important reason why we have chosen to build such a facility here. We're gonna make the whole planet British. We're gonna make British Empire 2.0, baby. We're gonna flood everyone with perfectly harmless forget-me-not juice. And we're gonna make everyone think that they're British. That's the plan. They want to invade France. This land is rich in a special substance which affects everyone who lives here.
Hold it!
A special substance, what does it actually do?
This area has been isolated since ancient times, developing its own unique culture.
There were ancient ruins underneath the town. That at the time, I still thought we were in a fantasy book. I'm like, oh, that's cool. You wrote some lore in there. Like, or just, I was thinking like the town has been rebuilt a few times, which there was a fire at some point. Well, I'm sure we'll get back to that. But the idea of like, within the storyteller's story, it was like, I'm creating this escapist paradise inside of a book, and it's just me and my daughter. But that wasn't enough. So he made like a village, and he wasn't happy with it, or it burnt down accidentally, or whatever, and they built a new one. And the idea that like there were ruins underneath, and like, I don't know, it was like, that was kind of intriguing. But now I'm like, wait, there actually were ruins? Going back a long time talking about a bell that summons demons? Like, what? Did he plant that? Like, I don't, okay. There are underground ruins on the verge of the town. We found writings there, presumably left by the natives of this land. Like British Neanderthals? The Romans did it. The Romans and the Vikings did it all. A bell that was supposed to be there was missing.
So you have seen the ruins. I suspected that you would find them. Then perhaps you have also noticed that everyone who lives here has a very peculiar condition.
Thank you, Gam. We call them Birmingham resident. Calm down.
A peculiar condition, you say? I can't just sit here quietly like a patient old man when you're saying such things. Just what kind of condition is it? You have every right to know. This condition makes people fall unconscious upon the sound of a certain metal being struck.
Like fainting goats? When they hear a loud noise? Wait, the pipe? The pipes are calling. Wait, this is important to the game's lore? Fucking the Z's in chat. Everyone holy fuck, chat, thank you. God damn it. What happened? I fell asleep midstream. Yeah, no problem. Holy fuck. If anyone was galaxy brain enough to do that every time I hit the bell, just come back 5 minutes later and be like, hey, I fell asleep. What did I miss? That would have been the biggest galaxy brain move to do that in the chat the whole time. This condition makes people fall unconscious upon the sound of a certain metal being struck. Metal? What kind of metal? Like, it's not uncommon for people to be like, hold on, I was asleep. What did I miss? Like, shit. Damn it. I dozed off. What happened? Metal? What kind of metal? If he did that, please DM me. Oh my god. Yeah, DM Gam.
Pure silver. And so there is not a single object made of silver in Labyrinthia.
How does it keep getting dumber? The more he keeps talking, the more I think he's fucking with us. And he's like, no, we're actually inside of my book. Thank God. Like, at this point, being inside of a book is more plausible than secret government-funded city for 10 years. Partnership between British government and private corporation to drug a town full of people without their consent. Maybe they consented, but they don't remember consenting because they've been mind-wiped. And also, everyone in the town falls asleep when they hear metal. Silver. The frequency of silver being hit. That is now more ridiculous than we're inside of a book. And that's our explanation. Thank you, Shoot Takumi. Everyone say thank you, Shoot Takumi. Now that I think of it, that's true. Just imagine what a disaster a fancy dinner would be if everyone fainted whenever they used silver cutlery.
This condition is an integral part of magic.
How so?
All inhabitants of Eldritch Woods carry small silver bells.
Right, we did see the bells show up.
I see now. The shades ring the bells when they need to create the illusion of magic.
But why would that affect Layton and Phoenix? Like, why would that affect us? We're outsiders.
Everyone present falls unconscious, and the shades set to their work.
Oh, look at where that shade's hand was. Where was his hand? Was it on his bum? They've been huffing the fumes, I guess. So that's the secret of the time-stealing magic Darklaw told us about. How'd you see that image? Quick, make a statue out of gold. How much time are they out when we ring the bell? 10 minutes. Now they mention it. Hey, wait, no, get back here. Remember, Luke? Kira had a small bell with her when we saw her back in the marketplace.
We have been researching this condition at Labradum Inc. And finally, we discovered its cause. It was the groundwater.
Say psych right now. Please just tell me we're inside of a book.
It also makes the frogs gay.
Thank you for the bits. There's chemicals in the water that makes them susceptible to bell magic. Why is the water that was glowing? It was glowing a bit. Is there like some bacteria in there or something? And then because we've been in the town, we like ate bread, presumably drank water at some point. At one point on day one playing this game, Barry said there was something in the water. Did I joke that there was something in the water? Fuck. Damn it, Apollo. Anyway.
Water causes it? The groundwater?
What's this? I don't know. Don't ask me, I don't know. The groundwater contains a certain unique substance
found in the soil in this area.
So if you drink that water, you get this silver allergy thing? Apollo's the next game, thank you. Of course we've been drinking it. Is that why he's called Apollo?
It's impossible to live without water.
While this is happening, some angry kid is building the London Underground. London Underground. That is why everyone who lives here has that condition. The way he said it made it seem like everyone has that condition, and that's why they were selected to be in the town. But being here is what gives them that condition. Everything is drugs. Also, as a joke, we decided to replace all the food with drugs too. And then Aunt Patty's like, what about my bread? And she opens the oven and pills just flood out of it. Oh my God. All the way down.
Oh dear. You needn't worry. This condition is harmless, especially as silver is unknown to the townsfolk.
10 years? You've been drugging everyone for 10 years. Something's still not quite right, though.
if the sound of silver bells makes people pass out, why don't the shades pass out too? Because the water outside the town is different?
Although the effect of the substance in the groundwater is powerful, it doesn't last long. The condition will vanish after a day or so without drinking that water. That's convenient. That substance's effects aren't limited to humans. It can also affect plants to a great extent. Plants are affected by it. Our research was focused on the plants rather than humans.
Why did you have humans? What are you doing? Why are you doing this? I'm getting lightheaded. That's the end of that line of quote. Oh. Oh. Ah. Wow. Bring back the magic. I read that out of the core magic. Bring back Mo. I'm like, please, God, send in the clowns.
This substance enables the manipulation of people's minds, but mostly I'm here for the plants. That's what Labrilum is researching.
Hold it!
Thanks for the hydrate. I want to dunk this bottle on my head. That sounds really scary. Just what is this about?
The substance enters the groundwater, affecting organisms that consume it. People who drink it daily acquire that odd condition.
What's this? I don't know. I don't know what this is.
They fall unconscious upon hearing the sound of silver metal. Yes. Although, the substance in the groundwater also has a tremendous effect on plants. Wildflowers in this area contain a certain poison.
Yeah, there were a lot of stuff with flowers. And wasn't Maya like, I'm gonna pick those flowers? And Phoenix was like, don't, or maybe Layton. I forget who was with her. It was probably Layton. It's like, don't touch the flowers.
Good. Upon my beard, poison?
Put the flowers in your hat. She wanted to take off his hat and put flowers in it. I was like,
He's like, my head is itchy, Maya.
This poison doesn't harm the body. She's just like, here's a flower to put in your hair. And she like slides it over his ear. And he's like, thank you, Maya. And then he snaps into the Peter Griffin death pose. Didn't mean to hit that.
This poison doesn't harm the body. It has the effect of manipulating the mind.
So it brainwashes people.
I've been writing the story for 10 years. The title of the story is Historia Labyrinthia. The ink I used to write it was made from those plants. Why? I have also been drinking the water for 10 years.
Oh, Nick, do you remember how funny the ink smelled?
That was the gas released when the ink evaporates?
So they actually opened the book and got swamp gassed. Why was the ink wet in the book? Why would it evaporate when it... And how could that be strong enough? That's where the trick is. What?
Those that inhale the gas become extremely susceptible to suggestion.
You mean brainwashing?
I prefer suggestion. They will believe anything they are told or anything they read, however strange or unrealistic.
And it took you 10 years to research this?
It will be imprinted into their minds as the truth. So that was the true purpose of the parades.
To throw a bunch of swamp gas at people? Via ink? He must be high out of his gourd. He's writing that shit with an ink pot.
Pages of the story written in that special ink were regularly distributed among the townspeople. It was done so that everyone would be in a state of hypnosis. Indeed. The creation of a fully controlled town with the inhabitants subject to long-term hypnosis.
This is some legit Metal Gear shit. Like, actually.
That was one of the topics of our research.
Then the story that is written in Historia Labyrinthia.
You could call it a self-fulfilling prophecy, realized through the shade's work and the hypnotic effect of the ink vapors.
Metal Gear isn't this dumb.
I mean, is that how it was all this time? Yeah, it's legit. Yeah.
He picks up his pen and goes,
Ooh, ooh, I see witches. Yippee, a parade for me.
but sir, we had a parade yesterday.
Another parade.
Labrador used hypnosis to control all these people. I can't believe that the government was supporting that. I just want us to take a moment to just acknowledge that in Phoenix Wright, the location is extremely ambiguous because it's Japanifornia. The Layton games are explicitly in England, but are mostly fictional places other than London, which has some real locations in it, but it's just like in our world, but like it's fiction, whatever. This game is just saying the British government is involved. And I'm just not over that. Anyway, what about Eve? The cat's in on it for sure. The cat's gonna say, aha, now I can reveal my grand masterwork. The storyteller's my puppet.
This experiment began 10 years ago. The townsfolk all became test subjects.
Hold it. Tony Blair did this canonically. All the people subjected to this experiment have been living here all this time.
No, we started with just a few people, gradually getting more and more. I must say that I'm afraid of what the answer to this question might be.
But where did these people come from? It scares me more than I could express that Layton doesn't know. I feel like he should have been like, I need to hear you say it, but I understand. The fact that he doesn't know where all these people came from? Hundreds! There's at least just 100 shades. These people have been vanishing from across England.
You haven't resorted to abduction by any chance, have you?
Tony Blair Witch Project?
Of course not. Every test subject signed a contract with Labrador.
A contract to have their memories erased and be used like pawns in a story?
The current inhabitants of this town have one thing in common. They were all dissatisfied with their lives and wanted to start anew, forgetting about their mistakes, forsaking unwanted identities.
Lane and Nick didn't sign shit!
There are more people like that out there than you might think. They have all agreed to participate in our research.
But that's insane.
It's not as unreasonable as you suggest. We give them a new identity, a chance to start their life again.
I can't believe he's trying to spin this into a positive.
Nice.
Thank you for the bits. In return, they subject themselves to hypnosis and live in this town as our test subjects. What about the children? What about the literal children and babies? When we saw the parade, she was like, thank you for blessing me with this daughter, storyteller. Who are also being subjected to swamp gas regularly. Were people born here? Are you kidnapping babies? In order for this project to be possible, we suppress their memories of the past, including the memory of signing the contract. Well, that's an airtight case, Your Honor.
So ultimately, they are not aware of what is going on. I couldn't agree more. I've got no idea what's going on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let me make this clear, Mr. Wright. We do not erase their memories, we suppress them. They will regain their memories of life before Labyrinthia once their contract is over.
The only time this story has been done decently, in my opinion, and maybe this is a hot take, would be M. Night Shyamalan's The Village. I'm not gonna get into details if you haven't seen it, but there's some parallels, and I think they legitimately work better in The Village than they do here.
in terms of motivation and justification. At least it's not as fucked as we made them sign contracts and then brainwash them so they don't remember them. The village, well done. They've gone too far. They will regain their memories of life before Labyrinthia once their contract is over. So, this place was uninhabited before you started this research 10 years ago.
Yes.
Although there were natives, we kicked them out. Oh. It was uninhabited, right? Content warning? Content? Now we... And you've managed to keep everyone in a state of hypnosis for 10 years straight? Can you really hypnotize someone for that long? I mean, 10 years is one heck of a long time.
It was achieved through the distribution of the story during parades. The ink vapors have a powerful effect, but it wouldn't last 10 years, of course. With each parade, the effect was renewed. That's why the parades took place at regular intervals. That was the true purpose of that event. I have been born and raised here.
What?
It was a poor, small town with no industry to speak of that had fallen behind the times. Ever since I was a child, I had one friend that was especially close to me. He was a bright boy, curious about the world. His name was Newton Belduke. Sir Newton Belduke? The alchemist!
I mean, clearly he knew the truth of what was going on here. So they were childhood friends. The plot thickens. Thank you, Maya.
He had always been interested in the unique natural features of this land. There was really nothing here, but to us, this area was an exciting place worth exploring.
It's just a hypnosis Sakai. I agree. He's like for real dead, right? Yeah, he's like for real dead.
And one day we made an astonishing discovery on the outskirts of the town. We stumbled upon the entrance to the underground caverns leading to the colossal ruins. Whoa, look at that, Newton. This is so amazing. That's what I sounded like when I was younger. And this strange writing. I've never seen anything like it before. We found ancient writings in the ruins. Newton managed to decode some of them. According to our findings, a highly advanced culture had existed on the land where our little town was built. The Azran? Some great calamity had befallen the natives, and they migrated elsewhere. They believed that plants and water in that area were cursed by an entity they called the Great Witch Bezella. The natives sealed the curse within the ruins and left in search of a new home. That is all that we managed to decipher.
Bezella's curse. It actually translates to Bazinga in the original texts.
It was sealed in the ruins, you say? Would that be the Bell of Ruin? The Bell of Ruin.
Oh, that's the bell from the bell tower. I wonder why it's got an ominous name like that.
Regrettably, we couldn't get any further information from the writings of that time.
Imagine hearing British government conspiracy like 2 in the morning after 10 hours. Yeah, I'm really glad that I'm streaming this chat because I get to yell with all of you and you get to yell at me. I can't imagine playing this game by yourself. Like, imagining like a kid with their DS huddled under the blankets, trying to finish this game and being like, I have to yell about this and no one will understand why I'm so mad about everything that's happening. Like, I played the other Layton games by myself before I streamed them, so I had a similar reaction and a similar experience, but like, oh my god. This needs to be yelled about. I'd walk outside and scream. just going through it. Needless to say, Newton and I were very excited by the discovery. I knew it. This place is special. It has some kind of mysterious power. If we could find out what that is, our humble town would become famous. Losing mine quietly in the office kitchen. This game is how much physically? To buy it these days is pretty pricey. But you know what? I'm going to do that. I will unravel the mystery of this place. They were so young in anime back then.
And so Newton began studying the indigenous plants and substances dissolved in the groundwater. On the other hand, I studied economics and management at a university in London. I dreamed of bringing prosperity to this poor, forgotten town. I wanted to change it for the better with my own hands. Meanwhile, Newton had succeeded at extracting a new anesthetic from the local plants. Was that the anesthetic which led to the foundation of laburnum?
Chat, you can't fall asleep. I didn't ring the bell. Here it is. Nap time. Yes, it was a huge success for Laburnum Inc. And before we knew it, we were making a fortune. Jesus Christ. God damn it, chat. All right, before we make a fortune, thank you.
We wanted the whole world to hear about our hometown. Alas, fate was not kind to us, as we never realized that dream.
Gamerzone wants to time me out, but Gam's also asleep. How's he supposed to time you out?
Everyone in our town had died. All the townspeople perished.
Because of the toxins in the groundwater? Huh?
Just what on earth happened to them? That does not matter anymore.
I mean, everyone in the town died.
We purchased the environs of our town, the mountains, the lake, the plains, everything. Then, 10 years ago, having received financial support from the government, we started Project Labyrinthia. Tony Blair himself signed off on it. It was much smaller in the beginning. It started as no more than a village.
There's a bird. Sus.
Over the course of 10 years, it slowly grew into a town. The population increased as well.
Thank you for the bits.
More people were signing the contract with Laburnum, slowly increasing the number of inhabitants, correct?
How does one apply for the government hypnosis experiment grant? I think if you just kind of, like, stumble around aimlessly outside of the British Parliament, eventually they just hand you a flyer.
Yes, they would sign the contract, be hypnotized and assigned a role, and then be introduced to the world of the story.
Step 1, have a business degree. This whole mess would have been started by an MBA. Swear to God.
I have spoken at length. Thank you for patiently listening to my tale. Bezella is the name of a witch from an ancient legend that we read about in the ruins.
What about the fire? It burnt down.
It is a fictional character. She does not exist. But then, magic and witches? Magic is just an illusion, and there are no witches.
Alright, so it was all fake. That doesn't make it much better. Why did you write a story where people get killed with magic and witches? Why'd you write a story where people get killed with magic and witches are thrown into the fire? You could have made it a peaceful, pleasant world where everyone would be happy.
No, that was not possible.
But why?
This is a research facility, after all. We're researching ways to completely control human beings. Test subjects need to be exposed to extreme situations, so we decided on a fantasy setting. We wouldn't have got funding from the government otherwise.
So imagine, you know...
I may not give my life for honor.
I may not give my life for honor.
But I would gladly give for you.
I would gladly give for you.
And when I hunger for a tree frog.
And when you hunger for a tree frog.
I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
Thank you for the hammy garbage, Nirvana. So he brought his proposal to the British government. He was like, I work for a pharma research company. We want to hypnotize people in a village in the middle of nowhere into thinking they're in a fantasy world. And then the Prime Minister's like, will they be suffering? And he was like, yes.
Ah, yes, then I will sign off on it. Here's £1 billion. Go off, good sir. Enjoy. Let me know how it goes.
Like, what? How come? like this frames it as like a necessary focal point, like a stipulation of the British government signing off on this project was if there was suffering. It's beautiful. It's art. Truly, it's incredible.
Nice.
L plus ratio plus magic is fake plus British government conspiracies are real. Luke panic. Yeah, we got a lot of shit to spam.
In other words, we're running a business. The true culprit is revealed at last. Capitalism.
Everyone in the town's just like, I've been milking goats for 10 years. What is any of this? Just what instructions do you give to the people you hypnotize? The Tories are trying to hypnotize us. You don't give each of them a full set of memories of their whole fictional life, do you?
No, it's much more simple than that. We only give them 2 pieces of information. The first one, that they were born in this town, and the second was their new occupation. Then they fill in the gaps themselves, without being aware of it. The human mind requires a consistent story of one's life. Which means, of course, that no labyrinthian has memories from earlier than 10 years ago. No one has any memories from before they came to Labyrinthia. What are you saying? That's all one big lie. I am who I am. But can you remember your childhood? I can't. That's true. I can't remember, even my parents. No way. I can't recall my own mother's face. As you can hear, no one can remember their real past. There are no exceptions.
What about a speller? Hey, wait a second. No exceptions? I smell a contradiction here.
It seems Mr. Wright, too, has noticed it now. What are you talking about, Layton?
Mr. Cantabella, you just testified that not a single citizen of this town remembers anything from more than 10 years ago.
Yes, as that is the truth.
Now, that's a strange assertion, especially coming from you.
What? What do you mean?
There is one person in this town who remembers what happened more than 10 years ago.
That cannot be. It is impossible. They must be merely imagining things now. Mr. Wright, please enlighten us all. Who is this person that remembers their past?
It's Eve the cat! It's gotta be, there's no one else! Look at the cat! Look at the cat's face! Look at, that's a face that knows more than 10 years of things. Right in there. He's in there. She's got it. Anyway, this is Bella.
Take that!
I only got 2 shields left.
Precisely, Mr. Wright. That person is none other than Isabella Cantabella. What? That's impossible.
It's true, Dad! I remember it clearly, as if it happened yesterday. The legendary fire.
No, that's impossible. That's just your imagination, Isabella.
No, it's not! I couldn't remember before, but it all came back to me, because I'm Bazella.
No, Isabella. There are no witches. That fire was just a bad dream.
The Inquisition would like to call Isabella Cantabella to testify.
But what?
Regardless of whether Miss Cantabella is Bazella or not. Her memories may contain valuable clues.
Yes, that may be so. No, wait. I don't agree to this. This trial is over, Your Honor.
Objection.
You seem to be forgetting something, Mr. Cantabella. Your story has ended. You are no longer in control. You are merely one of the characters. And this is also why we will not cease seeking the truth until we find it. Yeah. Defense? What is your opinion on this?
Spella keeps insisting she's the witch Bazella. As her attorney, I should refuse to let her speak to the court. But what's really important now is finding the truth, just as Layton said. Content warning for real this time, according to chat. Stay safe out there, chat. There's only one way to proceed with this trial. And that's by questioning Miss Cantabella about her memories.
She might have a slightly traumatizing past. I'm sure no one saw that coming. In that case, the court summons Espella Cantabella as a witness. Attendants, bring the accused to the witness stand.
This entire playthrough has been a nightmare. Hello. Oh, put her next to her dad. That's great.
Now, witness, testify about your memories of the legendary fire.
Yes, my lord. Where's Luke? He's fine. The legendary fire. I was just a little girl then. This is some very upbeat music. It happened during the annual fire festival. Annual what now? Annual Fire Fest? Everyone was gathered in the town square for the fire festival, and I was watching them from the bell tower. The great witch Bazella awoke within me and brought calamity upon the town. No. That's just intrusive thoughts. That's not a witch. That's just intrusive thoughts. You're not supposed to listen to those, but everyone has them. An enormous fire dragon appeared. I was trembling with fear, terrified by what I had summoned.
Witness, what have you told us? What you have told us wasn't a bad dream or a fairy tale, but what you actually experienced?
Yes, it was. Like I've already said. I remember it very clearly. The heat from the fire, the smell of smoke.
Espella, what are you talking about? The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was there really a huge fire that destroyed the town? And what about Bazella? Is she even real?
The answers are in Espella's testimony. Cross-examination.
Stung up on the invisibility cloaks. Same. Ah, technology. Invisibility cloaks? I was just a little girl then. I'm gonna save real quick before I get myself into trouble. Yeah, also we haven't saved it all since the start of chapter 10, or epilogue. This is not an epilogue, shoot Takumi.
Hold it!
How can you trust your memories if you're exposed for memory-altering drugs? I know. Do you remember what age you were then? I'm not quite sure, but I think I was 6 or 7.
And how old are you now?
I'm 18 years old.
That means those events did take place more than 10 years ago. It's very odd that you have memories that old, but perhaps you're mistaken about your age at the time.
Objection.
They just swamp gas at work? I mean, they do wear gas masks. Your Honor, no one besides Espella has witnessed the legendary fire.
Which would mean that the incident occurred before Labyrinthia was created over 10 years ago. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. How many times do I need to tell you there are no witches, no magic? The legendary fire is just a story. This interrogation serves no purpose. Mr. Cantabella, the court asks you to be quiet during another witness's testimony unless you are asked to speak. Yarr.
I do want to go, hey, you have any thoughts?
Hold it!
It happened during Fire Fest. Really? Do you have any thoughts about Fire Festival?
Hang on!
Mr. Storyteller?
I am no longer the storyteller. I am Arthur Cantabella.
The president of Labralimic, a pharmaceutical company? Yes, I know.
That's my true identity.
Okay, so, Mr. Cantabella, is there anything in the testimony we've just heard that you'd like to expand on?
No, there is nothing to add.
Are you really sure about that? The expression on your face indicated otherwise.
I'm afraid you are mistaken.
By the way, I wanted to tell you I'm a big fan of Labralim's flu syrup. The slogan's kind of catchy, too.
Hey, you with the flu. Labralum that illness and feel good as new. I wrote that one.
He's a good writer.
If I may interrupt.
This small talk is irrelevant to the trial and probably of little interest to Mr. Cantabella, the company president.
That's right. And now, witness, continue testifying.
Brilliant. 10 out of 10. Game of the year. From 10 years ago. Everyone's gathered in town square for the fire festival. I was watching them from the bell tower.
Hold it!
Could you tell us a little more about this fire festival you were watching? Yes, it seems to be an ancient custom in this area.
The townspeople make a fire offering to the great witch Bezella so that she will not bring misfortunes upon them. Did Lateral make Cold Killer X? Yes, canon. A great fire is lit in the middle of the town square. The festival lasts all night long. Yeah, that sounds like an ancient British custom.
That's correct. The festival takes place once every year. It's quite magnificent with all the townsfolk assembled in the square. Unless it is a counterfeit memory imprinted in our minds by you. No, this festival has been held here since before I was born. It appears to be a very old custom indeed.
I've seen enough Tom Scott to know about weird old British customs. This all checks out. By the way, why were you in the bell tower in the first place? Huh? You know, you said everyone was at the town square. Why weren't you there? I can't remember. I probably went there because Bezella awoke within me. Despite having vivid memories of the fire, you do not remember much of anything else that occurred at that time? Yes. I was at the top of the bell tower looking down at people in the town square. Oh! The cat was there too! Eve! Someone was there with me. Oh, that's right. It was Eve! Eve? Her black cat, huh? I didn't think Eve was that old. Well, then. Were people already affected by the groundwater back then? Probably. The Great Witch Bezella awoke within me and brought calamity upon the town.
Hold it!
Interrogate that cat. Do you remember casting a spell? I cannot remember. Huh? Okay. Oh, but the town perishing in the flames was so fast is engraved in my memory.
That must be a very harrowing memory.
I think that whenever Bezella takes over my body, my consciousness drifts away. But I'm sure of it. There's no mistake about me being Bezella.
What makes you so certain about it?
Because Eve has always been with me. You mean that black cat? How is that relevant?
According to the legend of Bezella, she's always accompanied by a black cat. That small furry animal is actually her minion. In the stories, that is.
Eve was there with me, I'm sure she was. And I saw the town engulfed in flames. These memories are causing her a lot of pain. Spella, hang in there.
Hold it!
All right. What you got, Arthur? I cannot remember. What you got?
Hang on!
You look upset, Mr. Cantabella. Pardon me. Did you want something?
I'd like to know what you think about Spella's last statement.
My opinion about all this has not changed since last time. It's all just a dream. Listen to me, Spella. You are not Bezella. There was no legendary fire.
Dad, you have no idea how much I want to believe you. But I just can't. I remember what I saw and how it felt. The heat, the smoke.
Magic doesn't exist. It belongs in fairy tales. There is no fire dragons either.
Spella seems certain that she saw a fire dragon at that time.
However, as long as we do not have any evidence to support or disprove this claim, we can't make any progress.
Stop gaslighting your kid and let her deal with trauma. You know what's also fun is that the storyteller was trying to write himself out of the story and was going to give everyone a happy ending where they stay in the town forever. Was he abandoning his research and he was just going to leave everyone trapped here without any of their old memories? Because that's extra fucked up. Do I have any relevant evidence? Do I? Anything that could demonstrate the fire dragon Spella saw as a child was real. Do I? Do I have that? Do I? Do I? A pendant? I don't know. Their contracts are up? But then he would have just been like, okay, I'm shutting down the town instead of like, I'm leaving and the stories are up to you now. I don't know what evidence I have that she actually saw a fire dragon. I'm gonna say no for now.
Can always come back to that.
I don't think there's anything I could use. Okay, apparently there was something I could use.
I can understand your choice to be cautious with your judgment, Mr. Wright.
However, I must remind you that the only way to discover the whole truth is to bring to light the true nature of the dragon witnessed by the accused. I guess he has a point there. Maybe I overlooked some clues in the testimony. Let's arm ourselves to the teeth with evidence and give it another shot. All right, but first we need more info. Time to do some pressing. Please continue your testimony.
Yes, my lord. If witches weren't real, then why did he write that Spella is Bazella? He didn't write that. He was trying to set up Kira to be Bazella. Which I guess was just meant to be like, now the story's over, Bazella's been taken care of. I don't know. Fire Dragon appeared. I was trembling with fear, terrified by what I had summoned.
Hold it!
Can you tell me more about that Fire Dragon? That monstrous image is still so vivid. It looked just like the one that attacked Dad this evening. I've done something terrible again.
Then you are sure that the fire dragon you saw more than 10 years ago and the one summoned this evening were exactly the same?
Yes, they were definitely the same. Sir?
But Espella, magic isn't real. Therefore, the dragon summoned by the spell Grandworm doesn't exist either.
But I did see it. I'm not lying. I saw it just for a moment. I'm sure of it.
It's like talking to a wall. There's no convincing her. There may be another explanation. Espella might have seen something in the shape of a dragon.
What else is in the shape of a dragon? All right, then. Nick, Mr. Cantabella wrote this town's story, right?
Well, yeah.
So he's the author, and he's saying that Bazella doesn't exist.
That's right.
If that's the case, then there's no point to this whole trial. We know that, but that's not enough to end it. Why? Maya want to go home and get burger. The professor has taken on the role of inquisitor in this trial in order to get Mr. Cantabella to testify. He wants to get to the bottom of this mystery and learn the whole truth. Besides, I think this will be in Espella's best interest too. I trust the professor's judgment on this, so I'll carry on with this cross-examination. Well, I trust you, Nick. I'm sure you know what you're doing. I don't know what I'm doing. It's really fierce, sorry what I summoned. That's the last line. Okay, wait, nope. Wait, nope, wait. Meep, bop, boop, beep, boop, boop. Bump, 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 beep, bump, bump. I wanna go home and get burger too. Go get burger. Okay, alright, and then there.
Hold it!
What are his thoughts about the dragon? You're saying that they were exactly the same as the ones from 10 years ago?
Hang on!
Is something wrong, Mr. Cantabella?
It's impossible. There's no such thing as magic.
You never believed me, Dad. I don't know why you have to be like this. There was a time when things were different.
Espella, what are you saying?
Look at them. It's like a common argument between a teenager and a parent. Mr. Cantabella created this town. He knows better than anyone else that there's no magic here.
Miss Cantabella.
Yes?
Would you mind giving us more details of what you saw?
Could I borrow a sheet of parchment and a pencil? I think it'll be better if I draw it.
Your request shall be granted. Bring parchment and a pencil for the witness immediately.
She's gonna draw a cool Trogdor.
Oh, ooh. Oh.
This is it. This is the fire dragon that I saw that night. That'd be a badass tattoo. I only caught a glimpse of it, but it was real.
I must say, it does closely resemble the supposedly magical creature we witnessed this evening. It does indeed. This drawing shall be added to the evidence.
Fire dragon sketch. You draw an S, then you draw a more different S.
This is a farce.
What happened over a decade ago? Was the town really destroyed by a fire dragon?
Discovering the truth about the dragon shall be our next objective. Witness, continue the testimony.
Yes, my lord. That dragon was on my old GPU's box. I hear it's got 44 gigabytes of VRAM. Thank you, Alex. Consummate VRAM. It was just a little girl. Let me save. And What's the deal with the drawing? There's gotta be something with it that's weird. That doesn't... It sure does look like a Dargon. It's got a swirly tail. Well, the tail kind of resembles the pendant, doesn't it, a bit? It's like a loop with a little tail coming off of it. Other than that, I don't know, it just looks like a dragon. Even like flipping it around, I don't really see anything in it. I just have to present it as evidence, I think, and see if it figures it out. See if I figures it out. I brought down I was trying to fear to everyone I saw. Which one was it? Is it this one? I think it was 2. That's a painting. Shishine und Dragon. Wyverns have no front legs separate from their wings. It is Dargon. Right in the bell tower. I can't remember. Yeah. There's Eve. Eve the black cat. Hey, there's like a, there's like an outline of a, it's like a lion on the fence there. Is that... Can you squint and make that all look like a lion? Not really. But it has some similar features. But we can't see that, so ignore it. You're true. you are right. We can't see that. I think Eve was that old. You were casting a spell? I cannot remember. Count perish in the flames. Can we finish that? I mean, we're gonna try. Actually, at this point, we have to. I don't care how long it goes. We have to finish this tonight. Was it pressing on what he said? What brought up the do you have evidence? I don't remember where that was now. Was it on this? I thought it was...
Hang on!
You look upset, Mr. Cantabella. Could I get you something to drink? Very close to... Yeah. Hey, Fatal, thanks for the raid. We need proof. Do we have any relevant evidence? Anything that could demonstrate the fire dragon a spell saw as a child was real. I have evidence. Your Honor.
What is it, Defender?
The defense will present evidence.
Evidence? I suppose you mean evidence that will prove that my daughter's memories of the dragon amount to nothing more than wild imagination?
On the contrary, I'm pretty positive Espella did see the dragon.
What? I thought you had more sense in you. Well, aren't we all curious about what the defense has got to show us?
Present evidence that proves a dragon appeared in this town over 10 years ago. Wait, what if instead of presenting the sketch, I present the bell tower? Oh shit, it is in the drawing. Oh shit, it is there. Oh fuck. Although that is higher up than she was supposed to be at the time. Wasn't she down here? Oh, but that's 10 years ago. So she was up at the top 10 years ago. That's really neat. Is that what I have to present? Let's go.
Take that!
Well, how about this? That's not it. Did I present the sketch?
Mr. Wright.
You just said aloud, how about this? Was that addressed to anyone here? Huh? Am I too many steps ahead again?
He seems to be confused. Perhaps you were so lost in your thoughts that you didn't realize that you vocally expressed something obviously meant for yourself. Ack! I knew it. It was the wrong evidence.
Nick, maybe we don't have the right thing to present just yet.
Maybe. I wasn't too sure about that piece of evidence. It's more of a gamble, to tell you the truth. I might need more information here. I might just blow myself up to see what happens if he says guilty. Because at this point, I'm like, what the hell? Is he like, actually, you're guilty, magic's real? Like, what the hell happens if you're wrong? I already saved before this. I saved after I got the dragon sketch. Press that. Don't do it. Why not? Does it delete your save? Were they the same? Is there a legit reason why I shouldn't? There must be another explanation. All right, then. Can't load this down story. Oh, I was on the wrong thing. Damn it. Oh, yeah, the game is long. And these trials are very long. Come on. I don't think I saved. Well, worst case scenario, I can mash through and get caught up pretty quick. What's this one, right? Can you just present anything random? Maybe?
Hang on!
I'm just gonna do this and present something random. Like Eve the cat! Maybe that's not random, and that's the answer, though. Finale trial zone. Mm-hmm. Do I have any relevant elements? Relevant elements? Maybe Eve's the dragon! Still think Eve did it. No badge and court record. Mm-hmm. Here's my evidence. The robe.
Take that!
Relevant elements. How about this? You said how you spoke out loud. Yeah, I did. Oh, he's confused. Don't point at me, it's gonna kill me. I'm dead!
There is no need to continue this trial. The accused's true identity has been proven beyond doubt. The court shall now issue the final verdict for Espella Cantabella. Guilty of being the great witch Bezella.
Oh, good.
It is a crime to be a witch. We must do everything to erase magic from the world. Despicable witch, into the flames with you!
Just in front of her dad? Great. Beautiful. Load, dad, though.
Put me back.
Yeah, he got some extra swamp gas under the bench. Turns out we have a surprise witness, the storyteller. Bezella veil's about to be lifted off the mysteries. Time we end all this. Yep. Okay, do I have the sketch in my inventory? If not, I can just grab it real quick. I do have the sketch. So we're good. Do I have everything? I'm just gonna use a hint coin. Just in case I don't have what I need. No, I do. This thing press here. Okay. Observe.
Hang on!
Mm-hmm. Magic isn't real, and it's been proven to us in court by the man who controls our lives, but
You're a witch! Ban her!
did Luke go to free Barnum? I still think Luke is just standing next to Layton. He's just too small. Do I have any relevant elements? Yeah, sure do. Your Honor, the defense will present evidence. Luke's the dragon? Could be. I might just have to present the sketch. I'm sick of seeing this screen. I'm just gonna... Yeah, okay.
Take that!
It is, of course, Espella's drawing of the dragon. It's impossible to draw a dragon with so much detail unless you've actually seen it. This seems like the kind of thing that would pop up in a joke wrong answer. And then everyone goes ... and the judge goes, what on earth are you talking about? And then you take damage.
Indeed! And it looks very much like the fire dragon we saw this evening.
That's why I struggle with dragons. See, Dan gets it. You can only draw things you've literally seen before.
It cannot be a mere coincidence. You can't possibly use that drawing as evidence. And why not? Because she could have just drawn the dragon from this evening.
Dad, why don't you believe me? I saw that dragon when I was little. You cannot imagine dragons.
This town is my creation. I know everything about it, and I assure you there's no magic. If there's anyone who can tell you what's possible and what is not, it is me, the creator of Labyrinthia. Your overconfidence has clouded your judgment and is preventing you from seeing the truth.
Amazing first chat note. Yeah, it was flagged as a first-time chatter. That was their first ever message in chat. Well done. You've now... I'm bestowing mod upon you. What do you mean? In order to see what is really there, you need to reject biased assumptions
and keep an open mind. You are overlooking certain facts precisely because you are the creator of this town. It's nothing short of insanity. Magic doesn't real, and yet Espella says she saw a fire dragon. It seems like a contradiction, but perhaps it is not. Mr. Wright.
Yes?
The solution to this mystery is out there. We just need to find it.
Do you suppose you know where it is? Magic doesn't exist. The spell saw a fire dragon. Where's the evidence? Well, it's in the court record, and it's in the belfry, and it's in the town itself. Well, I guess the belfry's not the town. Is this another two things are right situation? I'm gonna say it's in the court record. If anywhere, it's gotta be in the court record, right? What? Nick, what's wrong with you? What? We're talking about evidence relating to what Espella saw from the bell tower over 10 years ago. We don't have anything that would fit the bill in the court record. I mean, we got the drawing of the blind from the... It would serve you well to listen to Miss Faye. Okay, fine, we'll say it's in the belfry. What Miss Cantabella saw then is where she had been at the time.
Where she had been? You do remember her testimony, don't you? She was in the bell tower when she witnessed that monstrosity.
The bell tower, huh?
The bell tower?
I mean, I still figured it out with my own brain. By paying attention.
Over 10 years ago.
Which I'm very happy about, because right now I'd be like, what? How could she have seen a dragon?
The witness was standing somewhere around here when she saw a fire dragon, am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Layton.
However, what was it that you actually saw then? Let us see if we can find the answer to that question.
Phoenix litigating for damages.
Why not? Go ahead and try. But I've warned you it's futile. You will find nothing here.
Well, it happened a long time ago. Whatever she saw might not be there anymore. And if we want to see exactly what she saw at the time, we'll need to set the whole town on fire. Want me to go get matches?
I may be an attorney, but even I couldn't clear you of the charges if you actually committed such a crime, Maya.
I will pretend I did not hear that. Shall we begin? What a gentleman. Thank you, Layton.
Let us look for the fire dragon. We can see the whole town from here. Look in every direction for something that would resemble Miss Cantabella's drawing.
Is this a puzzle? Okay, got it. Okay, so they're making me be like, what, over there? Well, maybe over there. What about down here? Yeah, probably nothing. Oh, this way. That's pretty sneaky.
Oh, ooh.
Yeah, it's past Luke's bedtime. Hondo percento. Oh, well, that's ominous as fuck. Great witch hanging out down there. I'm really proud of myself for paying close enough attention to see the metal work in the flashback and then seeing it in the evidence. Anyway, it's there. Wait, is that it? Wait, how many sides are there to this bell tower? I'm assuming it's the one that is like the lion.
Take that!
No, I was tapping to move the... What do you think? I don't know. It doesn't look like the dragon I saw.
Ha! I was right, not right. It seems so, unfortunately.
Oh well, the end. I was just testing the waters.
Mr. Wright, a gentleman should admit his mistake rather than try to cover it up with an unconvincing excuse.
Layton is not putting up with any of Phoenix's bullshit in this game. An excuse? That's what I get for imitating the professor. Nick, what was that about biased assumptions the professor said earlier?
They're what prevent us from seeing the truth. Thank you for the bits, Jim. Let's approach this with our minds wide open. And eyes wide open, too. Okay, I'm back. Yes, so there's that. That one just straight up looks like a dragon. Like, no, not even any kind of, like... What? Hold on. Hold on. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so that explains what Espella saw. How did everyone on the ground see a giant fire dragon? Okay, I found it.
Take that!
That's not even remotely ambiguous. Espella, can you have a look at this? Looks like the dragon was hiding in here after all. Oh, this is... Well, I guess we weren't looking at 4 sides. When we were turning, it was one of the corners with a pillar. I thought those were different. They didn't, they died. No, but tonight, there was a big grand worm and then fire, and we saw it eat the storyteller. That's identical to the one Espella drew. Tonight was drugs. Oh. But, it's not the fire dragon. The fire dragon was a creature made of flames. It was so big it could swallow this whole tower. This is just some tiny fretwork. I think we can consider this mystery solved. I suggest we all head back to the court. I will explain everything there. Is that all right with you, Mr. Cantabella? There's no such thing as magic. It was just the British. You were shorter then, and have had 10 years of memory and memory drugs. What's gone into Mr. Cantabella? He looks paler than you do with a cold. I have no idea. Let's follow the others back to the courtroom. Hashtag just British government things. The Inquisition's investigation seems to have yielded some unexpected results. But can someone explain them to me? Your Honor, the Inquisition will interpret the results of its investigation. Witness? You said you were about 6 years old at the time of that incident. Excuse me. Yes, that's right. Did you see the moment the dragon appeared above the town? Huh? No, I don't remember. I remember seeing it at some point. It was like a flash. The town was ablaze and this fiery beast was hovering above it. Then, when you noticed the dragon, the town was already engulfed by flames? Yes? That information completes the picture. Miss Cantabella's statement has offered me an insight into the true story of the fire dragon. You gonna share with the rest of the class? Over 10 years ago, Miss Cantabella was in the belfry, unconscious. What events led to this? Perhaps we will discover that in due course. When she awoke, the whole town was on fire. Having inhaled much smoke, she was still dazed. She was only vaguely aware of her surroundings when she looked up, alarmed by the scorching heat. Unable to stand, she was on her knees. And then, she saw something she would remember her whole life. Dragon. She saw a terrifying fire dragon attacking the town. She saw it through the fretwork in the balustrade. The shape of a dragon against the backdrop of the town being swallowed up by flames became imprinted in her memory. That is the truth about the fire dragon. This is what I have deduced. It wasn't a monster? Miss Cantabella, the illustration you have drawn for us bears an uncanny resemblance to the fretwork in the belfry. So 1, why didn't the bell tower burn down? And 2, why was the bell tower invisible until recently? I thought the bell tower appeared out of nowhere. I'm assuming now the bell tower was rendered invisible and recently made visible. It ain't over. I don't know. You saw the dragon when you were confused, possibly mildly asphyxiated from the smoke. He had a cloak on, real big cloak. And then when Belduke saw it, he was like, fuck this, I'm out. There was no magic and no magical beast.
You believe a stranger but not your father. That's so typical of teenagers. You should have listened to me. And now that all the mysteries have been unraveled, can we not end this trial and go home?
Objection.
No. As much as we'd all like to, I'm afraid it's still a bit too early for that.
What else do you want from us?
There is just one more problem I'd like to solve tonight.
One more? What on earth could it be?
Miss Cantabella, we've ascertained that you were in the belfry when you saw the dragon. However, that creates a new question. How did you get there? Oh, I haven't thought about that. Yeah, neither have I. Oh! As expected of an ace attorney, Mr. Wright seems to have noticed the problem too, at last. Holy shit, he got taken out by his own brain. In order to access the belfry, you need to use the bell tower mechanism. The mechanism can only be set in motion with the pendants. Indeed. Miss Cantabella, did you have your pendant with you at the time? Yes, I think I did. I always had it with me. But why did I have that pendant? I can't remember it at all. This pendant is not just for show, it's the key to the belfry. Why was she carrying it around? We must also not forget that one pendant does not suffice to operate the contraption. 2 of them are required. 2 pendants. Miss Cantabella, are you certain that you were alone in the belfry? Well, I mean, the cat was there. No, I wasn't alone. I was there with a friend. What friend? Cat. Eve, where did you go off to? The friend you mentioned, was it this cat? Yes, she's my best friend. We've always been together. Without Eve, I would have been so lonely. That kitty's always appearing out of nowhere to keep a spell company. Of course she does. After all, Vizella's always accompanied by a black cat.
What you saw from the bell tower when you were little was so terrifying that even an adult would have been scarred for life. The town burned in front of your eyes. You thought you saw a fire dragon. You see, your memories have been twisted by the horrors you saw.
What do you mean?
The dragon you saw wasn't real, and I suspect
that the friend who was with you in the bell tower might not have been that cat. No, it was her. It was Eve, my only friend.
Miss Cantabella, the pendant needed to access the belfry is too large for a cat. Are you following?
If Eve was with you, it would have been impossible for you to enter the belfry.
Wait. Inquisitor, where is all this going? You have no right to tamper with my daughter's memories. That's my job.
You are right, of course. However, neither do you. Get his ass, Layton!
Nor should you attempt to cover up the truth. Ah!
No, you're wrong. Eve was my only friend.
Think about that day again, Miss Cantabella. You went to the top of that bell tower with a friend who also had a pendant.
I love how much Layton gets the slam on the desk in this trial.
Well then, why don't we have the defense present some evidence? Can you prove that someone was with Miss Cantabella in the belfry that day?
No. Not unless Layton's evidence of the picture is gonna show up in my inventory.
If so, I'd very much like to see the evidence.
What? Why me? It was the professor's idea. I have nothing on the legendary fire. Why ask me for proof?
Right, I suppose you wouldn't have any proof. Not one of us remembers that incident. I've had enough of this, Your Honor. You have no grounds to continue this trial. Well, we appear to have reached a dead end. There's nothing else for us to do.
Objection.
Please, hold on, Your Honor. Oh, what is this all of a sudden? Inquisitor Layton? The defense does not have the necessary evidence, but someone else does. And that someone is me.
What do you mean? This time, the Inquisition will present its evidence. The prosecution's bringing up evidence. The Inquisition will present evidence, huh? Wait, seriously? You son of a witch. There it is. Waited all game to hear that. This is what you wanted from the very start, isn't it? Rated E for everyone. Well, in that case, the Inquisition shall present evidence that somebody was with Miss Cantabella in the bell tower when she saw the fire dragon. What does Layton have on him? Make Layton make a mistake? I did save. Bell of Ruin, giant bell found in the ruins. It's made of pure silver. The first story, handmade picture book about witches found in the spell's room within the storyteller's tower. The picture of two girls found in the storyteller's room. Touch details. See more. Look at more. Yeah, wow, look at that. Oh, would you look at that? They each got, oh, interesting. And they each have one of those little doll too. Yeah, then there. That's pretty good. And Belduke suicide I wrote with his friend about his daughter and feeling guilt. Yep. And the profiles are all the same. Alright, well. I will present the evidence that someone else was with her when she saw the frying dragon. Your Honor, she was asleep via Fainfall.
Have a look.
Objection!
Yeah, that was random. Or is the Inquisition just testing the waters? What's with that satisfied look on your face, Nick? I've always wanted to do this. Everyone's always poking fun at me if I present the wrong evidence. It feels so good to do it to somebody else for a change. Unfortunately, Inquisitor Layton, I failed to see a connection between the matter at hand and the evidence you presented. Why does that still blow up my health meter? Well, if you don't test the waters, you won't know if you're out of your depth. I'll present the correct evidence next time. You're looking very happy again, Nick. It's music to my ears. Someone other than me making a silly mistake and coming up with a lame excuse. You know, maybe you could use some time off so you can release your pent-up frustration. Well, in that case, the Inquisition shall present evidence. Fuck. I'm down to one. I'm just gonna blow up. The Bell of Ruin.
Have a look.
Have a look. Have a look, he says, holding Luke by his scruff. Have a look. Hands you a look. Take a look. It's in a book. There's no need to consider the trial. Spell Cantabella is guilty of witchcraft. How, Your Honor? See you later. Lamau, Lamau, Lamau. Rare damage animation from Lane, right? I don't like that restart trial is the default. I'm like, I don't want to restart the whole trial. It'd be a lot of button mashing to get back here. Anyway, we're back. Hooray. Yeah, the prosecution fails, but she's still guilty. What friend? Oh, we're back to the cat. Very good. Was the friend your cat? Yeah. Yep. Isn't that what Layton was going for? Well, he's trying to prove that she's the Great Witch Bezella, and in doing so, I think the main point was that he knew that Kira was supposed to be taking the fall, and that it is. I mean, also like they're saying, oh, him taking the Inquisitor stand is what lures him into being part of the storytelling, to being part of the trial. It's like they needed someone to be prosecution, I guess. I'm just glad we got Layton versus Phoenix Wright. I'm just glad that that actually happened at some point in the game, even if it's silly pretenses.
Objection.
Truthness. Trial still needs to continue. Yeah, that's the main thing. I have the evidence, Your Honor. You son of a witch. All right. The evidence is the picture. Yahoo.
Have a look.
Have a look. Professor, no! This is the proof. This photograph shows Miss Cantabella with a friend. What's a photograph? Golly, this is the finest illustration I've ever seen. Good. It's a photograph. It looks as if it were a reflection of the real world on paper.
Tell me, who created this exquisite work of art?
Well, Your Honor, I understand you are fascinated. Let us focus on what this picture shows. This picture was found in the Storyteller's Tower. Mr. Cantabella, we have taken the liberty of borrowing it for this trial. See, Nick? The professor steals stuff too. It's enough to look away for a second and you already cause trouble. Professor, aren't photographs against the rules? I mean, this is supposed to be a medieval setting. Maya! Meh, who cares? What's important now is helping Miss Cantabella to grasp the truth. And in this case, the end justifies the means. Layton really did say, sorry to break character, break time period. Please take a close look at the two girls in this picture. Each of them is wearing a pendant.
Why, that's so. These are the belfry contraption pendants.
We know that one of these girls is Miss Cantabella, but then, who is the other girl?
Accused? Do you have any idea?
That's my cat. Espella, are you okay? Doesn't look like she is. It's me. And the other girl is... I don't know. Ooh, ah!
Espella! Your Honor! Stop this trial, stop it right now! Can't you see you're driving Espella into insanity?
Objection.
It's just the opposite, Mr. Cantabella. If we turn away from the truth now, Espella will close herself to the world forever. Gar. Mr. Wright. Yes? You know who it is, don't you? You know the identity of the other girl in this picture?
Is that so? If the defense knows that.
Will it put me all the way back again if I'm wrong and reload my save? Or rather, if I deliberately pick wrong?
Tell us all who this other girl is. It's Eve the cat, like she was saying.
I really want to present that. But where it's going to put us all the way back.
It's Foxy. It's all 10 of the vigilantes.
I don't think it's worth it. I think it might put us back, so... Yeah. Anyway,
it's Darklaw!
Take that!
Yeah, we're already 5.5 hours in a stream. I'm thinking it's High Inquisitor Darklaw.
High Inquisitor Darklaw? I cannot say I didn't have slight suspicions about her, but oh my.
Just let me know if you know of like a really good fake thing, wrong answer. Like the one earlier was definitely worth stopping for. If not, I'm just gonna try to be correct. If I fuck up, then I fuck up. Miss Cantabella, what do you say? Do you now remember the girl next to you in this picture? I was with Lady Darklaw.
This is crazy.
What are you basing this preposterous claim on?
But, Mr. Cantabella,
This girl closely resembles the High Inquisitor.
resembles? That's just your personal opinion. It's meaningless in a court of law.
Objection!
If you want evidence, I've got it.
What?
The definitive proof that the girl in the picture is Darklaw is the pendant. Wait, is it the pendant? Yeah.
Take that!
It's the pendant. Because it was updated to say it was ripped off of Darklaw. This is the proof it was the High Inquisitor.
The pendant needed for that contraption in the bell tower.
I have Miss Darklaw's testimony here. She said this pendant was hers. And so, the other girl in the picture is definitely Miss Darklaw. Because no one else can hold the same thing that someone else held in the past. Is it really? Oh, see you later. Eve, where are you going? I was expecting you, Miss Darklaw. Where'd you come? Why are you over? I see that I was not mistaken about you. I trusted in your ability to get this far.
High Inquisitor Darklaw? Where did you just appear from?
Does your memory not serve you well, Your Honor? You know what I am. I can disappear at will anytime I wish to. So her disappearing from the middle of the court, and Phoenix going, she just vanished, and no one else reacting. Was? Okay. So, storyteller, everything has worked out just as you had written, O revered creator of Labyrinthia.
Darklaw.
Lady Darklaw. I assume it was the cloak, I guess. Now she's also back up there. Okay. Miss Darklaw. Did you enter the belfry with Miss Cantabella when you were little? Yes, I did. Then you have memories of events from before 10 years ago. I certainly do. Is the cat also a separate witness? Order in the court! Lady Darklaw, you were with me? Your memories have been suppressed by that man. But I was with Eve. Eve, huh? Eve the black cat? Yes, she has always been my dear friend. She was by my side on that day too. What a bizarre coincidence. Darklaw isn't my real name. What? Then what is your real name? Is it Eve? It's Eve. Mm-hmm. What? What? You are Eve? So she is the cat! So very early on, when they kind of do like a little bit of like a... Like Darklaw disappears, like the cat shows up, disappears, and Darklaw shows up, you're like, oh, huh. That was actually foreshadowing, but not that she can transform into a cat. I can't be too mad about that. It's pretty good. You better crossfade into a there you go. Eve. Espella. Tetsuo Kaneda. My dear friend Eve. It can't be. That flashback, was it real?
Darklaw, why are you doing this? Are you trying to undo everything I've accomplished in the past 10 years?
What have you accomplished?
Many things.
No, you've already ruined everything yourself. You get his ass.
What is it that you want?
What I want? My aim is to make the truth known, so that everything returns to how it should be. Miss Darklaw, will you tell us what you remember about what happened back then more than 10 years ago? It would be my pleasure. It was the day of the fire festival. Spell and I went up to the bell tower. The wind was strong that day. When the sun had set, the festival began. It's true that the whole town burned down that day. The fire consumed buildings and people, turning them into ashes. We were the only survivors. We stayed in the belfry while the world below us was being eaten up by hungry flames. They all died? Thank you for the monkey spin. They all... So he said, I'm gonna make you... Hey, British government, can I get some money so I can get people to sign contracts so I can mind wipe them, put them in a town and make them live in fantasy medieval times? And they're like, absolutely. Then there was a fire that killed them all, and they went back to the British government and said, can we do it again? We need more money. Like, huh? This is before the experiment? That's after. The fire was first. You're right, because she's 18 and she was 6. So it was 12 years ago. So there's a fire that burned down the town. Then 2 years later, he said, I want to make a fantasy world where there's witches and stuff. That is better, but it's not good. We're the only survivors. Okay, and then, okay, so earlier, right. Because the storyteller was like, yeah, everyone in the town died and we bought all the land. And we're like, what? And he's like, don't worry about it. So that's the fire. Okay. All right.
I thought that those were separate events, that everyone in the town died, and then later, during the course of the village. Anyway, the legendary fire is no fable. It happened here more than 10 years ago.
Objection!
There are no such things as magic and fire dragons, so how could a whole town be destroyed in just one night?
Yes, that's something I'd like to know as well. Even if we assume the celebratory fires got out of control, surely the whole town wouldn't have perished like that.
Now it all makes sense.
That was the missing piece of this puzzle.
What do you mean, Professor?
I can imagine now what transpired that night. What happened in the belfry and what caused the legendary fire. We have all the clues we need. If the Inquisition has evidence to show us, I'd very much like to see it. What caused the legendary fire?
The Bell of Ruin? Everyone fell asleep. They were up in the bell tower unconscious. So maybe. I don't see how the story would make a fire happen. In a picture book about witches. So he started the first story to make her feel better about everyone in the town fucking dying. And then, oops, things got a little bit out of control. Damn you, pipe sound effect. Yeah, I'm just gonna
Have a look.
The cause of the fire is in the belfry. It was the bell?
Sorry, chat. Hey, chat. Hey, VOD watchers, while chat's asleep. Chat's pretty good, right? Yeah, pretty good. Don't tell chat, though.
That bell has been made by the natives and later sealed underground. It was called the Bell of Ruin.
Bell of Ruin.
By the way, why does this bell have such an ominous name?
Could it be because it's made of pure silver? Well, I've been streaming nonstop for 5 years. I don't know. Can't find this end stream button.
Pure silver? Exactly. Mr. Cantabella has told us earlier that everyone who lives here has a very peculiar condition.
Who am I?
This condition makes people fall unconscious upon the sound of a certain metal being struck. And that metal is pure silver. Yes, and we've been told the condition is brought about by drinking the groundwater. Indeed. That bell was also the reason why the original inhabitants of this area decided to forsake it. It seems that the Bell of Ruin caused a devastating disaster. To those who have gained entry into this sanctum, heed our words. You must not ring the Bell of Ruin.
It make you go sleepy bye-bye time.
I can't help but wonder what disaster this bell had caused. An enormous bell made of pure silver, and the locals with their peculiar condition. It's not too hard to imagine what happened. It was probably the same calamity as the one that happened over 10 years ago. And that is, well, what disaster happened to this town before Labyrinthia was built? Oh,
The legendary fire.
now, let us contemplate the following scenario. What would happen if the Bell of Ruin were sounded during the fire festival?
Oh. Everyone who heard it would fall unconscious.
As it was an annual festival, all the townspeople were assembled in the town square. Oh dear. Therefore, on the night of the fire festival over 10 years ago, all the residents instantly lost consciousness when the bell was struck.
Oh no.
Had it been even just slightly windy that day, the fires lit for the Great Witch Bezella would have gone out of control, and they would spread throughout the town with no one left to stop them.
Because everyone was unconscious.
Exactly. That also includes the two girls who were in the belfry. Espella and I.
How come they got magic amulets to open up the bell tower, though?
You were the closest to the source of the sound, so it was inevitable. When you recovered consciousness, it was already too late. The town had been swallowed by flames, as if a fire dragon had come to burn it. That was a calamity caused by the bell.
It's more like saved it by the bell.
Calamity. You say here that the cause of calamity is the Great Witch Bezella.
That night, in this very town, Bezella was more than a mythical persona.
Bezella.
Slayed by the bell.
She's losing it again. The Bell of Ruin. Bezella!
The fuck you mean to be This chapter was called Epilogue. The end. We hope you've enjoyed Professor Layton. What the How long is this game? Jesus Christ. Epilogue 2? Epilogue Act 2. Mr. Cantabella, I would like to apologize for putting too much pressure on your daughter. Only your words can bring her back from the brink of madness. Let her hear the truth from her own father. All according to your plan, Layton. You've driven a speller into a corner in order to push me to the wall. I had no other choice. Speller, please listen to me. She's fine. You haven't done anything wrong. You didn't cause that accident. You have suffered so much, thinking that you were Bezella. I must take the blame for that. You, Mr. Cantabella? I sacrificed everything to make up for what I've done, but all I managed to do was inflict more pain upon others. Wouldn't you say, Darklaw? Now that you are willing to talk, Mr. Cantabella, would you mind telling us your story, yours as well as Espella's and Miss Darklaw's? Government-sanctioned pain. Not just sanctioned, endorsed. Very well. This story, too, began when I was a young lad. When Newton and I were still youths, full of dreams and hope. As you already know, we discovered the underground ruins, and deep within them lay that accursed bell. I imagine the ancient civilization that lived here crafting that bell, and there's like a guy with a big hammer, and he's like hitting it to like shape it, and it's like bong, and then he wakes up, bong. Takes him like 50 years to make that bell. The Bell of Ruin! At the time, we still lacked the knowledge to decipher any of the writings we found there. Why would it take me 6 months to make this damn thing? This bell is magnificent. It's bound to make the most beautiful sound. I have an idea. Why don't we make this bell the symbol of our town? How do you propose to do that? Let's build a bell tower for it. Then we can ring it on special occasions. That's not a bad idea. Then it's settled. When we grow up, let's do it. Okay, just don't forget about it. Forget about what? Why are we here? The two of us chose different paths in life. I studied management in London, while Newton devoted himself to the study of the natural sciences. And then you made a fortune following the invention of a new anesthetic. We both got married around that time, and each of us had a daughter. You mean Espella was born shortly after your company gained funding? That's right. We eventually returned to our hometown and set about realizing our childhood dream. Nanomachine silver bells in the bloodstream. Silver bells. Having built the bell tower in the middle of the town square, we retrieved the bell itself from the underground ruins. We aspired to make it a symbol of prosperity for this unindustrialized town. The bell was to be officially displayed during the annual fire festival. It would be rung in the morning following the night of celebration. Pardon the interruption, but at the time, were you aware of the meaning behind the bell's name? Obviously, we were not. Thinking back to my ignorance at the time, a chill now runs down my spine. Newton and I went to the bell tower the day before the festival. Only one more day to go. We've waited a long time for this. That we have. This town will no longer be the same after tomorrow. The bell weighed so much that ringing it was not easy. We tackled that problem by constructing a special mechanism, which we installed in the belfry.
Daddy, I want to hear the bell. Can I make it ring? Daddy, please, let me ring it.
Espella, who was there with us, was utterly enchanted by the bell. She wasn't a bad child, but she was very stubborn and would rarely listen to me when she wanted something. I told her a story to try and convince her to leave the bell alone.
Espella, listen carefully. You mustn't ring this bell.
But why? Why can't I, Daddy?
You know about Bezella, the witch?
Uh-huh. She's an evil fire witch who uses magic to hurt people.
If you ring this bell, Bezella will come out and possess you.
Why did he say that knowing they were gonna ring the bell the next day? Well, was the louder? I raised the volume, sorry. Whenever there's dialogue, I try to raise it up. What the fuck?
Possess me? You mean I'll turn into Bezella?
That's right, Espella. When Bezella possesses someone, she uses them to do terrible things. That's why you must never ring this bell, sweetheart.
I understand, Daddy.
But it's okay if I ring it. Don't worry about that.
There's a good girl.
I mean, we could have seen from a glance from the beginning of the game that everything's the storyteller's fault, but man, it's bad out here.
The legend of Bezella has been passed around these parts for centuries. It probably originated from beliefs of the tribes that populated this area in the past.
The villagers thought that there was no world outside of Labyrinthia, and now the judge is like, oh yes, the ancient civilizations in England.
I believe about this. What I told Espella was just a silly story I invented for the occasion. It was only meant to stop her from ringing the bell. I could not have imagined that it would have such far-reaching consequences.
She's asleep. She remembered the bell, and that's enough to knock her out. It's all coming back to me now. I remember that day. On the day of the fire festival, just around the time when the preparations ended and everything was about to begin. I sneaked out of our house. I took Mum's pendant with me.
Your mother's pendant? Do you mean this one?
Yes, it belonged to me, Mum.
We needed to limit access to the bell, so we made the 2 keys.
Why did you need to limit access to the bell before you knew that it was dangerous? Why? It's just a bell. You could have put up some tape and said, don't go up here, please.
We decided to make them independents and each gave one to our respective wives. Both are needed in order to access the belfry.
Like that's gonna stop a kid. Well, then lock it with a normal ass key. I saw you and Mr. Belduke use them. So I told Eve to meet me at the bell tower. The British do love their
Daddy says Bezella will come out if I ring the bell, but if I do it just a little.
Atta girl.
I want to try it while the festival is going on.
Oh no, so she did ring it? I thought they were saying, well, it was heavy winds, and then it just was, oh no.
I hope Eve doesn't forget her mum's pendant.
Just a little ring as a treat.
So if it is just as I thought, Miss Darklaw, you are Mr. Belduke's daughter.
Heh. Well done, Inquisitor. I was almost afraid you would fail to make that connection.
What in the? This is too much for one day!
Where'd the cat go?
Order! Order in the court! Lady Darklaw, you mean to say that you're Sir Belduke's daughter?
Yes. My real name is Eve Belduke. I'm the alchemist's daughter.
This is unbelievable!
I'm sure we'll get to it. But somehow Belduke, I mean, I feel like that's why Belduke lived by himself
was probably tied to like the storyteller, and maybe he fucked with him or something. I don't know. But then Belduke was like, "Oh, a young girl, be my surrogate daughter, please." Gets that even more fucked up. Good. I also sneaked out of my house that evening, clutching my mother's pendant in my hand. I did just as you asked me to. Did I not, Espella?
Espella, my mum's going to be so angry if she notices I took the pendant. Don't worry so much. I just really want to ring that bell. I want to hear it.
Belduke talks a lot about his daughter in that note. That wasn't Jean, huh? You're fucking right. Yep. Yeah, you're, Yep, he's like, take care of my daughter. Ah, fuck. I rang the bell against my father's warning, and so Bezella possessed me. Because of me, the town and everyone in it, they're all gone.
No, it's not your fault. Stop blaming yourself.
Supposedly, the former inhabitants of this area also used to fall unconscious upon the sound of that bell. Perhaps they experienced a similar nightmare.
It was I who brought the Bell of Ruin into this town,
and then kept it here?
The one to blame for this calamity is not some witch, it's me.
I brought destruction upon this town. I am Bezella.
Espella, you're going to drive your dad crazy if you keep repeating that.
Heh heh heh. Seeing you like this is giving me a strong feeling of deja vu.
Eve? How can you be so evil? Are you happy now?
I'm afraid we're in the dark as regarding Miss Darklaw's sense of deja vu. Only 4 people survived the fire. Only 4? Spella and Eve, who were in the belfry, and the only 2 residents who did not participate in the festival, Newton and I. And where were you at the time, if you'll permit my asking? There were no survivors, asterisk. We were investigating those fateful ruins. That's why we didn't notice anything until it was too late. That's really sus, that they were like, we got this bell, we're very excited about it. No one's allowed to ring it except for us. I'm lying to my daughter so she doesn't ring it. Let's fuck off while the festival's going on. That we're ringing the bell after. They're having an affair? Probably. It was getting near the time at which we planned to ring the bell, so we headed towards the town. Then we saw it. The town had been burnt to ashes, the air shimmering from the heat. That's too awful for words. We searched for survivors sick with anxiety. Eventually, we found our daughters in the bell tower. Still don't get why the bell tower didn't burn at all. Espella was unresponsive, like a doll. Eve was crying at her side. Our relief at having found them vied with terror caused by the disaster. They were smooching in the ruins. A little bit of a ruin smooch. The worst night of my life ended, pierced with the first rays of sunshine. But then, it seemed Espella was already lost to us. We had lost her to Bezella. She wouldn't speak, eat, or even leave her room. She thought she was Bezella and that she had destroyed the town. I couldn't get that out of her head. What she saw from the bell tower must have been so terrifying. But it wasn't shock. From what she had seen, my own words had put her in that state.
Hi, Marquis. Bye, Marquis. Thanks for 70 months of the tutor. Yeah, we were childhood trauma.
Had I only not told her that stupid story.
Did you consider a therapist?
No, my first instinct was to use drugs. I'm a pharma bro, you see. We had been grasping at straws, trying to find a way to save Espella's mind. But whatever we did, her eyes would remain impassive and empty. In the end, I came upon a certain idea that offered us a glimpse of hope. What was it? This suspense is too much for my aging heart. I believe I may know what it is, or it was. It was the only way to get through to little Espella. Inquisition? What are you talking about? What was Mr. Cantabella's idea for saving his daughter from insanity?
I should have saved. Well, probably the book. Definitely the book.
Have a look.
Have a look. It's in this book. We discovered this in Espella's room.
I just want to save because that's been a lot of dialogue, and anything that I can not have to repeat at this stage would be good.
Reading Rainbow, Your Honor. I can do anything.
And that is...
It's a handmade picture book. The illustrations and handwriting are truly exquisite. That's the first story I wrote. I made it for Espella after that dreadful fire. Oh, the storyteller's first story! Gimme, gimme! It was but a simple children's story. The plot was very straightforward. The townsfolk joined forces to banish evil witches who served Bezella.
Espella, do you understand now? You aren't Bezella. Bezella is somewhere out there, sending out other witches to do bad things to the people of our town.
Father of the fucking century. No, you can't be the evil witch that I said you would become if you ring the bell. She's out there sending out more evil witches that can harm us and people we care about.
Don't you feel better? Now go to sleep.
What? God damn it. Witches, magic, the town perishing in flames.
Espella was mentally broken and I couldn't get through to her any other way. I talked to her as if magic and witches were real, avoiding any mention of that fire.
Daddy. A witch is real.
Espella spoke to me for the first time in so many days. I was beyond myself with joy and replied without thinking.
Oh, yes, they are. They're hiding in the town, among the people.
But it's just a fairy tale.
I was desperate. I feared she would close herself off to me again. Now, in hindsight, I see what an utter fool I was. I made an irreversible mistake yet again.
No, it's not. Everything your daddy writes comes true. The bad witches will get their comeuppance. I will write a story about it.
And so I wrote another story for my daughter. A story about mischievous witches getting caught. Just go to therapy! This time, I had the story acted out in front of Espella. You had it acted out? Back then, I wasn't the only one tormenting myself over the mental state of my daughter. Newton was going through hell too. His own daughter had been badly scarred by the event. Isn't that right, Eve?
Thanks, storyteller. My father and I repaired a building that had survived the fire and continued to live in this town. Espella wasn't even able to leave her room. We couldn't leave her behind when she needed all the help she could get. Mr. Cantabella showed us this book one day. Then he made an unusual request of us.
I'd like to make this story real. Would you be willing to help me do so?
My dad told me the truth and supported me mentally. To our surprise, he was entirely serious. Seeing that, we gladly offered our help. A story about evil-doing witches getting caught and punished. And Bezella, the source of them all.
Were you paying attention, Espella? Witches got what they deserved, and peace has been restored to the town.
Espella smiled at the end. Then she whispered to herself,
It wasn't me.
When I saw her smile, I felt as if something broke inside me. I couldn't afford to let her be sad again. But I could afford to make a lot of other people sad. Maybe if Bezella were to exist in this town, Espella would stop thinking she herself harbored the Great Witch.
So he cast his best friend's daughter, who was also traumatized by this incident, to be the Great Witch? This dude fucking sucks. I continued writing stories about witches, even I would act them out for a speller. And he got government funding. I could afford anything. Gradually, the number of characters in my stories increased. That was, of course, largely due to the ongoing reconstruction of the town. How much reconstruction? It wasn't anything on a big scale. I simply paid people to move in and act out their roles. But I began to think that I would need more than that. The story had to be real. To make a lie seem true, you resorted to even more lies. Yes, I was certain that that was the only way. How did I do so? I remembered about Newton's research. He was working on a certain medicine. It was a kind of tranquilizer made from local plants that he was testing at the time. But it was difficult to put into practical use. The substance had a danger of causing unconsciousness and hypnosis. I can see how that could be abused to cause much harm, supposing it fell into the wrong hands. It was found by the wrong hands. At the same time, it was just what I needed for my ambitious project. I contacted the government, and that was the beginning of what came to be known as Project Labyrinthia. A town with human test subjects, all in a state of long-term hypnosis. You devised that plan solely for the sake of your daughter? Yes. We acquired the land which had been laid to waste by the fire. The new town was slowly becoming populated. Gradually, the rules of Labyrinthia were established. It was to be a town where magic and witches were a reality to the residents. All of this was possible thanks to the drug. The test subjects were exposed to it through the ink used to pen the story, right? That's right. It was the dangerous drug developed by Newton. About 10 years have passed since then. Even now, the town continues to change. Don't take a bow, you fuck. Project Labyrinthia. And all this was done for one girl. Espella was only able to be herself when she lived within my story. Oh, the irony of it! Only within a world in which Bezella was real could Espella's tragic memories be sealed. That's the best way to deal with all of this. And all this while, Eve was assisting me. I was the first shade. As soon as the story began, I disappeared from the scene. If Espella was to see some magic, then someone had to don this robe. That's the robe of invisibility. I gave Espella new memories so that she could live in this town with everyone else. I also sealed the memory of her friend, Eve. What? Thank you, Magic Fast. If I had a nickel for every time a father created a fake town in order to appease their daughter in a Layton game, etc., etc. Yeah, I was thinking that this whole time. My existence was too strongly connected to her memory of the fire. Afterwards, I returned as Darklaw, a stranger to Espella. But even if you were doing this for Espella's sake, that's just going too far. I made that choice. I do not regret the past 10 years. Meanwhile, my father was supporting Labyrinthia from behind the scenes, in his own way. Let's go to work in 4 hours. Oh my god, Tron Wings. The VOD will still be there. Thank you for hanging. Thank you for the bits. Go take a snooze.
Do you mean his contributions as an alchemist?
Anyone in chat, please rest if you need to. My father's knowledge of medicine was indispensable for this town to function. The hallucinogenic ink was my father's work as well.
So it was. Newton and Eve sacrificed more than anyone else for the sake of Espella and this town.
We have 2 hours left? Jesus Christ.
I will be forever indebted to them.
We wanted to save Espella, just like you. Under an hour? Okay, jeez, I'm like 2. I can do 2, but goddamn, that's a lot. But then, there's still something I don't understand.
Why were you trying to destroy this fake world? In the end, you chose to betray Espella and Mr. Cantabella. But I've already told you already, have I not?
It was your revenge against Mr. Cantabella for choosing to end the story, correct?
I wonder whether that was the true reason. Professor, would Miss Belduke really betray them merely because she did not want the story to end? I dare say there was another, considerably more important reason. She had another reason.
No need to frown in dismay, Mr. Wright. Please leave this to me. Well then, let's hear what the Inquisition has to say. What other reason led the witness to betray Mr. Cantabella? Her dad?
Have a look.
This letter was Miss Belduke's real motive. What is this? I think I've seen it before.
That's the letter written by Mr. Belduke for Mr. Cantabella. It's also Mr. Belduke's suicide note.
My dear friend, I hope you can forgive me for leaving this world of my own will.
What I have done cannot be forgiven. I can never escape from it.
Something was tormenting Mr. Belduke. It became too much for him to bear and drove him to suicide.
These past 10 years, I thought Father was glad to be helping Cantabella. But little did I know, he was suffering terrible anguish all that time. Cantabella twisted the lives of so many people for the sake of his daughter. Was the story not but a glorified lie, stripping so many of what little happiness they had? All those years, Father was racked by a crushing sense of guilt.
His agony culminated in the incident of 3 months ago.
Mr. Belduke's death. Like, okay. But also, why is this tower indestructible? Before Labyrinthia was created, certain things had to be concealed in order to seal Espella's memories. Had she seen them, she would have remembered. They were simply too dangerous to her. I mean, I'd say do this somewhere else, but they're like, but this is where the magic water is. One of them was me. Espella's friend Eve had to be reborn as a shade and disappear into the forest. The next thing was the bell tower.
I see. Had she seen it, it would have been certain to stir up those traumatic memories.
So take down the bell tower. You built it.
Memories of the legendary fire.
Yeah, toxic water. Correct. The only way to prevent that was to erase the bell tower from Labyrinthia.
But how could you do that?
Using the same method as with this robe. The robe of invisibility. In short, we covered up the tower with a huge robe. Although it wasn't as easy as it sounds. In other words, the bell tower had been there all this time. And like no one walked into it. Only the townspeople couldn't see it, is that correct? Thanks for the hydrate. They could have bumped it. No, don't step on the grass. Indeed.
I don't know what to say.
At any rate, the situation changed due to that lightning strike 3 months ago, did it not? It was a most unfortunate accident. The lightning set the bell tower's cover on fire. That cover was quickly consumed by flames, revealing that abominable bell tower. I said spell tower. It does create a cool effect. I mean, to be fair, we've seen that shot many times. It's like, what the, huh? The beginning of all of this, the Bell of Ruin appeared before us. 'Twas mockery of our efforts. That tower emerging from the flames.
must have seemed like a sign of divine anger to Mr. Belduke. A sign that no matter how you attempt to conceal your sins, the truth will eventually float up to the surface.
Having realized this, Father chose death.
He was such a kind-hearted man. I didn't have an inkling of what he had been going through.
To him, the participation of Labyrinthia's people within this project was not voluntary. Even though they had themselves signed the contract, I believe he felt those people were being deceived.
Father took his life because of you, Cantabella.
Now you know why I did what I did. I lost my father 3 months ago. That day, my revenge began.
Your revenge?
The first step in my plan was to rewrite the story.
What did you say?
As president of Labralum Inc., you had to spend most of your time in London. Over the past few years, you were coming to Labyrinthia only for the parades. So naturally, I knew you would never notice if the story were slightly changed. That explains it. I couldn't help thinking there was something strange going on. Mr. Cantabella is Espella's father, after all. He wouldn't have made Espella a witch in his story.
Espella was a witch? When did that happen?
Heh. How could you have known, after all? Let me fill you in on the details. Espella has already been tried once within the witch's court.
Impossible. Why? How could you? You knew the risk that would carry.
Look at you. What a fine author of that grand story you are. You left all the work in Labyrinthia to me. Meanwhile, you were making millions for yourself in London. What a pathetic excuse for a father. You didn't even notice that your precious little Espella was in such danger.
Grr.
Miss Belduke, why did you do that to Espella? Do you even need to ask? I did it to unlock her memories. You mean, when the legendary fire took place, Espella was so traumatized that she closed herself off to the world. We were just little girls then. That tragic accident was too much for us to handle. This fictitious town was created as a facade to keep the truth away from Espella. But the weight of all these lies led my father to his suicide. Despite that, the person responsible for all this carried on as if nothing had happened. I couldn't forgive him. As Belduke's bereaved daughter, I had to have my revenge against both Cantabellas. Both of them? Judge, this is the whole truth. I mean, Espella's not really guilty of anything. Now you know the true identity of Bezella?
Objection.
You say this is the whole truth. But is that really the case? Oh my God. Professor, we can't keep doing... What are you going on about now? We have been provided with a clear picture of what happened to Espella so long ago. Nevertheless, we haven't yet heard your testimony. Don't be ridiculous. This will be the last testimony in this trial. Tell us about the night of the legendary fire. I request that you tell us your story. Who do you think you are, Inquisitor? I am merely one of the supporting characters within this tale. However, I am very much interested in the truth. This has been a very long trial, of which this shall be the last interrogation. The court demands the single other witness of the legendary fire provide us with their testimony. Very well. There is only one truth, nothing can change that. The truth about the legendary fire. Espella wanted to ring the bell no matter what, so we went up to the belfry. The festival celebrations had already started. The mechanism for ringing the bell was at a height even we could reach. The next thing I remember is coming to and running to Espella's side. I was shaking her until she finally opened her eyes. The next moment, we saw that nightmarish view. All strength abandoned us and we didn't know what to do. That was when we were found by my father and Mr. Cantabella. Is it? The bell could only be rung with a special mechanism? That's right. It was made in such a way that even a child could use it. Why? I don't know. It was probably constructed by my father. I suppose he wanted to make it possible for anyone to ring that bell. In light of the events that followed, that was clearly a very foolish decision. A mechanism for ringing the bell. I noticed something like that on a pillar when we went to the belfry earlier. I better make a note of it in the court record. Top floor device. Even a child can use it. No, they stole the keys to the belfry. I mean, later they seemed to just give it to them to keep, but at the time it was held by their mothers.
Fate can certainly be cruel. I have to agree.
If only we had not discovered those ruins and brought that bell to our town, and then decided to leave it up there afterwards. If only we could have deciphered those ancient writings a little earlier.
Moreover, if only the groundwater in this area didn't cause that strange condition.
Unfortunately, Mr. Cantabella,
the tragedy occurred.
All that remains for us to do is to seek out the truth. Luke's napping with Eve underneath the desk. Not for the sake of vengeance, but for the sake of the future.
Mr. Wright?
Yes?
You have been fighting fiercely to uncover the truth.
This is the final interrogation.
I trust you know what to do.
Not a clue. Leave it to me. To be honest, I have no idea what lies ahead. Whatever it is, there's no question we need to get to the bottom of it. There's got to be a light at the end of this tunnel. There's got to. Final. Version 3, version 2, final. Version 2. Saving the game. You know what's also bonkers about how long this trial has been? They haven't refilled their fucking HP once! Including, like, more than one chapter break. That's kind of fucked. Espella wanted to ring the bell no matter what.
Hold it!
You needed both pendants to access the belfry, correct? Espella asked me to bring my mother's pendant, so I did. That wasn't the only requirement, however. You also need to solve a puzzle in order to use the contraption. I've always been a master puzzle solver. For me, it was child's play. Literally. She solved it when she was a little girl. What's your excuse, Nick? Hey, I have different talents.
Espella and Eve were best friends at the time. Eve is 2 years older than Espella. She used to be like a big sister to her. So, the two of you went into the belfry. What happened next, son?
Thank you for the bits. I'm gonna go back real quick.
Hold it!
I promise I'm not gonna just waste a ton of time. I just am curious if she has any thoughts in her brain right now. Espella? Oh, well, never mind. Espella? Oh, yes, what is it? Regarding the testimony you just heard, is there anything you want to say about it? I'm sorry, I'm not sure about anything at all. Something's blocking her memories, still. Maybe trying to force them back out all at once isn't the best thing for her. I've got no choice now but to trust the professor and keep on going. Well, then let's carry on. Zero thoughts, it's just not like Phoenix.
Hold it! Hang on!
Mr. Storyteller. I'm no longer the storyteller. I'm Arthur Cantabella. Yes, I know. Okay, I think it's the same as before. Do you have any thoughts?
No.
Are you sure? I'm afraid you're mistaken. By the way, I want to tell you I'm a big fan of their flu syrup. Yep. Good. She can still burn her away after all this to be like, well, throw her into the fire. Okay. The festival celebrations are a start of the mechanism for ringing the bells at a height even we could reach. So, even a little girl could ring the bell. Yes, easily.
I intended to make it so that the bell would only be rung on special occasions. That's exactly why I put that puzzle in place to restrict access.
You also divided the key to the belfry into two components as an extra precaution.
I was careful, but the same cannot be said of Newton, who constructed the mechanism as a whole. He presumably wished to make it so that even our young daughters could use it, meaning strength was not a requirement. And that became his undoing. By the way, how old were the girls at that time? Espella was 6 and Eve was 8. I see. That mechanism was the last thing I saw before falling unconscious. And then... the next thing I remember is coming to and running to Espella's side. Do you mean that you fell unconscious after the bell was struck? Yes, I believe so. A peculiar condition causes an instant reaction. The brain probably doesn't even have the time to register the sound before consciousness is lost. It was almost as if a slice of time had been stolen from my life. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on the floor. I lifted my head and saw Espella lying nearby. I sprang to my feet and ran to her side. And what about the situation in the town at that time? I was preoccupied with Espella, so I didn't notice it to begin with. At that time, was Espella still unconscious? Yes. I panicked a little and took her in my arms, hoping she'd wake up. I was shaking her until she finally opened her eyes, and the next moment we saw that nightmarish view.
Hold it!
So it was you who woke Espella up, witness? Yes, it was me. She was out cold, curled up on the floor, until I shook her awake. As soon as she came to, she turned to look at the town, to that nightmarish view stretching out before us. When you say nightmarish view, I can find no other words to describe it. We froze in terror at the sight. It took us a while to notice that smoke was creeping up the bell tower too. Our eyes filled up with tears and we couldn't stop crying, perhaps because of the smoke. The town seemed like a fire dragon's playground. I was trembling with terror unlike anything I'd known before. Dear me, merely imagining it now raises the hairs on my beard. All strength abandoned us and we didn't know what to do. That was when we were found by my father and Mr. Cantabella.
Hold it!
You didn't leave the belfry until their arrival? Of course not. We were paralyzed with fear. It was an event so traumatizing it still haunts us. Espella fainted again when she saw the fire dragon. I was crying and wailing until our fathers found us. We went to the bell tower as it was a good vantage point. We weren't expecting to find our daughters there. Of course, neither suspected at that point that the disaster had been caused by the Bell of Ruin. Eve was in tears, sobbing violently. As for Espella, she was in a daze. Her face frozen in an expression of disbelief. She didn't know what was happening around her. I cannot say this with certainty, as my memories are a little vague. But I think I was trying to protect her. Protect her. Maybe not. Perhaps it's just my imagination. At any rate, the only thing I can remember is that I couldn't stop crying. I feel sorry for Eve. She's seen some scary stuff too. She may not be showing it, but I bet it's painful for her to talk about all this. I cannot say I don't sympathize with Miss Belduke. However, the truth is our utmost priority. It must be exposed, even if it may come as a surprise to the witness herself. Huh? You think Miss Belduke isn't aware of the truth? I'm not sure what the professor has in mind, but let's trust him on this one. I'm sure we can unravel this mystery together. Dragons and magic are real after all. Alrighty, let's do our thing and grasp at straws. I mean, grasp the truth. Thank you, Maya. And Sign Nightmarish View. Was that the final bit? No, that's my final. Yeah, that one. You were right the first time. A little bit. Bam, bam. One more. I know. I'm like it. I still have questions left, of course, but a lot of them are explainable. So I'm like, what the hell? What the hell is left at this hour? What's up?
Hang on!
Yeah, somehow Punch and Bog's to blame for this. Mr. Cantabella. The people were hypnotized into not seeing pure black, making it invisible. Was that it? There's no further explanation of the invisibility cloaks?
And nothing was ever pure black in the town? Spoiler, have we not gotten to that? Shut up! We're not there yet. Shut up! I remember that very well, as if it happened yesterday. Cantabella, would you mind telling us what you saw?
Eve! Espella! Are you alright?
Daddy!
Eve! What on earth happened here?
It was Bazella! Bazella the witch!
But Bazella? What are you talking about?
Bazella comes out whenever someone rings the bell, right?
What have you done? You didn't...
Oh, please, Mr. Cantabella, don't be angry at Isabella.
It's fine, Chad. It's not that big a deal. I more or less assumed as such anyway. I just didn't know that there was more to it or not. I think it's okay.
Eve said it with the most serious look on her face.
Please, Mr. Cantabella, don't be angry at her.
When she said that, I grasped the situation. I realized what had transpired in the belfry. And I thought to myself, a bell that makes fire appear everywhere, I can sell this. I must protect these children.
Eve. I'm so sorry. Eve.
Espella! Espella! Sweetie?
Dad, please forgive me. You've done all this for me.
Espella, you're with us again.
All this for me.
Well, well. At last, it would appear we are one step away from the truth.
Professor, you seem to already know what that truth is.
Do I? That remains to be seen. Continue the interrogation, we shall all know soon enough. Very well. The court agrees with Inquisitor Layton. Witness, continue your testimony.
As you wish. Is she gonna react to something now? Swan ring the bell, Marabang. Okay. You needed both pendants to access the belfry, correct? Asked me to bring my finest pendants, so I did. It's not a puzzle. The puzzle was easy. Uh-huh. They were best friends at the time. Eve is 2 years older. She used to be like a big sister to her. So what happened next? Beep, 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 beep. The festival celebrations already started. The mechanism to ring the bells at a height even we could reach. So even a little girl could ring the bell. Yes, easily. And today makes the bell will under on special occasions. That's why I put a puzzle in place. He also divided the key. He originally wanted to make it so even our daughters could use it.
That was fucking stupid.
Yeah, we didn't know at the time. How old were they? She was 6, Eve was 8. I see. Megas was lasting us out before falling unconscious. And then... the next thing I remember is coming to and running to Ispella's side. Do you mean that you fell unconscious after the bell was struck? Yeah, I believe so. It causes an instant reaction. You don't have time to register the sound. I lifted my head and saw Isabella lying on the floor, spun my finger ran to her side. What was the situation in the town? I was practiced by the spell I didn't notice to begin with. She was still unconscious? Yep. And then I shook her. I was shaking her and then I saw the nightmarish view. It was you who woke Isabella up. Yeah, it was me. Felt cold. So she came to, she turned to look at the town to that nightmarish view stretching out before us. She's having a thought about that.
Hang on!
Hello. Excuse me, Isabella. Isabella, are you okay? Yes. Everything's fine.
My apologies for bringing back such troubling memories. Nevertheless, you must endeavor to face them and overcome the power they hold over you.
Yes, I remember it now. The fire dragon. I summoned it because I'm Bazella.
No, Espella, it was just an illusion.
No, you're wrong, Dad. It wasn't an illusion, it was a fact. If I hadn't rung the bell, none of this would have happened. Bazella's the bringer of disaster, and that's what I've done to our town.
Eck! The accused run away! Quick, after her! She's run into the bell tower! Darn it, she's locked herself in!
It's no use. We'll have to break down the door to get in. Ah, that girl, she's gone and
Jibble Chalton Camilled herself.
stay away from me.
Espella! Espella, be careful. It's dangerous up there.
Please, Espella, come down.
I'm sorry, everyone. I have no right to be here anymore. Nick, Espella's gonna do something crazy. I can see that. What the heck can I do?
Espella, please do not make any hasty decisions.
Mr. Layton.
The truth is close now. Be brave for a little while longer.
The truth? As if it wasn't clear already. If I hadn't rung that bell, everything would have been fine.
Objection.
Don't say do a flip. You may be mistaken.
You still don't know the whole story.
If Layton just said what he knew, then this wouldn't be happening right now.
Huh? Isn't that so, Mr. Wright?
What? Is it?
I had the same feeling when I was listening to Eve's testimony. I felt something was not right.
Is that the case? Is that the situation? Okay, hold on. Yeah,
Really? I thought that was pretty much it. The pieces of the puzzle that don't yet fit are themselves the hints to the solution.
No way.
You mean Espella didn't ring the bell? What? Nonsense. Of course she did. As it stands, it's hard to say for sure that she didn't ring the bell. However, we've got evidence that will clear any doubts.
Show us this so-called evidence you claim to have, then.
What do you think proves Espella didn't ring the bell?
Is it the mechanism? What else could it be? Not that. Not the robe. The bell tower plan. They're up in the belfry where the bell is. Right? I don't see how that could change anything. But that's fine. Footprints, no. Pendant. It seems like it has to be the device, but I have no idea why. I had it, no. What do you mean I had it? No pressure. Yeah, I can drop a coin if I need to. What do you mean I had it? Well, I was thinking, like, if the idea is that Darklaw was woken up first and then ran over to her, and then she looked up and saw the dragon, then that means that she was closer to the railing where the facade was, the thing. So that would imply that she wasn't next to the contraption, because then she probably would have seen things from that angle. But I don't know if that's it. And I don't know what is up with the device itself. There's nothing suspicious with that. I'll throw out a hint. I don't give a fuck. So it's the device, the pendant, the report, or the robe. What? Roll one by Kirishina's attack. I highly doubt that's it. The report has nothing to do with it, so it's dependent on the device. What? How could the device prove she didn't use... What? Clearly the vigilante, all 10 of the vigilantes were involved. It has to be. If it absolutely I don't... Take that! I don't know why, though. Or do I? Espella, can you hear me? Yes. Where you're standing now is the same spot from where you saw this fire dragon. Yes, that's right. This fretwork here is the same as what I saw that day. When I look at it now, it seems so small, even adorable. Defense? What does this have to do with anything?
As you will no doubt recall, Mr. Cantabella told us that people who drink the groundwater here suffer from a condition. A condition where they fall unconscious the moment they hear the sound of pure silver. After the bell sounded, you recovered consciousness sooner than Espella. You ran to her side and shook her awake. Like, even in the flashbacks, they were showing that she was off to the side. But I was like, As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the fire dragon. In other words, if it was Espella who rang the bell, that would mean the device for ringing the bell must be very close to the fretwork of the dragon. Espella, can you please check that for me? See if the contraption is located near the dragon fretwork. I don't like that you have to present the contraption as evidence to prove she didn't use the contraption. That makes it seem like there's something with the contraption, but it's the location of it in the... whatever. It's too late to get upset about anything. Okay, give me a minute. Mr. Wright! Espella, did you find it? So yeah, I don't have a floor plan of where it is on the... Yeah, it's fine. I don't know if it's the right thing, but there's something on the other side of the belfry. A contraption with a handle. What? On the other side? That's right. I figured there was something weird when we went up the bell tower, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. No way. You see where I'm going with this, don't you, Miss Belduke? Was I right that it actually was caused by the heavy winds? Or is there some other bullshit? If it was Espella who rang the bell, there's no way she could have seen the fire dragon when she woke up. Eck. No, this can't be right. An excellent deduction, Mr. Wright. Miss Darklaw, it seems that everything is now clear as day. What do you mean? Why, of course. I mean the answer to the question of who rang the bell. It was her, it had to be. What do you say, Mr. Wright? Or was it Eve? I think it's fucked up if it was Eve instead of Espella. It looks like we've arrived at the same conclusion. And we now know that only one person could have done it. Wait, what good will saying it out loud do? Is there a problem, Mr. Cantabella? It wasn't your daughter who rang that bell. Should that not lift some burden off your shoulders? Was it Arthur? He said he was in the ruins making out with Belduke. What is happening? I don't know who it was. Are you not curious to know the name of the true culprit who has pinned the blame on your daughter all this while? Making out with Marzipan. How about you stop taunting us? Just say the name already. Who is this true culprit? I don't fucking know. I don't know. Let's do it, Professor. Are you ready? I'm always ready, Mr. Wright. It's time to set things straight. The person who rang the bell is... the cat! There's no penalty for being wrong at this point, so that's something. It was probably all 10 vigilantes. How could it be the storyteller? How could it be him? They needed 2 pendants to get up in there, which they stole from their moms. And he had an alibi. What? What? Luke, I can't believe you've done this. Luke, you fucked us. Run! It was clearly Kira. It's gotta be Eve Darklaw. It's gotta be? But that sucks. Is the reason it can't be Eve? The reason it can't be Eve is because that would suck real bad. I'm gonna say it was the cat.
Have a look. Hold it!
Wait a second, Professor. You know, how can I put this in an inoffensive way? I don't think that's the right person. Of course it wasn't that person. It was merely a test, and you passed, my boy. Wait, what? There's no way it would have been them. I'm well aware of that. But then, why did you say their name? Mr. Wright, I was merely practicing my enunciation. What? The professor's one cool customer, and he's never wrong either. Why does it feel like I'm the one who made... why does it feel like I'm the one who made a mistake? In any case, I'd say we should announce the real culprit's name now. How about you stop taunting us? Say the name already. Who is this true culprit? Are you ready? I'm always ready. I'm gonna say it was Storyteller.
Have a look.
Hold it!
So it was Eve? I was practicing my enunciation again. I don't like the idea that it was Eve. That sucks real bad. Hello? Hello? Who is this true culprit? Are you ready? I'm always ready. That person is you!
Have a look.
It's you! We're pointing at different things. Eve Belduke! It does suck bad we're here with you. Thank you. We're with you. She was Bezella. Me, but there were only the two of you in the belfry at the time. You know that better than anyone. And as it wasn't a speller who rang the bell, it had to be you. That's preposterous. It can't be true. It was an extremely traumatizing event for both you and Espella. Your friend's memories were altered from the shock without her even realizing it. She believed she was a witch who rang the bell and summoned a dragon, which incinerated the town. However, Miss Belduke, Espella wasn't the only one whose memories were warped by the horrors you two witnessed. You were also affected as well.
No. It wasn't me. Espella, she rang the bell. It was her, not me. But why? What are these flashbacks? I've never had these before.
Like, at least if it was Cantabella, we could be like, yeah, fuck that guy. Or if it was the wind, it'd be like, oh, them wanting to ring the bell and breaking the rules saved their lives. This just sucks.
What's the matter? I don't want to do this now. We'll be taken over by Bezella. Bezella is just a fairy tale. And you're the one who said you wanted to come and ring the bell. I did, but I changed my mind. Hey? After coming all this way? Oh. Hmm?
The fact that she was propped up over the railing, she could have, like, flipped over it.
That nightmare was too much for two young girls to take in. Your young minds needed to protect themselves. That's why you subconsciously repressed those memories.
Then, if that's true, for the past 10 years, I've been pinning the blame for what I've done on Espella. It can't be. It can't be true. It's impossible!
Ah!
That is true, Azul, and every part of this sucks.
Darklaw's just disappeared!
Thank you for the bit.
She's donned the invisibility robe.
Hi, Inquisitor Darklaw. She's run away.
But did you hear that? It was her that once destroyed this town.
Our lives have already been messed up so much, we don't need this now.
She's got to pay for what she did. Capture her.
I do not vibe with this world, I do not.
Oh, Nick, look at the bell tower. Espella's gone!
No, she's on the roof.
Get down from there. How'd you get up there?
I beg you, don't blame Eve. It really doesn't matter anymore who rang the accursed bell. This town was all created for me. It's my fault you've all been used and suffered so much.
Espella, what are you saying? Please, come down right now. You haven't done anything wrong. It was all my fault.
Dad, I know that you did this for me. You've been so kind to me. And what did I do? I selfishly ran away from home.
Espella.
I will finish your story for you. The evil witch will be gone forever, and everyone will live happily ever after. Dad, thank you for everything you've done for me.
Wait! Don't do it, Espella!
Ah!
What are you... Isn't that... Darklaw? But why, Eve? Why would you? I finally remembered everything I've done.
You're not the only one who remembered. You still have the pendant.
Yes, of course. That's because... somehow I always knew it was important to me.
Espella.
You kept your pendant as well, didn't you, Eve?
For some reason, I just couldn't let it go.
Espella! Miss Darklaw!
Quick! They'll fall if we don't do something!
Let's go. We have to save them.
No, you won't make it there in time.
Why?
The wooden handrail Eve's holding onto is rotted through. We need some sort of magic to save them.
No way!
A puzzle? A magic puzzle? Did someone...
Magic, you say?
Got an idea, Professor?
If a bit of magic is all that's needed to save these two young ladies, then perhaps that is something I can arrange.
What? You can?
Oh.
You have to let go! Otherwise you'll fall too!
Professor?
Hi, Michelle. Thanks for the hi. Welcome. Hi, Raiders. We're very, very, very deep into this game. We're at not even 11th hour, like 11 hours and 58 minutes in this game. Overall, hope you had a great stream, Michelle. Oh, this game's a fucking mess. We're really deep into it. And I can't explain what's happening because I don't know what's happening anymore.
Nice.
Thank you. Michelle's raid broke their fall. Thank you, Michelle. They were falling. You saved them. Thank you. I'm like the 13th. I really is at this point. What's going on here? I don't know. It's good. Professor, you're a sorcerer.
You're a wizard. I'm a what? No, Miss Fay, we have already established that magic doesn't reel, even in this town.
But then, how'd you just do that?
What you have just seen was the last and greatest illusion within Labyrinthia.
Huh? An illusion?
Magic is but an illusion, and this illusion is being produced through the power of suggestion and Labyrinth's medication. Even everyone in Labyrinthia has been under this particular magic spell. Now then, shall we break the spell?
Magic is the last mystery to be solved. I thought it was already solved. Thank you, Magic. Magic. That's it.
You've seen through all my tricks, Layton. I wouldn't have done it without the vital hint you gave me when we spoke in your tower.
He just made them, he convinced that they were saved.
The final spell is concealed at the start.
Oh, he did say that. Okay, so what does that mean?
As you know, all the spells are listed within this book.
Right, the Grand Grimoire.
Now, what did Mr. Cantabella mean by the start?
The front cover?
Precisely, Mr. Wright. The final spell shall dispel the illusion. The correct incantation is hidden on the front cover itself.
Well then, Mr. Wright. This is the final puzzle. Soon, a new day will begin for the townspeople. Let us put an end to this illusion, once and for all.
Yeah!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why couldn't this be Puzzle 69? The final spell! Hidden on the cover of the Grand Grimoire, the characters that spell the true magical incantation. Select the characters on the touchscreen, then slide them over to their counterparts on the tome's cover to make them vanish. The grand finale approaches. Remove the extra magical characters to reveal the hidden incantation. It's gonna say Bazinga. Select your own touchscreen symbol. Try much character that's gonna appear on the screen. Be careful, the symbols come in all shapes and sizes, making them difficult to spot. Find characters on the upper screen and reveal a hidden incantation. Okay. There's a 3 over there. It's like there. Okay, cool. There's like a cool S. Put it over there. Alright. There's like a big E. There you go. S, this right there. Yeah, and then there's like a little eyeball guy. That's a gimme. That's right there. And then you got like a T. And you spin it around. Another cool S. And where the hell is that? We'll get back to that. This one, where are you? You're right there. And then this is cool. I have no idea what I'm looking at yet. This guy. Oh, that's just that right there. Spun around. Okay. Oh, that big old zigzag. There he goes. There's like a swooshy L and then like a dot and a big hook thing. Hook hand car door. Oh, that's I think this guy up here. There you go. And where the hell is this last thing with a dot? I'm not seeing it. I mean, I could just brute force it. You there? Oh, there. Oh, it's sneaky. Oh, it's sneaky. There he is. There he is. Is the final spell, love?
Okay, let's give it a shot.
No objections.
I like when I talk in stereo ASMR in my brain. How does this reveal? I don't know what that was. Oh, the end.
The sun is rising, and when it does, its light will reveal the truth behind Labyrinthia's mysteries.
Now, Professor?
Yes. Shall we, Mr. Wright?
Big point.
So this is the real magic behind Labyrinthia.
Excellent work, my boy.
It's all been trendy game.
It's Luke!
No. Why is he? No. It turns out magic is just a bunch of claws. All right. Forklift certified. That's my boy. There he is.
Hang on a second. The town's full of machinery?
So much for magic. It was all done with these machines.
And none of those got struck by lightning, but the bell tower, that seems to mostly be made out of wood, was struck by lightning?
That's right.
Oh yeah, it's gonna lead into a new world of steam, for sure.
With magic, witches can fly, buildings can disappear. Those are no easy feats to stage. To make all those incredible things real, we needed a great deal of machinery.
Couldn't he have just, I don't know, made the magic a bit simpler?
I mean, yeah. But if he was like, look, with the power of witches, this magnet will move across the table. You'd be like, well, then that's just another magnet under the table. It has to be elaborate, so, you know.
A witch would say the incantation, and shades would stop time with their silver bells.
And they'd go wild with these machines, making all sorts of crazy stuff happen. That's so cool. I'd love to try it.
I took a quick crash course before operating the machines. Not bad, hey?
Luke forklift certified as canon.
Yes, Luke. What would we do without you?
Is that where he was the entire trial? Is that why he was gone? He was doing that? Why did he know that they were gonna fall from the bell tower? Was he like, okay, Luke, so we're gonna have to reveal their traumatic past. And just in case she decides to jump off the tower and then her friend tries to save her and they grab onto that handle, that part of wood which is rotted, they're both going to fall. So I'll need you to put down the metal crane here in such a way that they don't fall in it and then also take great bodily harm. You'll have to catch them, you see. Like so. Good. He knows. Good. I'm just glad that even in the crossover, Layton versus Phoenix Wright, Layton figures everything out and then uses his gigantic genius brain to like dance circles around Phoenix in their own crossover. I mean, Layton's name comes first in the title, and now we know why.
So when's my turn? I want to pick something up off the ground and make it fly through the air.
I wish you'd stop looking at me when you say that, Maya.
Well, in any case, I think we should head back to the courthouse.
Right you are, Professor. The judge might have fallen asleep waiting for us.
Yeah, you heard a bell.
The sun has risen above Labyrinthia and has shown us our town's true form.
I kind of wish the town just looked like this the whole time. It's kind of rad. I guess that's why I'm excited for New World of Steam. This is just full of bonkers imagery. Anyway, hi. Will it be a more perfect Phoenix in a sense? Yeah.
Well, I really don't think there's any need for a verdict anymore.
Guilty, 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 guilty.
The witches on trial weren't witches after all. I am deeply relieved that those I have sentenced are still alive and well. At last, I can step down from this seat with a clear conscience.
By the way, Judge, before you joined Labyrinthia, you
I don't know. I try to think of, like, you flipped burgers or something. You were never a judge before you came here.
What? Millions are dead.
And now?
You should feel bad.
Well, it wasn't his fault.
The final verdict in the last witches' court session ever to be held.
No, he was assistant manager at a Home Depot. Kind of sound like a bell. Yay, fantasy gumshoe! Wait, it could be real gumshoe if he flew to England. We can't confirm that wasn't gumshoe, actually. Thank you for the bits! Thank you. I'm very grateful for all the help, Professor. I ain't hear no bell.
The feeling is mutual, Mr. Wright. A gentleman always fights for the truth. I couldn't have done this otherwise. I'd like to congratulate the two of you.
Ah, you both did splendidly in the court. I don't like him standing down here with us. Oh, it's the judge.
You've brought to light the truth about this town. Although I still find it astonishing that we could not see all of this. I cannot even begin to imagine how it was achieved. You were all given a very simple instruction when you were hypnotized. You cannot see pure black.
Oh, where did I hear that before? It's fine.
That was sufficient.
Is that easy? The drugs are fucking wild, man.
Oh, now I see. These strange contraptions are made from some sort of black metal.
Wait just a second. There are plenty of black objects all over Labyrinthia, aren't there?
Yeah, that's right. My hair's charcoal black, too.
You have hair?
But it's not pure black.
What?
What we often perceive as the color black is in fact far from being pure black. Our brains interpret reflections of light as colors. Objects which reflect even the smallest amount of light are not pure black. But I can see shapes within the structures. If they were pure black, light wouldn't reflect off it at all. It's just a really dark green, you know? The townspeople think Maya's bald.
Pure black is only encountered within nature as darkness.
Darkness, sir?
The machines used in Labyrinthia are coated in a special material developed by Labrylum Inc.
Oh, he invented Vanta Black.
It absorbs light without reflecting any. It is the only material that can be said to be pure black.
You're giving me a very scientific explanation to going, phew, I blew a bunch of dust and drugs into your face and said, you can't see pure black. I don't know if the subconscious is going to be like, actually, that's 1% value up from pure black. I can see that just fine. What are you? Pure black is only found in the heart of a dragon. It absorbs light without reflecting any. How did they make Layton's office explode? More drugs. I bet this invisibility robe is also made of that same material, right?
That's correct. And of course, the bell tower was concealed using the very same material as well.
But people could see through, whatever. It's fine.
When you think about it, this town abounds in all things invisible.
Huh?
Miss Darklaw, or should I say Miss Belduke?
Yes?
For 10 long years, your memories had been suppressed. The truth about what occurred in the belfry was invisible to me, you mean? Mr. Cantabella and your father knew it all along. They knew who actually rang the bell.
What? Did they really? Is that true, Cantabella?
Sorry, I'm here to tank the frame rate. As we have demonstrated, it was easy to deduce from the situation in the belfry.
But if he knew that all along, why didn't he say something?
It was, of course, for your own good.
Don't be angry at her!
You were trying to pin the blame for that disaster on Espella.
Yes, I was. But if you knew that, why did you keep quiet about it?
If you had only scolded me back then for lying...
That was her. If you only scolded me back then for lying, maybe Espella wouldn't have suffered such trauma.
It was your eyes, Eve.
What?
Your eyes weren't those of a liar. You believed in what you said. You truly thought it was Espella. What you saw was too much for you to bear. Your mind blocked out the real memory of what happened in order to maintain your own sanity. Had I called you a liar then, you would probably have suffered a mental breakdown.
Thank you, Layton.
Ah! Mr. Cantabella and your father
created this town. You know what gave me a mental breakdown? Seeing Layton in a static pose sliding in the frame. That was, like, extremely jarring. Anyway.
You were mistaken in thinking it was purely for Espella's sake. It was also for you, Miss Belduke. Ah! Remember what your father wrote in his suicide note?
I'm trying not to, dude.
I have only 2 concerns. The first is my daughter. It pains me to be leaving her alone in this world, although she probably doesn't think of me as her father.
Yeah, no, that's pretty good writing there. This does paint Belduke in a worse light, though, that he's just like, the only thing I care about is my real daughter, not my surrogate daughter I've been taking care of for many years. Jean was the second part? Was she? Mentions Jean in the next line. He adds Grill. Then why? How come when we first heard that, I wasn't like, wait, who's his daughter? Was I? And I forgot? I don't know. He just keeps going. Maybe it's phrased in a way where it can be read as... I forgo many things. I had an argument with my father once. That Jean was there. Well, yeah. Well, I thought that he was calling Jean his daughter. I was like, oh, that's sweet. But then he's like, also, unrelated to that, you take care of Jean. So they must be phrased in a way where it can be read either way. I don't know. He was always thinking only about the town and paid no attention to me.
So you moved out and broke off contact with him. But you were wrong about your father. Not a single day passed without him thinking about you. He helped to make the story I was weaving a reality for your sake.
I've been so ignorant. I was so convinced father was driven to suicide by you.
Your father couldn't bear the sense of guilt he had accumulated over the past 10 years. Even though he killed himself in the end, I believe you were always the most important person to him.
You can just stop talking whenever you're ready, Layton.
Eve? Espella. Espella, what I did to you is unforgivable. I rewrote your story, putting you through all this. I can't believe I went to such an extreme because of one wrong assumption.
And that is why when solving a puzzle, you must always check your assumption. Shut up, Layton!
No, it's okay, Eve. I wasn't angry.
You weren't?
You've always been on my side, protecting me. And even today, you saved my life.
Espella.
I also owe you an apology. After all, I forgot about my dearest friend. I'm so sorry, Eve.
That's your dad's fault, too. Whoa!
Ah, there you are, Eve. Where were you?
Yeah! Hold the cat! There's the beans! Beans detected.
Your cat's called Eve.
You know what I've just noticed? You two are very much alike. You and Eve the cat.
What? It's all in your head.
Very true.
It looks like Eve has taken a liking to the other Eve.
You've got that right, and the similarity is really striking.
So that's why Darklaw Eve has those hair cap things to look like cat ears. It's like a red herring, but also actually the, you know.
Oh dear.
What a happy ending, hooray. Cat girl coded. And the the claw-like
Right.
gloves.
My accidental guests, Professor Layton and Mr. Wright.
I don't want anything more than just, thank you for the bits. I just want a smash cut to him. There's like a police car and they're holding his head and like putting him in the back seat of a car in cuffs. I'm gonna be like, now, Layton and Mr. Wright, I do say I have a few things. Just sirens going off and they're just like, all right, lock him up. Like, I don't want to hear anything more from this fucker. Sorry, government's on it. Damn it, he's getting out of there.
Yes? I must say, I am indebted to you.
Sure.
Don't mention it.
You know, when I started planning my revenge 3 months ago,
I know I've been looking at these models for many, many hours. I know it's late and I should stop doing asides, but I just want to quickly draw everyone's attention to Layton's face. And just remember what this story has been. Remember what we've been through today, over the course of this entire stream. And just look at Layton's face and go, that's the guy. Anyway.
Mr. Layton was a part of my plans. I needed to lure him to Labyrinthia.
Why me?
You were famous in London, and word of your skills reached me even here.
Okay, somehow.
What's more, you specialize in mysteries. So I thought that if you came to this town, you'd feel compelled to solve ours.
Well, I am honored.
That's cool. And what about me?
I guess the Eldritch Woods has, like, Twitter.
Ah, well, about you. How should I put it? Your arrival here was purely accidental.
Yes! Fuck yeah! Yes!
You mean it wasn't planned?
As you know, Espella escaped and got involved in that incident on the freighter. As a consequence, I had no choice but to bring you here.
I see. I shouldn't have asked. My fragile pride has suffered yet another blow.
That's so good.
Nick, you can't escape your fate. You're doomed to always find trouble if it doesn't find you first.
How about some words of sympathy for a change?
I am terribly sorry. The only thing on my mind the last 3 months was revenge.
Whatever your intentions were, the last witch trial has ended in the best possible way for this town. You were correct in your judgment. You always are.
You're too kind to me.
I thank you
from the bottom of my heart, Eve, for opening my eyes.
Sorry to break up this little happy ending, but I've sort of got an important question. Why were you going to end the story?
Only Newton knew the real reason. I am suffering from an incurable illness.
Okay.
What?
Dad, you're ill. Is it serious?
It is a rare disease with no known cure.
Why didn't you tell me? Had I known...
I wanted this to be my secret. I suppose that was a bad decision on my part.
One of a few I could think of.
I thought I'd finish the story before I died and lay the foundations for a new world.
Or you could have just said, okay, the project is over, you can have your memories back. You could have done that too.
Honestly, I was desperate. I didn't much care about Labyrinthia anymore.
Dad, why did it have to happen to you? Especially now that we're finally back together.
Cheer up, Espella.
He's got super IBS? Fuck you.
How can I?
Labrellum's new drug development center contacted me a short while ago. They have succeeded in creating a new medicine, thanks to Belduke's research. It's a top-secret wonder drug for my illness.
I'm so bad.
A wonder drug?
Newton had been working on finding a cure for my illness until the very end.
But he was living in a medieval shack with, like, roots and, like, leaves. What on earth?
It would seem that the cure was his final gift to me.
My father.
Newton was the truest friend I ever had. I'm going to undergo surgery. Do not fear. I shall return. So stop making that sad face, Espella.
Dad, will everything be back to how it once was?
Of course it will.
And Eve, will you still be my friend? Of course.
Yay?
Thank you.
Yeah, why would he lead that by saying it's incurable, and then go, also they found the cure? God. I'm gonna drop by Mrs. Eclair's bakery. I've got so much to tell her. Do you mind if I go, Dad? It won't take long. We're gonna learn that that Mrs. Eclair was cast in the role as baker, but doesn't know what baking is. So she's just been like serving bags of flour, being, look at my happy face bread, and it's just a pile of slop.
Of course not. Please do.
Looks like Eve wants to come too. What? Oh, you meant the cat. This game is anti-nominative determinism. Shu Takumi's getting more self-aware. It's next level nominative determinism. Because it's fictionalized nominative determinism within a fictional world. That's actually real. Espella, mind if we tag along? Not at all. You're welcome to come. Awesome. Maybe we'll get some tasty baked bread out of this.
I thought we were going there for a different reason. Anyway, I'll be off then, Professor.
Pass on my regards to Mrs. Eclair.
How is there still more? So, what's gonna happen to the town?
I've released everyone from hypnosis.
When?
I haven't poisoned them today.
Okay.
They will soon recover the memories of their lives before Labyrinthia. As of today, Project Labyrinthia is over.
Ah, I see.
They are free to leave if they so wish. I imagine they will make a run for it.
Well, that's gotta feel great.
No, they want to stay here. They'll probably run as soon as they remember their memories. This place will turn into uninhabited ruins just like it was 10 years ago.
I have some doubts about that.
Judge?
Your Honor!
A posing judge? Is that you?
I now understand that this town is an artificial creation of yours. Nonetheless, to us Labyrinthians, the past 10 years were real.
No one can yet tell how this town will change. However, it is possible that some people will want to stay. Who knows? Perhaps you will find yourself creating a new town along with them.
A new town, you say?
I am no longer the judge, but, if possible, I would like to remain here.
You haven't gotten your memories back yet,
my
dude.
gratitude, Your Honor.
You need not address me as Your Honor anymore, Sir Storyteller.
Just call me by my real name, Jim Udge.
And so, the last witch trial has drawn to a close.
Hey, Brooke. Thanks for the raid. How you doing? You're witnessing the remains of a broken man. Hope you had a good stream.
What
Spoilers,
did Mr. Wright,
by the way, for
Mr.
this
Layton,
game.
and my father talk about? That I do not know. But Dad made a promise to me. Once everyone recovers their memories and he is cured of his illness, he will return to write a new story with everyone's help. This time, the story will be real without any lies or illusions.
I only ever want to rate at moments like these. Thank you, Brooke.
Nice.
Why are they ringing the bell? What's the matter with them? Is that a mirror back there? That's good. That's very good.
What a beautiful sound.
Almost as if it's ringing in a new beginning for the town.
Thank you, Eve.
Maybe they shipped in some bottled water.
Okay then. Whenever you are ready, Mr. Barnum.
Mm-hmm. Why is Constantine on that side of the windshield?
Thank you! Thank you all so much for everything!
Espella, you take care now.
You too, Mr. Cantabella. Bye! Be sure to visit us again!
You can bet on it!
I wish all of you the very best. Mr. Wright, I knew I could count on you to stand your ground and fight me to the very end.
Me too.
Kiss.
I always believed in you, Professor.
Fucking kiss.
And I know it's why we managed to get to the mysterious truth behind this town.
When we get back to England, we'll drop by and see you, Luke.
Great! I'll show you around London.
Oh no, Wright got Goldored. Bad ending. Oh, this art is cute. Ugh. Hey chat, you wanna know how I'm doing? That's how I'm doing. That's my brain. Thank you. No, Chad, I didn't mean to knock you out. That's just meant to represent my inner psyche. Ugh. Nick didn't get to keep the gold statue. Nerp. So everyone decided to stay. Wow. They live in this shared universe. I don't know. It sucks. Flip screens? I mean, if people want to see this hardcore in the credits, you can just flip back and forth between them. Can you read the names on the bottom screen? If I flip like that? Yeah, Foxy! Apparently there's DLC. We're not looking at that tonight. Oh no, the dog! And Eve! Again, there's some mystery. The names are legible. Art is more important. I mean, I think the names are important too, but alright. What the fuck could the DLC be? I mean, there's plenty of unanswered questions left. So, I don't know. Thank you.
So what did we learn, Luke?
You know, Professor, I feel like I've just finished reading a really long story.
Indeed, Luke. I know what you mean. It certainly was an enthralling adventure.
I wonder how Espella and the others back in Labyrinthia are getting on. I'd love to go back and see them. Although, I'd rather not have to be sucked into a book to get there.
Perhaps we should ask Carmine to come along with us.
Great! It's a real relief he recovered from all of his injuries. But he was a bit put out when he found out you'd already solved all the town's secrets, Professor.
Well, we mustn't forget that we didn't solve them all by ourselves. We couldn't have done it without the help of our friends across the Atlantic.
I wonder what they're doing right now. Battling away in a courtroom somewhere?
I'd wager they may well be, Luke. At any rate, we must make our own preparations. There's a brand new case that requires our attention, and that means a brand new set of puzzles to be solved, my boy.
Car accident, survived this car accident. Let's go. In a New Orleans
Hold
state.
it! What's the matter, Wright? Has the cat got your tongue? Or are you still in a holiday kind of mood? Perhaps your mind is as clouded as the English sky.
Any hints, Maya?
Not really. If only the professor were here. I think at this point you've got to use that patented spell of yours, Nick.
Patented spell?
Hello, Earth to Nick. Just when we think it's all over, you always use it to turn the tables.
Ah, got it. I just have to close my eyes and say the magic word. Luckily, I don't need a witch's scepter for this one.
Save the chit-chat for later, right? I've almost missed that utterly annoying spell of yours. Fine, let's hear it then.
Just take a deep breath and give it all you've got.
Well, here goes. Objection!
Good. And then they boned in a court of law. Yeah, the judge wasn't there. That's just what they do for fun. When it was just Luke and Layton in Layton's office again, I was gonna be like, so what did we learn, Luke?
Never open the door to let a bird in.
Exactly. And that's all he takes away from this misadventure. Yippee! Yahoo! Thanks for hanging, chat. Ugh. What a total crock of shit. I agree. It was very fun. I liked it a lot. I'm just really mad about it too. But I guess it's fine. I guess I can. I don't know if the DLC actually answers more questions. Maybe I should wait to put together my thoughts till after that. But yeah, it's like a whole guide. Well, I started Layton a while ago, but this year was all the Ace Attorney trilogy in this. Is it gonna be a very video on this? Probably not a like scripted video. I mean, we'll see. Never say never, but I can understand this meme. After a million years. Oh no, I've seen this before. Yeah. It's the I don't want to put this over the credits. It's the timeline. I've showed this on stream before too. It's the timeline of the Ace Attorney games where it shows when Phoenix doesn't go to Britain, creates the Ace Attorney timeline, and then Apollo stays sane and he starts playing golf and he gets brain damage that leads to Apollo 2 and 3. And now I know why Britain makes Phoenix insane. I guess he starts insane. Yeah, I don't know. And then Britain makes Phoenix lose his sanity, starts punching people, leads to Ultimate MVC 3. So yeah. It's good. Trying to tear Shoots coming away from his keyboard and panicking, trying to tile his nonsense together. Yeah, it's great. From last year, you're playing Ace Attorney trilogy, so you can play across the room wanting to see the Golden Layton statue turn objection. Like that moment. Yeah, I'm so glad that I played through this on stream. I had so much fun. I'm just a broken man right now. So I'll see if next stream is the DLC. I am interested in the DLC. People are saying it's good. If it's just like whatever, I don't think people will be talking about it so much. My favorite games ever. Thank you. It's been all saying, yeah, it's been a while. It's been a long stream. No, I do not, Chili. Haven't talked for years. Apologize. I'm not saying shit. I don't want to create any expectations. I have no plans right now to do Apologize this. I'm not opposed to it, but I need a fucking break from Shu Takumi. Yeah, I hope Charlie's doing good. I hope that's the real question. But no, I'm honest, like considering how many streams this was, right? Thank you for sticking with it this whole time. But also, it makes me really glad that it's like shit like this makes me happy I started streaming. Because I don't think I ever would have played this game otherwise. Like I was interested in it when it came out, but I was like, I never played Ace Attorney. So I'm glad that we got to this the peak of Stupid Mountain. We climbed it together, chat. And thanks for joining me on this journey. It's been a lot of fun. I just, man. Oh. It definitely makes me, you know, excited for New World of Steam. It also makes me excited to see more Shu Takumi stuff. Whether it's on or off stream, whether it's Apollo or Great Ace or whatever.
Also, whatever the hell Shutakumi's been cooking recently. Damn. I think it was 8 stream longs, 9 if we do DLC. Yeah. I don't know what the longest playthrough on my stream has been so far, but this is definitely up there. But a lot of the streams weren't crazy long. They were just like, this is a good ending point because otherwise it would have been it would have been a 7-hour long stream. So I could have done it in fewer streams, but they would have all been marathons and like, I don't know how much you can tell. I'm feeling it in my throat. I like doing the voices and stuff. It's fun. Like 7 hours of yelling and doing gruff accents and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I'll watch the trailer after stream. I'm not gonna watch it on stream. I'm just gonna I'm gonna get through the credits, see if there's anything after them, and get caught on alerts. I have 7 hours of alerts to read. And then I'm gonna go get a fucking burger or something. We've been Shutakumi. Yeah, not a lot of Luke today. But for a lot of the game, I was complaining about, like, there was way more Luke and not a lot of Maya. And I like both of them. So, it's fun to see more of Luke at the end there. Eat your burgers. Oh, good. Fiend. Okay, thank God. I thought it was gonna be like, Dear Professor Layton, a most curious thing happened to me today. I was like, don't you fucking dare. Don't you dare start up anything new in my goddamn brain right now. And then it goes back to the book and it says Epilogue 2. Yay, he died. Yep. Oh! The mysteries were... So that actually was... This mystery was solved. Every time it was like, oh, look. Except every time it went mystery solved, the mystery wasn't solved. We just learned one more piece about it. The great witch Bazinga. They no longer need Bazella, nor the witches or witchcraft that were essential for her existence. Yippee. Yay. Great. Yeah, this is just like... Normally in the Layton games when they have the mystery screen, it's like, well then this is like, it's solved. It's actually, this is whatever. Well, yeah, I did have a little bit left. 4,005 picarats. That's like probably like a C. Well done. You've just cleared the game. You may now make a special game clear save data file. When you load data from this file, you'll be given a choice of 2 starting locations. The first is within the underground ruins. From there, you'll be able to access the town and wander around freely, searching for hint coins and unsolved puzzles. The second choice is at the climax of the epilogue. This is ideal for those who would like to experience the game's finale one more time. You'll be able to restart with maximum credibility, so if you run short this time around, you will still have a chance to pick up those vital picarats that you missed. Thanks. Yippee. Oh, they were little gold statues, or silver statues. That's it. Bonuses! We don't have time for this, but I'm gonna just take a peek. Okay, so like Layton, it's like, okay, you can spend the picarats. Sure.
A pleasure. My name is Herschel Layton.
And I'm Luke Triton. Nice to meet you.
Your Honor, I have reason to believe that
And then... Look!
I expect... Let us...
I took a quick crack.
Let us put...
I took a quick...
Let us...
I took a quick...
Let...
I took a...
Let us...
I took a...
Let us...
He took the lettuce! Good. Great. Good. Good. Great. Good. Good. I'm still struck by the art in this game. Not just like the 2D art, just the entire aesthetic was just very well put together. As well using all the cutscenes. That's fun, they're little animated thumbnails. And then what's the extra? Read all about it. Is this the DLC? Checking the SD card. The extra game content key will be downloaded via the internet. If no extra data is presented on the SD card, new data will be created. Unlock download the key. So it's on the cartridge. They just download like a kilobyte of data. Even though the eShop is down, that still works. It might take several tries. I mean, it went through. Thankfully. There's tons of epilogues.
So this is all the... There's a fuck ton of shit in here. Script, shoot Takumi, production... what the fuck is all this? Our story picks up a year after the events in Labyrinthia. Well... Do you want me to do another stream of this fucking game? Because that looks like a lot of stuff to get through. Oh god, people said it was good. I gotta stop now though. But yeah. 3 more 3 more. Shoot Takumi wrote stuff. We gotta see it, right? We'll see. We'll see. Maybe next time. Thanks for hanging, everybody. Yeah, there's a poll. Why not? Tell me if you're like, please, God. Although I would imagine that confirmation bias, or at least like survivorship bias. Anyone that made it this far is as much Stockholm syndromed by this as I am. Hit the bell one more time so I go to bed. Yeah, but I gotta read alerts first. Oh, Jesus. Oh, I'm scrolling. Oh, I'm scrolling. I'll try to be quick. The Scootsby thanks for 59 months. Also, thanks for 50 bits. Garbage Nirvana thanks for 96 bits. Cry Time All Time thanks for 5 months. Cold Sal thanks for 53 months. Fertolinio thanks for 96 bits. Fertolinio thanks for 149 bits. I wasn't here, thanks for 51 months. Sampy, thanks for 15. Cave, thanks for 69. Yep, a lot of these things are comments on things that were happening at the time. Thank you, I really appreciate y'all hanging out. This was a lot of fun for me. But I'm spent. Jake and Bang, thanks for 69 bits. Here comes Layton with a steel chair. Ebbe, thanks for 100 bits. The title makes sense. Miyamoto, thanks for soup. Fertolinio, thanks for 95 bits. Phil Cabell pointed out this is a special theme for Layton. Yeah, a lot of the music was so good in this. Garbage Nirvana, thanks for 69 bits. Her name works on 2 levels, because it's the Dark Claw. Katie, thanks for the raid. Mighty Q, thanks for 43 months. I graduated Kool-Aid! Rad, congrats. Skyward Lee, thanks for 10 months. How we feeling? Good. Sunny, thanks for the raid. Afrosabi, thanks for 71 months in a tier 2. Space and Love, thanks for 11 months. Happy Honda days. Wire Mouse, thanks for 43 months. And the smile. That's Layton's beautiful smile. Garbage Nirvana, thanks for soup. What's up, YouTube? It's your boy, the Storyteller. Today we're gonna make everyone think Layton turned to gold. Be sure to smash that like button and smash thanks for 45 months in a tier 2. That's a lot. I'd like to say how grateful to be part of this community. Thank you. Just wait until I'm here for longer than the Confederacy. You're getting close. Thanks for 100 bits as well. Azumaji, thanks for 50 bits. TF Gold, thanks for soup. 3Bs in Trench Coat, thanks for 4 years. I've played all Ace Attorney games, but never Layton. These streams make me want to, so I can join in on the stupidity. Do! Play them, and then watch my VODs of playing the Layton games. At this point, I've played all 6 Layton games, and the 3 first Ace Attorney games. So there's a lot of stuff on the VOD channel now. 97% of chat said they want more of this for the DLC. I really respect the 3% of you that are watching this right now that were like, I'm good. to be this deep, even if you just joined the stream, we're so far gone. Smash thanks for 96 bits. Nasty Crime Boy thanks for 69 bits. Wire Mouse thanks for 100 bits. I really appreciate these bits. As a reminder, Twitch is running a thing until Wednesday where 300 or more bits at once. It can't be over several smaller cheers. Twitch does bonus bits on top of that. So if you want to do a bunch of little cheers, you could consider doing one big one and then getting the bonus bits. I'm not saying you gotta, I'm just allowing you to know that's an option. Wire Mouse, thanks for 100 bits. Arcade Bubbles, thanks for soup. Was joking earlier about Umbrella. Reverse the syllables in La Brel. You can't outshoot Takumi. It was right there. Skyward Lay, thanks for 69 bits. Toaster Pose, thanks for 383 bits. Amphi, thanks for 50 months. Thoughts on the second GIF when searching Shadow the Hedgehog on Discord being him in front of flames and saying he loves piss? I'm only okay with that if the first GIF is the screenshot of Shadow the Hedgehog from his video game where he's standing over the ruined city and he's saying, why my pee-pee hard? Because I don't think that's a GIF, and that might just be a static image. But that's a really good image on the internet. I don't know how you could search for that, though, and not find horrendous things, but it's good. Elix, thanks for 100 bits. Fireworks, thanks for 100 bits. That one Jew from Arkansas, thanks for 17 bits. Magic Fast, thanks for 50. You should absolutely stream Danganronpa because you would hate it. Your reactions would be so great giving your reactions to Layton and Ace Attorney. The only way I'm playing a Danganronpa is if I can be in a call with Gam the entire time, so we can laugh at my misfortune. And I don't want to. I don't want to do that to either of us. Well, I'm sure he'd probably enjoy it.
It would just be pain. Trump Wakes, thanks for 69 bits. But is it really? Madawin, thanks for 11 months. Herf, thanks for 100 bits. Quincy Marlow, thanks for 100 bits. I don't think even the bad Danganronpa. With specifically this, I 100% trust Gam. Gam knows me. He knows my sense of humor. He knows if it would be fun. It would be fun poking at Barry and pissing off the Danganronpa fan base. Oh, if we get to piss off a fan base doing it, I'm definitely more interested. I'm more intrigued. Don't play it. Okay, well now I want it, chat. Well now I want it. What about that? I'm not above reverse psychology, chat. Fuck off. Quincy Marlow, thanks for 100 bits. You were so confident they wouldn't do Swamp Gas again when they've already done several things again, such as the parrot. Listen. I mean, technically it's Shu Takumi's first time using the Swamp Gas routine that I've seen. It's the Layton crossover. Don't do that to yourself. As an old Danganronpa liker, don't.
I was there when it was written.
Spartfarkles, thanks for 300 bits. Ugron, thanks for 500 bits. Thank you again for the bonus bits. Sudo, how'd they get isekai'd then? They opened the book. So Layton, they deliberately kidnapped because they're like, you'll help us solve the mystery. He opened the gas book and it gassed him. Phoenix and Maya opened the book after Espella dropped it and then they passed out in the middle of a courthouse in London. And then they picked them up and slung them over their shoulders and went, we're just gonna march them off to an undisclosed location. Don't worry about it. We're with the government. This is a government inside. I still don't. It's fine. It's fine. Unclever Tile, thanks for 833 bits. Just want to see if I can make Twitch do an 83 alert. Wait, did they? Well, I'm gonna replay it. Did they?
What's this?
You did make Twitch do 83 bits. My God. Oh, that's amazing. I'm so sorry I was oblivious to that being Twitch doing that. At the time. Nice 98, thanks for 69 bits. Must have gotten one heck of a city permit. Yeah, I don't know how they work in England, but you can make Twitch set off certain alerts. That is a lot of power. Uzzle, thank you for 50 bits. I just realized Labralum is an anagram of umbrella. Yeah, it's as, I don't remember what it was now. My brain is fried, but yeah, the alternate. The syllables in the wrong order. Magic Fast, thanks for 50 bits. The DLC very haphazardly goes into the prologue BS. Please look forward to it. Oh, I am, because I still have no idea how that happened, unless they were gassing everyone in London in the vicinity of that. There were no other witnesses to the opening cutscene. It was Carmine and Espella in a car being chased by statues coming to life. There wasn't like a crowd of people till after he crashed his car up into the tree. So, yeah. I guess we'll find out if we're doing the DLC, which I guess we are. Jake and Bang, thanks for 83 bits. Remember when Chelmy was in the story? Me neither. I don't remember anything. Nice, thanks for 96 bits. Lockhart, thanks for 13 months. Cave, thanks for 69 bits. Dave, thanks for 100 bits. It is pretty nutty. It is. Yeah, I think Unwound Future does top this in terms of absolute what the hell is this? This is pretty close. I gotta give credit when chat was hyping up the twist in this and being like, this is some crazy bullshit. I was like, I've seen it all. What could he possibly do? And like, yeah, there's parts of this that are similar to other Layton twists, but it's still just. I'll yell about it when we do the DLC stream. I gotta wrap up. Nice, thanks for 100 bits. Layton would know all about Another World. He's a big fan of isekai light novels. Kaze, thanks for 10 bits. Thanks for being here for the stream. Axel again, thanks for 100 bits. It's capitalism, baby. Azumaji, thanks for 50 bits. Bill Hawks again. He can't keep getting away with this. I played all 6 of the mainline Layton games. People were yelling at me to play some of the spin-off stuff, and I was like, I think I'm good. Nice, thanks for 96 bits. Queen just puts her stamp of approval on everything. K's Mariah, thanks for a soup. Jake and Bacon, thanks for the hammy. I'm mad about it. Same. Smashman, thanks for 64 bits. This is some Layton shit. Yeah, Shu Takumi definitely wrote a Layton story. It's not. It's a crossover. It did. Even though he wrote it, it didn't feel overwhelmingly like Phoenix Wright. Like, it actually did have strong Layton structure to it. He did a good job writing a Layton story that had Phoenix Wright characters in it. And that's great. Because the risk would be, oh, it feels too much like Phoenix Wright, and then Layton's kind of an afterthought.
but maybe because Shu Takumi wrote it, Phoenix just becomes a complete punching bag. Which I love, personally. I think it's done very well. He has plenty of heroic moments. It's not completely underwritten. Level 5 worked on it, for sure. It was a collaboration throughout the entire development, it looks like. But, yeah. Not so much magic. Not so much. So many great rows. Yeah, it was very good. There needs to be a second crossover with these two, says Magic Facet. But it would be Ryonosuke instead of Phoenix, and Layton would just show up in a time period 100 years earlier in this game with no explanation. That would be good. Pseudo, thanks for 100 bits. Drugging people for 10 years, wiping their memories. Uh-huh. Azumaji, thanks for 50 bits. Just when you've said, I think you've said the dumbest thing ever, you keep talking. Hank Hill. That one, you for Arkansas, thanks for 333 bits. Can you explain the plot of Layton versus Phoenix Wright to me? Sure, I got you. Plays pipe.wav. Yeah, this is the story of a guy named Phoenix. Azumaji, thanks for 50 bits. Time randomly changes abruptly. The time changes abruptly at random points of the day, or they spontaneously fall asleep in the middle of places. What happens if someone is operating a stove when they fall asleep? Well, I think that's why they never ring the big bell. The smaller bells localize the effect to people in the immediate vicinity. Like the fact that they were able to knock out Maya. Well, here's maybe they get into it in the DLC. When Layton was replaced with a gold statue, Layton was not that far ahead of Luke. And then they rang the bell, knocked out Maya, Layton, and Phoenix underground, I guess. And then they ran in and were like, oh no, he's gold. And they're like, what? Those two brothers are dead. No, the burglars became shades, they said. So they were also not killed. They were consumed in fire, but it was an illusion. Maya was in the room. Maya was right there. Bell's made of pure silver. Yes. Anyway, what? I'm sure we'll yell about it more next time. That one, Drew for Arkansas, thanks for 83 bits. Nice, thanks for 64 bits of soup. Arkansas, thanks again for 83 bits. Kays, thanks for 83 bits. Grackles, thanks for 300 bits. Theatrical 8-bit, thanks for $5. Wikipedia lists Shu Takumi and level 5's Akihiro Hino as writers. Gotta yell at them both. Okay. So Shu Takumi and Akihiro Hino. Fuck both of yous. Thank you, Theatrical 8-bit. And thank you to those writers and everyone that worked on this bonkers game. I can't believe that this exists. I can't believe I waited 10 years to play this game. Whoa, it's Sean, thanks for 69 bits. Is Lizzie a shade? Chet Ripple, thanks for 69 bits. The experiment ran out of government funding because of the $5.6 million statue of Layton they built. They're like, hey, we need some more government money. Why? No reason. Shit. Helix Pro, thanks for 100 bits. Tony Blair Witch Project. I'm still bad about that. Chet Ripple, thanks for 100 bits. Well, it's shown, thanks for 69 bits. Scarlet Lee, thanks for 333 bits. Smashman, thanks for 100 bits. Garbage Nirvana, thanks for the hammy. Apparently, as is usually the case, the moral of the story is eat the rich. It's not that. Helix, thanks for 100 bits. Burn the witch? No. Set fire to the rich. Cave, thanks for 69 bits. We're also compared notes with scientists that were doing great things with a small startup called Umbrella Company. Chet Ripple, thanks for 69 bits. Big Pharma, handshake, emoji, British Gov. McGrackles, thanks for 100 bits. Helix, thanks for 100 bits. Fatal, thanks for the raid. McGrackles, thanks for 100 bits. Simple Jim, 100 bits. Big Cave, thanks for 50 bits. Arsenic Edward, thanks for 14 months. Marquis, thanks for 70 months in a tier 2. Ozumaji, 50 bits. It's a good thing why she never asked her father about why he didn't write her mother back to life. Jesus! Donkey Kong Coyote, thanks for a year and a half. What's going on in here? Don't worry about it. Magic Fast, thanks for 100 bits. If I had a nickel for every time. Trouble Wings, thanks for 100 bits. Didn't want to stay up, I gotta work. I'm glad you left 2 hours ago. Because holy shit. Malinor, thanks for 20 months. Smash Mix for 96 bits. It's layers of layers. It's like an onion. It's like a stupidity onion, and you keep biting and going, ah! That one drew from Arkansas. How's Flora doing? She's fine. Ozumaji, thanks for 50 bits. The storyteller knows the spell and Eve are extremely traumatized and still decide to end the story with himself being killed by the fire that killed their mothers. He's not a good guy. Snowbeal, thanks for 300 bits. I didn't love the feeling the plot going, no, innocent young Espella couldn't possibly burn those people by accident. Innocent young Eve did. Truly a necessary better origin of the story. Yeah, I'm not crazy about it. Michelle, thanks again for the raid. Cave, thanks for 69 bits. Magic Facet, front-facing, pointing Layton, has an energy. Axe, thanks for 100 bits. Luke was the true ally all along. Always has been. Thank you, Magic Facet. The best and worst story Shu Takumi has written thus far. It really is. Eltheon, thanks for 100 bits. Ozo, thanks for 50 bits. How'd they hide the sound of the machinery? More bells. Alpha Rabbit, thanks for 300 bits. What doesn't make sense is if the magic is performed by people making people pass out, how they make it seem so seamless that they just go mindless till told otherwise. It makes them pass out and also fucks with their memory, and they're so they're in that susceptible state due to the ink fumes. So they ring the bell, which knocks them out so they don't literally witness something, and then the ink fumes are just being like, everything's fine. And they're just like, yeah, I don't really remember what happened. That basically covers it up. Yeah, they can be, like, they just wake up when they're on the ground, right? But then them getting up and being back to where they were is also part of the, like, fuzzy time period, and they just don't remember that, I guess. I don't know. Because the way it's always shown is like, well, I was walking down the street and there was an explosion. Also, why did the marketplace explode? Skyrim, thanks for 333 bits. The fearsome power of Vantablack. Unclever Tile, thanks for 96 bits. Shoots can be used chroma keying for 2 kinds of magic, the portals and the invisibility cloaks. This story makes no sense. That's why it's good. Chet, thanks for 200 bits. Are there more machines in London, or are we not going to explain the statues in the car? No, okay. I guess the DLC next time. Smash thanks for 10 bits. This kind of nonsense is more along the lines of what we see in Layton than the Shutakumi. Smash thanks for 69 bits. Elix thanks for 100 bits. The shades were all wearing black to do magic. I realized there's a huge theater set in disguise. In traditional Japanese theater, stagehands wear all black, and the audience understands they don't exist within the play. This is also where the popular image of ninjas wearing all black came from. An assassin in a play would often be a stagehand who suddenly pulls out a sword and kills someone, since ninja were skilled in stealth and disguise. I was gonna say it's also common in Western theater for stagehands to wear all black. I used to work in a theater in my younger days and would wear all black. It's very normal. But yeah, the bit about ninjas being a stagehand who's like, yeah, that's like some fucking fourth wall breaking shit. That's kind of nuts. On the topic of Monty Python's Holy Grail, I'm mad. I recently learned that the ending of the movie is what it was because they didn't know how to end the movie, so they went for a cop-out in which they literally had a cop-out by having the characters arrested by police. It's an absurd ending for a pun. Correct. And yes, that is real. Jake and Bacon, thanks for soup. I think it was a combination of they didn't know how to end it, and also I think they ran out of budget. I think they ran out of funding, and they were like, we have to end it now. But regardless, yeah, that's why the ending just is like, and it's done. So, yeah. Listen, those Monty Python lads were quite funny. So, they were just like, fuck it. This is what's happening now. Yeah, it's a little cop-out. I've been meaning to rewatch Holy Grail. There's a meme, the Ace Attorney's timeline splits here. Yeah, thank you, Jacob Bacon. Alzamaji, thanks for 50 bits. By the way, Spella, I'm dying of an incurable anime parent disease, but that's okay because I invented a cure for it. It's like at the 15th hour. Arcade Bubbles, thanks for soup. I have an incurable illness. Feel sorry for me, JK. It's totally curable. See you later. Smash X for 10 bits. Are we not supposed to hate Arthur's guts? I feel like we're kind of. The game's like an happy ending, but yeah, it's like. It's like if things are okay from this point, it's in spite of him, not because of him. He doesn't get to own any of that. Pixel Ken Jakes for 100 bits. Can't think of the thing about stagehands. 2% of being invisible. That's fine. I mean, it sounds right. Who needs facts verified? Brooke, thanks for the raid and your perfect timing. And I'm glad you enjoyed showing up to this mess. And I appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. Fireworks, thanks for 22 months. Jacob Bacon. I'm almost done with alerts, by the way. Who knew that 8 hours of alerts would add up? Jacob Bacon, never in a million years would I guess this is the story they went with for the crossover. This is genius insane. I'm glad we got to yell about it too. It would not have been the same for me to play on my own. So I thank you for it. Skyward Lee, thanks for 5 gifted subs. To Demonic Angel, Garbage, Foxy Dude, Foxy reference, W Tile, and Roddy Rick. Arcade Bubbles, thanks for 100 bits. Remember how Kier was fully mentally capable of burning 2 men to death and framing an innocent girl for it? I'm sure there's nothing to worry about there. Yeah, it's fine. Win/Slash gifted a sub to Rhea the Necromonster, Miyamoto with 100 bits. This game is a mess, but it's my mess. I fucking love this game so much. Thank you for playing it. Now it's our mess. Thank you. Taco B. Jones, thanks for a year. Coming at you from medical study. Double IV sucked, but you made it worth it. This game is genuinely so incredible. I love it. And I hope you play more Ace Attorney maybe a year because you deserve a break. Thanks. Thank you, Taco B. Jones. I hope the study went well. Meowjin Time, thanks for 3 months to your silver key. Maybe the real witches were the friends we made along the way, right, Professor? And Happy Crimes, thanks for $5. But I was able to catch the stream on my birthday. Happy holidays. Happy holidays, happy birthday. I'm done. I'm caught up. Nobody do anything else. I gotta go send you to someone else on the Twitch website so I can fucking lie down, face down on the ground. Let's go raid Bubbles. He's playing Skyrim. I don't know if he's speedrunning. It might be a casual run. I don't know. He's definitely speedrunned a bunch of Elder Scrolls in the past. Yeah, I'll slide on the sidewalk. That's probably good too. Quincy, thanks for soup. I heard give you some soup. Thank you for the soup. I'm definitely soup. I'm at soup. Thanks again for watching. Thanks for hanging. Apparently we're not fucking done. Am I gonna title this VOD as if it's the end of the game? I don't fucking... Maybe. And then be like, psych, here's more. But, well, I guess I'll see you for more of this. Because there's no escape. Give us our good night bell. Yeah, sure thing. Don't make the raid message Z's, by the way. Come up with a better raid message. I just think it's kind of rude to raid someone with being asleep. Have a good snooze. Hey, Weeb. How you doing? Hey, everyone needs to remember to ring that bell, resident sleeper. Yeah, hey, VOD watchers, make sure you smash the subscribe button, ring that bell. Just out. Just out. Thanks. Go say hi to Bubbles. Go watch some Skyrim. See you next time. Next stream, next place. I gotta go. Bye. Goodbye. Shoo. Takumi. Thanks for watching, VOD watchers. I guess see you if you want to watch some DLC. Maybe see you in the next VOD. I guess we're not done. But I hope you enjoyed the main plot. Professor Layton TM versus Phoenix Wright TM, Ace Attorney TM, comma, copyright 2014. Thanks for watching. See ya. Never again. Goodbye. Music cut out when I said goodbye. I didn't expect that. Goodbye now.